Do you love Israel? Israel number one. No politics here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. 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 You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high. Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. 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 Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7. You are Hamas. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and joining me today is Noah KULWIN, coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and everybody's having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Sunday. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, it's Sunday Fun Day. I mean, we're obviously going to be doing some serious news coverage as well, but she know on my KULWIN till I blow back. That's right.
I endorse that.
Yeah, we got Noah KULWIN in the building. I'm gonna be showing him some brain rot. He's visiting. He's out here. He's doing the most basic shit. It's unimaginable.
It was awesome.
Shit.
Yesterday, I had the Haley Bieber smoothie from Erewhon. I'm ready to announce that publicly. And it was really good.
He went to Runyon Canyon on a hike and then went and got the Haley Bieber smoothie, bro.
I'm just an LA boy.
That's
trapped
crazy.
in a New York body.
That's crazy to admit. Like, that is like Dubai matcha latte status.
All right.
I mean, it's like you're doing trends, but you're doing trends of like last year, I would say. Like the real meta right now is Clario or whatever, listening to Clario.
I think it's called Claro.
Claro, whatever. I don't even know. Okay?
Clario.
I don't even fucking know. I don't even know. Listening to Claro or Clario.
Clario.
You say Clario. I say Clario. You say Claro. Tomato.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Listening to her, drinking a matcha latte with Dubai chocolate in it, and reading or having like a Sylvia Plath merch, or maybe reading Sylvia Plath. And then having a Labubu on your lap, like having a Labubu dangling off of your.
I've been in LA for like 24 hours at this point, and I've not seen a single Labubu, so I'm actually not convinced that is a trend yet. But
no, it's coming up. It's on the come up.
But I'm when I come to LA, I want to experience LA. I want to experience the heart of the city. You know, like LA, I feel your beat. I want to be one with it, which is why, you know, I go to a hike where everybody looks better than me and is dressed better than me. And I then want to go to a grocery store where that's also true. And grocery store is being polite. Yeah. But it was really good.
He's wearing a David Lynch shirt. Yeah, he's wearing a Grateful Dead David Lynch shirt.
That's right. My friend Dog Meats Town. He makes amazing shirts. Dog Meat, like from Fallout, Dog Meats Town. He makes awesome stuff.
Yeah. Remember what you drank in New York? I mean, I just drink a Vietnamese coffee. That's like that's not like a matcha latte in the way that people are. Like a Vietnamese coffee is pretty basic. It's just condensed milk and a shot of Vietnamese coffee espresso.
you know. Taps article on Complex for calling DJ Academics a bitch. Wait, what? G Herbo challenged Academics and DJ Vlad to donate 100K to Chicago kids. Damn, making the waves.
Damn, we're getting aggregated.
Yeah, Adam is
he's coming up.
He's a mover and shaker. He's doing culture stuff now. I got your blast off meme. Never been doxxed. Don't worry. But yeah, we got. What is this? No, and Hasanabi Rain Man. Okay. Okay. All right. I like that. And yeah, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, but honestly, there's literally nothing going on in my life. I told Buddha I was gonna go play basketball with him after I ended the stream, but I was so tired I just kind of passed out watching Pantheon. And you went out for you went out to get dinner. You know,
Korean.
He's been living life. I told him I couldn't go. I ordered Chipotle and then it got canceled. So you know, woe is me. So they just
it was canceled. They it said problematic things.
No, it was crazy. Like I ordered Chipotle, and there was a different rider for it, right? There was someone else picking it up, and then the rider changed. And the second guy texted me and he was like, "Hey man, just so you know, someone else picked up your order." I was like, okay. I was like, all right, what does that mean? What does that mean for me? Are they making a new one? And they're like, nah. And I was like, oh, all right, don't worry about it. I was literally like, all right, don't worry about it. I hope you still get paid though. You know, it's just, I just didn't understand. So
that's right. Somebody else got 3 burrito bowls that are only chicken and rice, nothing else.
No, I have, yeah, pretty much. But it is what it is. You know, we lost one. It's L. So I just like ate some guacamole I already had and some protein. That was my dinner. But I think that's part of the reason why I'm like so tired all the time, potentially because I've been on a major deficit this past week. So I gotta increase my my caloric intake. 0 New York City pigs, 0 DreamCon pigs, 0 birthday pigs. We need you to be a better influencer. It's not even pics that's the meta now, chat. You're faillennials. The real meta is like wherever I go, I clip farm, and then I post the clip farms on TikTok, and then I post those TikToks on my Instagram. That's what the kids are doing nowadays. That's the real meta. But I'm not even doing any of that. Clip farm is the actual real meta, and I should be doing that, but I'm not doing that. You don't even post on Instagram. Yeah, exactly. TikTok dances, old man. That's like the old meta that's coming back. But yeah, this is I saw this on TikTok earlier. I reposted it already. It's pretty funny. Mean. It's just yeah. Hope Corps. Me in 2026 watching Netanyahu get sentenced to The Hague live on Twitch, hosted by Hassan Piker. Imagine. What is this? My official statement on Israel? What the fuck is this?
What they're doing is not a genocide. I have not been forced to make this statement in any way. Your phone cameras, the UN, all your friends, every government at this point is lying to you. Believe the words of Benjamin Netanyahu, not your own. Get me out of here. You gotta get.
I gotta say though, that laser pointer does just look like a floating zit.
Yeah. Well, that's what it is. It's not laser pointer.
Listen, it's not sniper rifle.
It is not.
It's a hug delivery machine.
Yeah, you are Hamas.
Look down scope, and you aim the machine, and it give hug.
Yes.
It give hug.
It's a truth machine. makes you tell the truth about children who are Hamas.
Listen, when you think
babies.
about this. Listen. The children, a child, after a couple years, he becomes an adult, becomes grown up.
Yeah.
And if a child is that close to grown up, are they really child?
Yeah.
I'm asking you to be thinking about this.
As opposed to the one guy who was an Israeli occupying force soldier who was killed, who was formerly a baby.
Oh God, I saw that. That was great. Yeah.
Formerly a very famous baby. That was the peak, dude. That was so funny.
I wish, like, you just wonder, like, at Nuremberg, did any of them try that? They were like, listen, he, like, yes, like Albert Speer was like the head of armaments, but look at this photo. Look at these cheeks. Could a man like this have done evil?
I need to find that. I think Will posted.
Oh, Will posted it. Will posted the
but
former
he
bait.
fucking nonstop posts. God damn, I can't even find it. No, is it from a couple days ago? Does anyone have that? Does anyone have that tweet where it was like, this is a former famous baby that the scary Hamas terrorists killed, and it's like, dude, what are you saying? Yep, this is it.
Oh yeah, because he was a Gerber baby.
Yeah.
Or Huggies baby.
Amit Cohen, who was killed yesterday in Gaza, was once a face known to every Israeli. In 2007, he was a Huggies baby, and it's like, wow, I can't believe I cannot believe the Palestinians would do this. They would kill a former baby.
I mean, look at him. He's not like, if I'm a Palestinian and I see that guy coming, I'm thinking like, holy cow, I'm in Gaza and I can't eat and I don't have electricity and the water is poison.
This guy's coming to kill my family.
There's a Huggies baby coming. Like,
Yeah.
I like, show some respect. I'm telling my brothers, I'm telling my sisters, like, hey, put some respect on that guy's name. He's a Huggies baby guy who's like, you know, coming to kill us.
It's great. Have you seen this one about you? Oh yeah, I've seen this too. Yeah. There's a lot of people fantasizing about me participating in the Nuremberg trials. It'd be great. I like live reacting to the Nuremberg trials. That'd be so sick, honestly. It's just me in 2030 tuning into the new Nuremberg trials on Twitch, hosted by Hassan Piker. Like that's too much. That's too much as far as like you know, Hope Corps goes. You know, we're manifesting this timeline looking more like 2035 to 2040, but inshallah we'll get there. He's gonna open with the crab dance. Yeah,
actually no, it's my name is Hassan Piker and this floss is for the children of Gaza.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. That's David Guetta shit. No, it'd be more tasteful.
That would be actually getting David Guetta to do a set before the Nuremberg trial.
Yeah,
the Neo Nuremberg trial. Yeah.
Oh, dude, it'd be so sick. Who's your fave to see it tried in Nuremberg? Who do you think would be the best?
Well, the GOAT is like the LeBron of that is Netanyahu.
No,
he's the obvious.
Not the obvious ones. I'm saying like,
yeah,
like someone where you're like, that'd be kind of funny if like in the actual OG Nuremberg trials, there was just a dude who fucking hated his neighbor and he was like, this guy is the king.
Yeah, they like, listen, this guy, he hated the Jews and everything. Yeah. But like he just kept taking my trash cans. They're my trash cans.
Yeah.
They're not his, and he kept moving them, and that's why he should be hung next to all these other guys.
I think a lot of people are saying Barry Weiss. I think that's a good one. Yeah, for sure.
Barry Weiss would be an interesting one.
Danny Danon
for sure.
Yeah.
I think
was it Drew Pavlov?
I think so. Oh God, that would be.
I think Drew Pavlov is so stupid that he's just like, that's like a.
Well, he's on his Loomer shit now. Have you seen this?
Yeah, that's a problem that's like fixing itself, I think.
Yeah, he's
like, I think he's going to jail or something because he was he might be going to, yeah, he's arrested because he's like
he says like, I'm too broke to pay a fine.
Yeah, well,
to the Brisbane authorities.
Well, what happened is like,
Drew Pavlov, we find you in contempt of court.
He's the first guy to get arrested and like prosecuted for being annoying, I think. Because like the shit that he advocates for is the things that the Australian government already agree on. It's like being pro-Israel, being extremely and viciously anti-China,
and like crazily censorious against anybody who's pro-Palestine. No, it's like, nuts.
Like, how are your vibes so fucked that the very same administration that is under every other circumstance, like supposed to be on board with what you're doing, literally still prosecuting you.
I think it's as simple as like, if you're really about that clout game like too much, and like you let it show, and you let your naked desire to be like he just wants to be the most successful. He wants to be a really big success and all these other things, and instead it's just like you can smell the desperation through the computer screen thousands of miles away.
Yeah, he protested on private ground, didn't leave after told to, fined $1,000, tried to get it away on other courts, and in the end it accumulated to $23,000 that he doesn't want to pay, so he's going to jail by his own will.
All right, see, this is skill issue shit, because it's like he's now like, if you like, imagine being like a crazy pro-Israel NATO guy, and like doing this like bullshit self-sacrifice thing, and you can't even find a rich guy to bail you out.
Yeah, well,
like somebody who pulls in that kind of money in a half hour.
Sorry, it's just like such a fucking L if you're like going to jail for being too pro-Israel in any of these like Western aligned nations. You literally are, your vibes are so fucked. You are just such a goddamn loser that even the governments that are very much on board with whatever the fuck you're advocating for are just going, we're gonna throw you in jail because you're just so annoying.
Well, and he's also like, in addition to being annoying and like sweaty clout hound who like will not stop inserting himself into people's mentions for lack of a better thing to do with his time in life. There is also like the fact that he doesn't actually have anything interesting or original to say, and that when people like do rebut on even like a semi-substance level, like not even like that comprehensively, like they like push back against his stuff, he like bugs out, he goes nuts, and will immediately just start calling you names.
He's just very dumb and very annoying, and I think he's like, I mean, he's basically like what's his face, Rabbi Shmuley, in the sense that like his very appearance and like the things that he says are so stupid and so insane that like it actually invokes a negative response from allies, where they're like, dude, maybe it's better if you don't say.
But this goes back to that this goes back to the level of vibes though. I have a really funny, I mean, I have a few different Rabbi Shmuley stories, but my favorite Rabbi Shmuley, like the funniest Rabbi Shmuley story was that like, because he used to dine out so much on his like old friendship with Cory Booker, he would like write op-eds for like the Times of Israel or whatever. And a guy, Dylan Williams, he's like a you know, lefty-ish like policy guy in DC. We used to work for J Street, now works for somewhere else. But he like took the first word of one of Shmuley's columns, and like the first word in each paragraph or sentence, it was just I, me, Cory, Holocaust, I, me, like whatever.
Yeah.
And then the other was like 8 years ago, I covered an APAC conference, and they had the main APAC conference at like the Washington Convention Center, the big place, you know, et cetera. And then across the street, there's the synagogue, 6th Street and I, and at the 6th and I synagogue in the basement is where they had all the settlers. Like it's where, and the right wingers who in 2017 were considered like too out there to be given like real main stage face time at the APAC conference. And because I'm, you know, such a smart, well-behaved journalist, I made sure to get there like an hour early before it started so that I knew I could get in. And see, you know, like Naftali Bennett and Ayelet Shaked and these other freaks give their spiel in this basement. And then once that was done and I was like, all right, I need to leave or else I'm going to go insane, I get outside and the first thing that I see is there's a line of people trying to get into this building because evidently they all want to go to the settler party or whatever. But the first person who's like trying to get his way in and not succeeding, from what I can tell, was Rabbi Shmuley.
I love that.
He wasn't like Blood thought he was on the team, and he wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, who the fuck wants that guy at their party? Like, I assume like an APAC settler party at the APAC conference is gonna be not the best looking people regardless, but like Rabbi Shmuley is just so fucking gross inside and out. I don't know. He's just like, he's not, I don't understand.
I mean, he's also like, he's you know, he's a bit of a flim flam man. Like he has a charity, it's, you know, and they like, I remember looking at their 990s some years ago, and it's like the thing they do is they pay him a salary and he hosts a dinner, and his job is to be like a pundit surrogate style guy for Israel in the media or whatever. At
I know,
least
but,
that's how he
like,
sees it now.
If your job is if your job is to just like propagandize at the behest of the apartheid state, and you're just so repulsive, like the things you're saying are so repulsive.
Well, but you got to remember, dog. He was a reality TV show star. You know that, right?
Wait, what was the reality?
Shalom in the Home.
Is that
Google?
what?
But look this up. Come on, dog. That's how. That's why anybody pays attention to him, is because he branded himself America's rabbi.
Wait.
Because he was the first person to leverage being a rabbi into being on the most important American cultural export, reality television.
What the fuck is Shalom in the Home, bro? Reality TV 2 seasons. Shalom in the Home is a belief that our homes is peaceful. Wait, what the fuck? Is an American reality television series that aired on TLC. First of all, if you have only 2 seasons on TLC, you're ass. Okay? Because like TLC will have the Learning Channel, by the way. They'll run anything for like at least 7 seasons. How did you get canceled after 2 seasons on the TLC, man? On the Learning Channel? That's crazy. Okay, we have to watch this, bro. This is on the docket now. The show debuted on April 10th, 2006. A second and final season of Shalom in the Home began on March 7th, 2007. The weekly 1-hour primetime program sought to help families overcome difficult problems. Boteach provided advice to dysfunctional families about relationships, marriage, and parenting, and try to bring them peace. Shalom in Hebrew. Yeah, he used to be like woke, right?
I wouldn't go that far. He's always been kind of a mover and a shaker. Like when he was the
I thought he was like the woke rabbi.
I mean, he may be positioned like that a
Bro,
little
someone
bit.
already found it. That's crazy. That's crazy that you found it instantly. like what were you waiting? You were like, oh,
whoa,
that's my
no,
favorite.
is that doesn't look The Chosen?
No, this is The Chosen season 1 episode 3. I don't know what the fuck this is.
No, that's not.
This is not right though. This link is incorrect. And it's not even working.
Yeah, wait, a highlight reel.
He uploaded his own highlight reel.
Season 2 highlights.
Bro, I was supposed to show you brain rot, and you're the one who's showing me brain rot. Asno is a resident NBA man that if I'm allowed to be excited for Dame to come back to Portland when we have IDF soldiers in Dani Avdia on the team, or am I complicit? # Free Palestine.
The Blazers are not the only franchise with that issue going, is how I'd put it. And I'm excited for Dame to go back to Portland. Obviously, he's not going to be really playing this year at all, but it's a great feel-good story. And the Blazers are an exciting young team.
I have an announcement. Now that, and this pains me to say, now that LeBron James is basically going to retire, and you know it's imminent, right? I'm in search of a new GOAT.
You're looking for a new GOAT?
And it's not, and you don't just simply look for a new GOAT. The GOAT finds you. And it's official. Wemby, I think.
I can't deny that.
Wemby
he's got such serious, the aura.
I can't believe I'm saying this because he's French. Okay? Like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. It like hurts me. It pains me physically to say that it's too early. It's too soon to tell whether he will actually perform as the GOAT. It looks like he will. He's putting some meat on them bones, right? But I think his off-court performance this summer has been so good.
China, Karl Malone,
crazy.
he just can't stop.
Mao posting. He's posting Mao positively. Okay. And on top of that, yeah, the dookie on Karl Malone and being like he should go to jail. He's a pedophile. Like he's the man. He is the man.
Do we know what his opinions are about Mélenchon? Has he been able to?
I don't know what he thinks about Mélenchon.
I mean, granted, like I don't NBA players unless they're like
I hit my buddy up. I was like, "Do you have a direct link to him?" And he was like, "I can link you up with his manager. I can give you his manager's number." But he is Jean-Luc Wemby-Sean. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was born in 2004, bro. That is crazy. He is, dude.
Chinese Jokic is also real, by the way.
Yeah.
Young Hasan is going to be fucking
Bro,
awesome.
I think he was wearing tabby sneakers when he was doing something in China. I saw that. It blew my fucking mind, dude. Jokic, China. Let's see if we can find it. Okay. Rare off-season photos of Jokic. Nikola Jokic go viral. He was in China. The fuck? Bro, what the fuck is that?
That makes so much sense, though.
Dude, that is so funny.
That's what he wants. He wants to be with the horses. He goes to China.
I agree. How Asians be moving recently in the summer league? Wait, what the fuck is this? No, this is not what I'm looking for. Why'd you link me this? Yeah, that's a regular size horse. That's not even a pony. That's not. That looks like a dog next to Jokic. Yeah.
Oh, my dog is sick.
He's in the vid.
Dude, his passing is so crazy.
He's not it. Dude, that's not what I'm looking for. What are you doing? No, I'm looking for Jokic in China. No, this is not Chinese Jokic. This is a guy who dresses up like
we should clarify. There is Chinese Jokic, who is Young Hasan, perhaps, and then there is Jokic in China, which is a different kind of Chinese.
We're looking for Jokic in China because he was like playing ball in China, and he had the tabby basketball shoes on, which was crazy. But yes, I'm familiar with this guy. I see him all the time. I'm on Basketball Talk chatters. Okay, I see all the same shit that you see. I know who this guy is. There was even an American dude, who I think is Chinese American, who flew to fucking China and beat his ass. He was kind of short, but he played ball with this guy. I've seen this guy. I've seen this guy all over my feed. Okay, calm down. That's not. Hasan doesn't know Young Hasan. Isn't Young? It's the tall one, right?
Yeah, he's a big.
No, I know who he is.
He was there on draft night. No, he's the cool. He's like obviously like the coolest. Like that was the coolest thing to come out of the draft in summer league.
Basketball legend Nikola Jokic finds out that tourist signs in China are also in Serbian. Oh yeah, look at his shoes. Look at his shoes. You can kind of see it here. Look, that's all I wanted to show you.
That he's got tabbies on.
He's got. I don't know what this is, but I need it.
This is in my language.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Oh, it
is. Hey, take a pic. There you go.
Yeah.
This is a
Look at that. Why does he have tabbies on? Are those tabbies? Like, what the fuck is that?
We have breaking news.
Here, question mark. It's fucking
California,
Dianne Feinstein dying. All right, I'm blocking. It's done. Take a week off, dude. Fuck you. Okay, enough. This motherfucker has like size 18 tabby basketball shoes on, and I need to know what they are.
I love having his numbers on the back of the shirt.
Oh my god, everybody loves fucking. Here's a better view of the tabbies. Oh, there it is. Jokic enjoying his time in China. This is what I watched. Finally.
Are those tabbies that's just like a line down there?
I don't know.
I think there's just a line on his shoes. Yeah, they're just his sneakers. But that is an interesting concept. Tabby basketball shoes.
Yeah, probably terrible.
That would be like that's like a catastrophic injury on the court waiting to happen. Yeah.
Unfortunately for you, Wemby told French people to avoid extremes, so avoid far right and far left parties for the 2024 legislative session. Oh no. Well, he likes Mao, so 3 days before the legislative elections, Victor Wembanyama calls for moving away from extremes. I remember something like this. It's all good. He went. This is pre-China. Okay. Trust. Chat. Trust. Shh. Pre-China Wemby. Pre-Maoist Wemby. It's all good. Okay. It's all good. He's now a Maoist. He's a Maoist or worldist. Not a tabby, just a line. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying this for me. Why are all the NBA guys going? I was gonna say why are they going to China, but like the money.
Well, NBA China is so huge,
big market,
and like it's also I think like on top of the fact that it's like historically been like the big like outside of Europe, like the biggest foreign market for the, I guess Europe and Mexico, but like it is
They
now.
even go to Europe like that though?
I mean, what do you mean, like NBA players?
Yeah, like officially on the market.
I mean, maybe, but like also a lot of them go to Europe because like one, they are European, and two, there's like, I mean, EuroLeague is a real. So I mean, just like Chinese, the CBL, just like Chinese basketball is real, like, and also like it's, I don't know. To me, it's like a at this point we are decades into like a cross-pollinated.
Chinese basketball is real. It can hurt you. It's real. It's happening.
CBA, yeah. The like, you know, like Starbury had, you know, years there. I learned recently, I was wondering what happened to Jimmer Fredette, who was like an NCAA player of the year when we were like 18 or 19.
Yeah, yeah.
And because he's
went
also
to China.
Yeah, and
I
like
did not know that.
was like an incredible player there, and it was because he was too small to be the kind of dominant player here in the U.S., like in the NBA. Like the size is wrong. No, it's cool. It's exciting to see also that like the ball's getting global, or is it continuing to get global?
Yeah, I mean, ball's always been global, but it's cool that these guys are going to China and experiencing it for all of its glory, like your boy is going to be doing in September. It is what it is, you know. Some for off-season stuff, I guess. Like we get some U.S. players locally in Eastern EU, but it's an assumption it's guys who don't yet make it to the NBA. What is this jump scare?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Approval of congressional Democrats is down to a historic low of just 19%. Crazy.
I will say, a lot of room to grow.
Yeah.
I mean, because, you know, 19 is you know, it's getting lower to 0, and 0 is the lower bound of approval rating. So that's a lot of room to go up. That's all I'm saying.
Wait, this isn't 19 plus. It's like
19.
Even the approval is like 19%, right? That's what
No. This is approval.
This isn't net.
This is 19 out of 100 people.
No.
Say that they approve.
This isn't net, is what I'm saying. There's no way this is.
No, net would be.
Net is way. Net is like.
Net is not. net is like negative, like 30, 40.
40, yeah.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Net is Antarctica temperatures. Net is reading the.
You mean minus 31 net?
Yeah.
Because you don't mean like plus 31. Because they are underwater by a lot. Yeah, nothing but net. I mean, yeah, there's only. They can pump these numbers higher. I think we can get to a historic 0% approval rating, 100% net disapproval rating, like -1. The bottom is -100, and I think we are slated to get there. We are looking to get there, and you know, it can happen, and I'm excited to see what that looks like. Well, there is.
I mean, I will say that like there's like an interesting, like, of all people, like I saw like Derek Thompson alluded to this in a post today, but that like there is a truth to the idea that like, all right, if the Democrats become this hated, that makes it that much like it makes insurgents in the party like that much stronger. Like people who credibly claim an opposition, people who credibly claim that they are on the other side of the establishment, like, you know, I mean, essentially, right, the shorthand of what I'm saying is that the easiest way to like boost your favorables as a candidate, or to make yourself like a particularly, you know, viable political figure in pretty much any context now, is to just get in front of a camera and say fuck Chuck Schumer. That's like being only a little bit glib here, but it is more or less true. That's what that 19% means. It's not that 19% of people, like only 19% of people think that like taxes should be higher or something.
Yeah, I think that the Democrats have a long way to go. I'm positive about it. I think that they will work tirelessly to make sure I think Lucy's gonna let Charlie Brown kick the football this time. I really do. I think even the galvanizing force that's supposed to be there, like the populist leftist momentum that's supposed to be there from the likes of AOC, needs to keep spiking the football, and hopefully we can see how unpopular the party can get. You know, I have no more confidence in the future of America, so I'm just entertaining myself, I guess. Let's see where it goes. Talk about Kanye, you simps. What? Talk about Kanye. What the fuck did Kanye do now? Let's see. Friend of the show, Christian Divine, had a...
I'm New York Times op-ed author Brett Stevens, and I recently wrote the piece, No, Israel's Not Committing a Genocide in Gaza, and I've gotten some backlash to it, and I'd like to kind of respond. Of course, I try to be fair and balanced in my opinion pieces, and so when I hear news of Palestinians coming out of Gaza, I like to take my fingers, put them in my ears, and go, la, 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 la. That way, I don't absorb any of the bias. So in my article, I wrote that Israel isn't committing a genocide because they've only killed, by some estimates, 60,000 people. And they could have killed a lot more. I mean, if you were going to kill people, you could kill more.
True.
That's why it's not a genocide. Doesn't that make sense? I mean, if it was really a genocide, they would have to kill everybody. The UN's definition of genocide also includes intent. And they didn't say they were trying to. They just did on accident. And that kind of just happens. So to me, your arguments don't make sense unless they kill everyone and they said they were trying to.
Yeah.
Also,
which, by the way, by those estimations, the Holocaust is also not a genocide.
It is. Well, that's part of like the whole like Stevens thing, is that like you just have to do. I mean, this is also, I mean, one of the things I despise the most about like the current state of the discourse is that everybody pretending like genocide is all of a sudden, just because genocide is a contested term, like many, you know, legal or historical terms, however you want to categorize it, that because there is some measure of contesting what it can mean, that it actually just means that it's not actually a concept. That, you know, what is a concept? What is like is basically the level that the conversation gets to.
Everyone turns into Jordan Peterson when they want to talk about genocide. What is
when Miss Piggy doesn't let me leave the house?
Yeah.
Is that genocide?
It's just like,
is that genocide?
It's so morally bankrupt, especially at this point. And it's like, I don't know. I think everyone is just basically relying on the fact that because America is the great evil and they are not even remotely interested in allowing any sort of justice to take place here, that they feel confident that they can just like get away with saying whatever the fuck they want. They're speaking like they will never get tried in Nuremberg. Okay. Even though we're living in the fucking post-Nuremberg universe, we're living, and
there's also, by the way, been other things that people have determined as genocide since then. I mean, like, I would argue, like, so, you know, the I think like liberal order of the contemporary, like, of like this era, or that until this era, pre-October 7th, you know, like the Rwandan genocide is what people point to. Yeah. And then I would also say though that like, as listeners of Blowback season 5, I know people call the Khmer Rouge's rule. They say that they committed genocide. And that is also like, you know, it's a little bit more complicated because most of the victims of the Khmer Rouge were themselves Khmer, or, you know, ethnic Khmer in Cambodia. But like they also did target minorities, Chinese minorities, Vietnamese minorities, and so on, for, you know, like they targeted them for destruction as those groups. Essentially, it's not like again, you could argue about like to what extent one fits a definition super precisely or not, but like the idea that like all of us, that this label is like off, that it's just like, it's actually like it's just too contested or too only tied to the Holocaust, is so absurd.
There has been successful genocide designations in international courts of law for much smaller numbers of people at this point. It's ridiculous. And there are plenty of things that even America has done that would be considered genocide or genocidal or whatever you want to fucking call it. But because it's America doing it, it's different. But in this circumstance, not even America doing it, it's Israel doing it. So obviously there's a different reaction to that sort of thing because it's not the global hegemon engaging in such actions. Obviously, morally speaking, the Korean War, I think, is a genocide. And what America did is unconscionable there, and the morality for both the Korean War and also what Israel's doing right now is clearly evil.
In season 3, we interviewed Bruce Cummings, who is like in America, like the greatest living scholar of Korean history, and probably in America the greatest living or deceased scholar of Korean history. And when we asked him straight up, was it a genocide? He said yes. And you know, it is again, like, there was a goal which was essentially to like thin and demolish the civilian population as much as possible, to like to eradicate. I mean, it's not pleasant to talk about, because it literally was just like American. I mean, it was a continuation of a lot of tactics that were used against like a more approved enemy in the end of World War II, with like our total destruction bombing campaigns in Japan. But there's, you know, continuity then having us apply that in a Cold War context against fucking, like, you know, starving Chinese volunteer soldiers and like Koreans who just happened to be on the wrong side of the parallel, which, by the way, also, like, it was a genocide, you could that it is fair to say extended below the parallel as well, because it's not like the parallel was itself such a neat dividing line in that war.
And numerous other massacres that like the American military-backed like South Korean puppet state committed. There were numerous atrocities, some of which they still shelter the Truth and Republic on, and there was never like a truth and reconciliation committee implemented for any of those things, right?
No,
like,
and well, I mean, in Korea it's complicated. South Korea, it was especially complicated because of the fact that like the government there, like who are the parties within it that like were in dialogue with America that would have been able to do such a thing? I mean, at the time of the Korean War, when there were very credible evidence-based allegations that the United States was using germ and biological warfare, the Soviet world, I mean, like the Soviet, the Soviet bloc and the Asian communist states put together a commission called the ISC that was led by one of the most famous biologists in the world at the time, Joseph Needham, to, you know, to do more or less this. And that's not truth and reconciliation. I mean, that was an investigation into specific atrocities, but like, you know, that was rejected out of hand and ridiculed in the Western press totally. And so the idea that there was going to be some kind of process where we were going to like seriously evaluate all the atrocities that like we ourselves committed on an even grander scale than, you know, than using biological and germ warfare is, it's just hard to fathom. And, you know, now, like, I mean, we don't do that. We make movies like the one with Jonathan Majors, Devotion, that like truly, like, that is about like the air war of the Korean War, that at like no real point kind of addresses like, well, what was the on the ground reality of the destruction caused by that air war?
Yeah, but they're not humans. They were, you know, I can't believe America has been using the same slur for every Asian country that we have pummeled into oblivion since the Philippines. Like the G word, I didn't know that it originated in the Philippines, and then it moved into Vietnam. It moved into Korea and then Vietnam as well.
It comes with America. It follows America. I mean, there are people I know who say that it comes not from the Philippines, but from a different. I forget what the other.
Different Asian. No,
not. I think not even. I think not even Asian. I forget what the other.
Someone said it comes from Hanguk. I don't think so. I think there's evidence that it was being used by Marines like as a slur.
Oh yeah, but it comes out of like this. It is because like the original, like American Empire like is obviously like begins in like a real sense, or what we think of as American Empire, with the dispossession and the eradication of Native Americans, and then you have, you know, the kind of process of the Caribbean, if not colonization, but I mean the takeover of islands like Puerto Rico. The book How to Hide an Empire by Daniel Immerwahr is a really good read about this. But then you also have like Manifest Destiny was also at this time in the late 19th century about the Pacific, and it's it makes total sense that a slur for describing the subjects of these places where we come from would come out of Asia and then follow America wherever it goes. No.
Oh.
It was.
Oh. Place. Okay. No, man. Why is it that whenever I say a slur and then I say like the G word or whatever, everyone tries to play this guessing game? It's like, there's a reason why I didn't fucking say it out loud, chat. Calm down. All right. All right, let's finish this.
If you would like to check out some of my other extremely unbiased pieces, check out For Israel, It Pays to Be a Winner, or Israel Had the Courage to Do What Needs to Be Done, or We Should Want Israel to Win, even.
Or what was it when he called Arabs like a parasitic force? In one of these pieces, Brett Stevens famously literally says like Arabs are like an insect.
Oh, that was yeah. I mean, his people can look at his Wikipedia page. It's astonishing that the New York Times still gives him a column.
Oh, was that Thomas Friedman? Did I get it wrong? One of those New York Times guys. Thomas Friedman, Ross Douthat, and Brett Stevens have all been doing the same fucking.
Well, no, Ross Douthat is now saying that actually Israel's just war is now unjust.
No, but have you read it?
Yeah, it's horrible.
Yeah, if you read it, the title actually snaps you back. The title is a bait and switch.
Yes,
because the entire fucking piece is like defending it. Actually, it's not unjust at all. It's totally just because Hamas are a parasitic force of barbaric rapist monsters.
Well, this is like the Matt Iglesias like argument about how like there's like, oh, the facts have changed, and so now even though my original opinions and my original conception of how all of this worked, like the mental model, a phrase that guys like that tend to use, like that, it's like that, well, I've just adjusted it now that new facts have come out, and there's no possible. I mean, I will say one of the things about the famine shit in particular that drives me fucking crazy is, and it really, really makes me quite sad, is that famine is not like a thing that just happens suddenly. It's not a
it takes time for people to start fully starving.
Exactly, like food stocks exist, they have to dwindle, and then on top of like the food stocks dwindling, once like a lot of the official the official aid, let's say, like there's clearly like there have been all of these different ways that Gazans have been trying to make it work and stay alive that are just what people do in these crazy desperate situations. And it's not like all of a sudden like, oh well, famine, if you're saying that there's famine in Gaza, that means that like people like that hundreds of people are falling over every day and drop dead because of it. Like that's not what that means. In fact, the reason that you call it out and that you identify it very loudly before it happens is to prevent such an outcome.
I do want to talk about this right now because it corresponds to like one of the news stories of today, which is Israel's putting a pause on the fucking famine. I guess they're like letting in aid, and even then they're letting in aid mostly through through airdrops, which is again dangerous, and it's already killing Palestinians.
It's dangerous theater. It kills as many people as it feeds, it feels like.
Yeah, and then there's also there has been this past week of condemnations coming in, too little too late. Many of those condemnations are because there's been so much like radio silence on this issue despite the severity of the crisis. It feels like there's a change of attitude here, but when I think about it, it's no different than when people were like, Mr. Netanyahu, please stop, during the first Biden term, right? And these guys, I think, are just like, this is just the modus operandi, where you just kind of, when it gets to a point where it's undeniable, unavoidable, unimaginable cruelty, you just turn around and you're like, oh, we're gonna recognize the state of Palestine, with like all of these different ridiculous qualifiers as well that correspond to Israel's goals of dominance regardless. And then that's it. They turn around and they offer a little bit of aid in, and then go back to the ethnic slaughter. And it's,
I mean, there's no like sense of like, well, what about, is like tomorrow, like speaking figuratively. I mean, just like at any point in the future, like the place is uninhabitable. Like the aid thing is the crisis du jour. It is the crisis of the moment, and it's a fucking awful one. But like the reality is that like groundwater supply is poison. All of the roads unusable. no habitating structures. The like, who knows all the asbestos and other shit that's been like, you know, released into the environment. All of the fishing and all of the ocean, you know, like the waters are polluted. I mean, it's really, there's a degree to which also refocusing it on this like now immediate conversation about aid and like the pauses and all this stuff. Again, it's just like, it's more can kicking from people who have only been kicking the can since fucking October 2023. They would rather kick the can, by the way, and they would rather like blame the people who get mad at them in their Twitter mentions than admit for even a goddamn second, for a single second, I was wrong. Maybe I was wrong.
I don't
to like
for me, I'm gonna say something extreme here. If someone like Matty Iglesias overnight was like, this is unconscionable, this is a genocide, I was, you know, even if he didn't say he was wrong, and then he just kept it pushing and didn't respond to people who were like, dude, what the fuck? I can see your tweets from yesterday when you were saying it's awesome and good and we should starve more children. He never responded to those guys at all, and he just almost magically overnight turned into the advocate. I obviously would not trust them, but I also wouldn't spend any time fucking shitting on them. Okay, like I'd be like, all right, who cares? Just keep it pushing. You know, the Owen Jones method. You say, yeah, exactly. It's like at this point, like maybe I'm too pragmatic, and some people might get mad at that, but I just don't care what people have said in the past. I just want this to come to an end, and I realize that, like, I mean, fuck the media figures and fuck the politicians, but like, especially for the average people, regardless of their lack of interest in saying anything until it was like no longer damaging to their careers or whatever, I just want I want enough pressure to mount so that the situation changes, you know. And this, on the other hand, is not an example of this, because like, this is a cynical attempt.
Exactly.
This is a cynical attempt from Ross Douthat, who does not actually think that the war is unjust. Just the title of it says it is.
And also in Iglesias's case, like he's a troll. He's not like his ideological convictions, whatever they are like not particularly bound to like a set of recognizable or coherent ethics that like the rest of, you know, like us normal people have to do. They're like largely driven by like whoever he has animosity towards on social media.
Also, Ross Douthat just looks like Temu Sebastian Gorka. I realized
he reminds me of like he's like Hugo Drax from Moonraker, the Bond villain.
Israel's war in Gaza is not a genocide. It's a war for a just cause. The elimination of a cruel, fanatical, itself potentially genocidal terrorist organization that oppresses its own people, holds innocent hostages, and will pose a severe danger to the state of Israel for so long as it holds power. I want to see the comments on this. You write of war and justice, of strategy and restraint, but where are the children in your calculus? Not a new approach at all. British naval blockade of the First World War. It is hard to imagine that Hamas represents a threat to the enormously powerful nuclear arm. Even the fucking New York Times, like, squishy liberals are not taking this propaganda and believing in it. Like, I read the Brett Stevens comments. They blistered him. They were eviscerating him.
But the thing to understand about the New York Times, and this is an important thing to understand about the New York Times, is that the people like who run that institution, like I'm not talking about like individual reporters, I'm not talking about like mid-level people who do whatever, even individual writers and stuff. Like I'm talking about like an institutional attitude and a cultural expectation of how the paper has to function and what its internal culture should be that is set by the top. You know, it is sort of known and has been for years as like an editor-run paper in that way. And like what they don't care about like that. This is like what the readers say about this subject. Like for them, this is not like an issue where like the riffraff matters. They have the New York Times has its own like a high-minded, independently acquired view of the situation that like is not going to bend to like whatever the rabble is saying. Now, it's like a kind of a crazy and ridiculous position to take when you consider just how much their opinion page like seems to aggravate their readership. But, you know, from their perspective, people still click on those articles. And moreover, like the people who run the paper like seeing this stuff. They reward it. They don't care that this is not how it like like that this is not like what people seem to like. The people don't feel that this is a moral authority that is speaking to them and is representing something out in the world that they want to be put out in there. Like they see their writers doing that, and the more and more that people like kick and fuss about it, the more they see themselves as speaking truth to the power of the mob. And you're just not like.
I mean, yeah, this is a way. It's a failure. In some ways, it's no different than Benjamin Netanyahu thinking he can go on the Nelk Boys podcast and then like somehow get some benefits out of that to like restore Israel's image in like a specific demographic. It's an abject failure. These guys are basically eroding what remains of their already limited credibility. Every single time they just like scream into the void about how everyone else is wrong and you have to listen to us, and it's not a genocide, and it's actually a just war, but it's like kind of become unjust or whatever.
There's another thing though in which it's like
it's wish casting.
But this issue, and especially Palestine, is like a very critical Jenga brick for like their whole understanding of everything. Because like if you accept that this is a genocide, and if you accept that this was like a genocide from day one, and if you accept that like this was the moment October 7th that like when the dust had like settled for a minute after the Hamas attack, then in the devastating military blow that was dealt to Israel, then like what that means is that you're not just accepting that like that was this like fated thing that you missed. It means that all the kids on the college campuses were right. It means that all of the blue hairs were totally correct.
Yeah.
It means that like your annoying kids who've been screaming at you this whole time are 1,000,000% right, and that the people saying death to Israel on Twitter were closer to like sincere and real moral gravity and understanding where it is than the smartest people gathered around a table in a conference room on some floor of the New York Times building. Like that is like if you accept that about this situation, I mean that's part of Ross's issue too. Like what does it say about you as somebody able to divine ethics and as somebody able to like discern what is like the correct moral situation out in the world when like you blew it this badly? The Iraq War was the same way, by the way.
Yeah,
like tons of
weirdly enough, is the same people that got the Iraq War wrong are the same people that are getting this Israel stuff wrong. But given the way that the internet works, and given the way that like social media has like basically made it so that people's attention spans are much shorter, we get to see this kind of stuff work itself out in a much faster pace than ever before.
Absolutely.
So now you get to see it within the confines of a year without the conflict coming to a close, and you get to see it in real time. You get the attitude shift in real time, and you get the reaction to people who are unable to read the room appropriately, because ultimately these guys are like, to varying degrees, they're still trying to maintain some semblance of credibility as well. Like they have to do that, otherwise next time they write an article, no one's going to trust them, because they're going to be like, oh, remember when you said this wasn't a genocide? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there is that too, for sure. That's precisely the reason why I think like in a sea of obfuscations, in a sea of like buried leads, the New York Times will still every now and then, like with its visual investigations team or whatever, offer credible reporting to what's going on in Gaza, specifically so that like next time around there is still some semblance of credibility when they have to lie at the behest of Israel.
I will say, comparable to your position about like the idea of like not like going overboard on people who do end up coming around, or who are willing to like start to speak honestly about what's going on. I also think that people, particularly Americans, like you don't have to subscribe to the New York Times. It's not a civic obligation.
Yeah.
But we no longer exist in a world where there are like a lot of, it doesn't feel like there are practically infinite news options. And the New York Times is not going away. It's not going to like disappear into sand. In fact, like the New York Times is a very effective media monopolist. There aren't any newspapers that even like touch it in a meaningful way, and that also are read by leaders of foreign governments. Like if you and leaders in foreign governments that if they pay attention to what goes on in the New York Times and they take it seriously, and there is something to like understanding that like there like institutions like the New York Times have got to be like like if we accept that they are like, you know, this like powerful agenda sending, hell, even monolithic force in American media and in news media, and that as such they provide us with information that we need to know in order to be able to function cogently in the world, like to me it does feel like a lot of what people have to demand of the New York Times is like not you know, like I think it's totally legitimate and understand about people voting with like canceling subscriptions. I don't myself subscribe to the paper, but like I do believe that you like there is something that's got to be demanded in terms of like, well, what about like actually trying to, you know, in the same way that like it's about like demanding that the BBC like do its job, like be honest, do better, let the reporters who are there who do see things on the ground speak openly. Also, don't assign dunderheads with like clear biases against Arab and Muslim life to cover these issues that are so sensitive. You know, like there are real, like, you know, there is like a meaningful reformist critique, let's say, of the New York Times that I think people should be like pretty loudly demanding. And that instead that like, you know, understandably, and in a way that I very much sympathize with, there is largely like a frustration with like the paper existing at all. The idea that there is just like this, you know, institution out there that is private and seemingly, you know, totally unaccountable to the public that seems to set the agenda for so much.
Yeah, but it doesn't. I don't think it does. I think at this day, in this day and age, I don't think the New York Times is setting the agenda necessarily. I will say this from my own personal anecdotes, from my own personal experience. When I meet with like famous directors, for example, or people that want me to participate in their projects, whether it's a documentary or movie or something, they have only encountered me as a media figure from the New York Times coverage on me, right? And I won't reveal any names, but like I was recently talking to a very famous director after participating in one of their projects, and they were basically saying like, what I saw in that room when I was interviewing you is entirely different than how the New York Times has presented you. The New York, like I was angry at the way. Wait,
what's the thing about Muslims hiding their opinions? What's it?
Oh yeah, I was doing taqiyya.
Yeah, he was doing taqiyya. That was it. That was it.
I should have told him.
That was he was actually just what he's doing right now is that he's bragging about how good he is.
Yeah, yeah. But like, but they basically were like, why? Like, why? Doesn't that piss you off? And I was like, listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. I call all of those media hits, you know, my terrorism insurance, like, because there are plenty of right-wing papers, plenty of Hasbara outlets that are actively working in real time to make it seem as though I'm like this dangerous figure, this radical terrorist, whatever the fuck, right? So anytime I get any mention whatsoever in the New York Times or in Times 100 or whatever, that like makes those other right-wing papers look ridiculous, look silly in comparison. But the reality is, those are the people that read the New York Times, right? The directors and the marketing managers and all these executives, like they are the people that, I guess, quote unquote, set the agenda for people of above a certain age. But yeah, anyway, the point I was making is like, the director was like, aren't you mad that they just like present you as just like a hot guy and not like your opinions at all? Because it's very clear after talking to you for like 2 hours, it's your opinions and your commentary that has
Hasan actually was just arguing with her. It's like, no, I'm not hot.
Well, my point is like, it was not it was obvious to them after I had a conversation with them, like that it was my perspective that had caused me to develop an audience, which is the truth, and they never actually talk about that at all. You're a clown. Thank you. Wow, New York Times is garbage. But they were even you know, they were even shocked or surprised about the fact that like none of the mainstream media reports on things like people like myself, like all the puff pieces, ever actually feature like my worldview or my opinions on any number of different issues, and it's mostly just like aesthetics. I don't personally care about it necessarily. Like I don't care that they don't actually cover my perspective. because I think that my perspective would be too antagonistic to the way that they have designed the world, the way that they view the world. But you know, that's it. That's I don't know where I was going with this. I'm fucking losing my train of thought. How does that tie back to you saying that the New York Times doesn't hold major influence over power like they used to? Oh, that was the point I was making. Because it's not a real mover and shaker in the sense that like average people are not getting their notes from the New York Times. It's powerful people that work in different industries that are still reading the New York Times, but it doesn't translate to like a broader audience, like an appeal to a broader audience. Do you see what I mean? Like people like yourself, like Amazon delivery drivers aren't like, oh, I wonder what Ross Douthat is saying about fucking Israel. They see it on social media. That's it. I would say that someone like Sneeko might have more fucking credibility in the eyes of like the average person than even a fucking Ross Douthat. Like has a much larger audience than someone like, you know, Brett Stevens or Ross Douthat, which sounds insane to say, but I think that's the truth.
Yeah, but like I don't think like the New York Times is like, and it's a good like metric of like, it is not just like, yes, powerful people read it and influential people read it all over the world, but also like it is like the paper of record for like people, you know, educated people in this country. And there is, to me at least, like a really like it's a the elitist nature of the paper, like the fact that it is like so aggressively surrendered to like its worst instincts on like not listening to its readers, not engaging with like the mass amount of like pushback that they get on a lot of stuff, that like their attitude, you know, they got rid of the public editor years ago. They got rid of I mean, like they have a comment section, and that's sort of like the like where they've like confined it all. But to me, there's like sort of like a more than anything else, what these institutions want is to be able to like balance being able to speak to this many people and being effective at like having that broad of an audience, like, you know, speaking to the educated masses, whatever, but also like remaining in like part of the inside game, that like when you know, when a CEO needs to announce like a major life change or a policy, you know, like for example, Kathleen Wild, who's this woman who's like a very big, like sort of kind of like a shadow power broker type figure in New York City. Like when it is announced that she's like planning to step down, like there's a big New York Times article about that. And like the people who run institutions like that, I think that part of like, if we're going to build a better world, is like, we've got to like agitate for like an educated elite that isn't like constantly trying to play that sort of like court whisperer role. Like that's part of why somebody like Ross Douthat ends up getting elevated, or so many people in their opinion page are elevated, expressing opinions that are just like out of sync with like not just what fucking you can with what like obviously college kids or people like you and me think, but are out of sync with like clearly what the majority of people in this country think.
You can draw a direct line also of success from the New York Times all the way to a $250 million deal for the free press for Barry Weiss. Barry Weiss is at the New York Times. Right. She's fucking annoying. She's playing a role in the New York Times when she's there to like elevate these right-wing thinkers, right? Like that's what she does, constantly chirping about cancel culture, while simultaneously, if you're like of Palestinian descent or think Palestinians are humans, you know, advocating to fire you from your college campus position, while simultaneously, like literally, the hypocrisy is so funny always, like for the Barry Weisses and the Ben Shapiros of the world, where they're like, have made careers talking about how cancel culture is out of control, how censorship is like a leftist regime, and while also simultaneously never skipping a beat, never skipping an opportunity to destroy the careers of like anyone that speaks to the humanity of the Palestinians, or anyone that says anything about Israel that is objectively true. And she went from the New York Times. She couldn't get fired, so that she could launch her like.
Yeah, she tried. People may not remember this, even though it was like barely yesterday. But like she spent months trying to get fired from the New York Times so that she could make herself into a martyr. And the Times, to their like credit, like were like they clearly understood what game she was playing and did not indulge.
Or they just didn't do it because they like people like Barry Weiss.
I think that it's because like because this is like their thread, is that like it's they like or like the balance beam that they're walking as they see it is that like they want to cultivate audiences or voices of people who are like right wing and speak to more than the liberal masses, because like they do believe that they're too lib, that they speak to too narrow of an audience, that they're not, you know, that they're not seeking as much diversity of opinion enough. Like, for example, Barry Weiss, right? Like, she wasn't the editor of the opinion section. She, I think, was given the title of editor, but she was hired by a guy named James Bennett, who had previously been the editor of The Atlantic. And when Bennett came to the New York Times opinion section, the mandate that he had was, we're going to go for big tent different voices. And so that meant that they hired one left-winger, one lefty person, Elizabeth Brunig, but then everyone else, like everybody else that we can examine from that time, you know, for the most part. I mean, I forget if he hired Tressie McMillan Cotton or whomever, but like the clear idea and the thing that they've embraced spiritually and maintained is this idea that, yeah, we're going to support a diversity of viewpoints here. But
And
in effect,
that
what
always is meant,
exactly,
always is meant like permission structure expanding on the right with like a little bit. It's, you know, what's really funny and something that the New York Times and like all these other you know, mainstream credible institutions have always like gotten mad at Joe Rogan over is that, you know, Joe Rogan has like really crazy right wingers on without like holding them to account. And it's like Joe Rogan does the exact same thing. He'll have like one kind of leftist guy on every now and then he'll have like every neo-Nazi on immediately afterwards. Like, it's the same shit. It's no different than what the New York Times has been doing in perpetuity or any number of these.
Like it's the Times has done like a also like and it's not just the Times in this respect, because I also will say that like the New York Times is distinct and it's big and it is unique in media because there's nothing like its size as like a news gathering organization in the US anymore. But like there are a lot of the same kinds of similar headwinds coming from like the higher ups at these institutions, like the Washington Post, for example, where, you know, to your point, it is about like they're trying to expand the tent so largely, but so as to still maintain some kind of distinction from like the Joe Rogan riffraff of the world.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like it's very like, I feel that people like I feel that a lot of these institutions are so obsessed with like how they appear as voices of moderation, and that's a mandate that comes from above. And some institutions are like, you know, the Washington Post, it's gone disastrously for them on the bottom line side, and institutionally morale's very low. And then for others like the New York Times, I think a lot of people like they may be there internally and they may be opposed to it, but like they're not saying anything because like it's the last job, you know, they feel like they got the last chopper out of Saigon. Like they have a job that pays well, that gives them benefits, that allows them to save for kids' college and so on, and lets them live probably in the tri-state area. And it's not a, like, I mean, look, if I had one thought to express in like a real deep way, it's that like I really wish that the people working at the New York Times who have a union, you know, the News Guild, and who have like really for many years resisted letting the union have any input on editorial matters or express their thoughts. Like I wish to God that some of them tried to, you know, collectively organize and express dissatisfaction with when their paper, you know, does things like let its news coverage become this like instrument of Israeli policy abroad.
Yeah, I think that would also unironically do more to preserve the credibility of this paper as well. Like it would allow, in a cynical way, it's kind of like whenever I talk about the Democrats during election cycles, where I'm like, even if you don't care about the fucking depraved actions of Israel, you should still call it out on a partisan basis in an effort to garner support, in an effort to communicate like some semblance of earnesty, because that is what that's how people are viewing this issue now.
Well, that is a good point.
It's the same for the New York Times. Like, even if you are like, no, I love doing propaganda for the fucking ethno state, it's the most important thing that I have to do. If you want some credibility banked later down the line for the next time you want to fucking lie about something and get like power brokers to you know, agree with you, you need a crumb of credibility banked. And in order to get that, you need to fucking separate at a certain point with this unlimited pro-Israel propaganda that you're doing.
I will also say that there is another piece of this that is like worth identifying on Israel specifically, which is that, like, you know, the Israeli like government takes extremely seriously what these organs of the press say and think and do. And they have spent many, many years developing very consistent and aggressive lines of criticism so as to lobby them, like so as to make sure that when the US does, or when, you know, for example, when the New York Times does run an editorial, like, you know, years ago saying, you know, 2 states, like maybe Israel should make some more concessions, you know, pro-Israel donors will have, they will take out a banner ad on the building next to the New York Times building so that it faces the editor's desk. That's a real thing that happened.
Yeah.
And like,
yeah, it's like, it's the same shit they did in Hollywood, where like they would find who the Oscar, like they would track the routes of people who are in the jury pool, I guess, for declaring who's like an Oscar nominee or whatever, or who might get an Oscar, and they would put the for your consideration ads on the fucking pathway, on the roads that these people are taking, knowing full well that this will like influence their decision in some way. It sounds crazy, it sounds stupid, but like it plays that role in isolating a lot of these people who are already personally completely sheltered from the average person's opinion. It causes them to isolate even further. This isn't to say that they're victims, mind you, okay? These guys are educated enough to see exactly what you're seeing, but I think all of the decision making it revolves around their own personal careers, and then when they see stuff like this as well, and all of the fucking cocktail circuits they're going to are like, where they're surrounded by not average people that have a conscience on this, but instead people who are invested in doing propaganda for Israel. They end up having this like completely distorted view of everything that's going on. Anyway, let's take a look at the BBC, which is another horrible propagandist for the state of Israel. Israel says it will open Gaza aid corridors after international pressure. You know, there's only so much intentional child starvation murder that the public can fathom until the pressure mounts to a degree where these Western politicians have to come out and be like, this is too much baby murder for us, dog. Remember, and I've said this since day one, Israel has realized that given how America has always operated in its wars, Israel has realized that they can get away with saying collateral murder is fine, even if it's like 10x whatever they've targeted, whoever they've targeted as like a reason for why they've blown up like an entire city block, right? 10x, 20x, 30x, 50x collateral murder is perfectly permissible in the eyes of the rest of the Western world. But there is one thing that is undeniable, which is denying aid. Okay, whenever they deny aid too much, and the impact of that aid denial becomes obvious, they have to fucking turn around and do something. They have to move in the other direction. What is this? I saw a graph today to show the number of rapes in Europe over the last 2 years, and how every country besides Poland, the only one with closed borders, has gone up to double-digit thousand, but Poland went down by 1,000. What's your take on this?
My take on this: you are racist.
Well, it's just like, it's just incredibly stupid. First of all, I have no idea where the graph you saw, but also, rape statistics vary from country to country. Like countries that consider individual instances of rape, even if it's from the same perpetrator towards the same victim, like in places like Sweden, are logged as individual acts of rape, as opposed to many other countries that don't do that, right? So whenever they change something about the way that they calculate sexual violence, it seems like the statistics jump up dramatically. There is no direct correlation, even if correlation does not mean causation. There's no direct correlation with like immigration increasing and then rapes going up as a consequence of that. It's just a way for a lot of people to justify having their racist opinions be validated, to say, oh my God, like immigrants are coming in. Also, it's ironic to say Poland does not have any migration whatsoever, because what the fuck where do you think the Ukrainians went? Like that if you don't consider Ukrainian refugees to also be migrants in a country, you're kind of giving the game away without realizing that you're giving the game away. Why is it that they're not considered migrants or refugees? Is that because they are white? Is that the reason why they're not considered migrants or refugees? But the only people who are fleeing violence from Middle Eastern countries in the global south are considered migrants and refugees? Is that what it is? Do you understand? Anyway, just letting you know that a lot of that information is used
well, like if a lot of
justify the fears that people have.
Also, like if a lot of like, it's not a coincidence that this question's asked about Poland specifically, and then like one of the new favorite like blue check like Nazi like video content genres that they like to share now is this like, have you ever noticed how Poland is, everybody's here having so much fun? Like, what do you notice about all these people there? Do you notice anything about why they're all smiling and so happy? And it's because obviously everybody in the video is white, and that's supposed to mean something.
Yeah, no, for sure. I don't know what the Polish classification of sexual violence looks like as well, but I would assume instantly that with what I know about the way that different countries in Europe classify sexual violence, I would suspect that they probably have a different method for tabulation, which leads to a lower number overall. I appreciate you explaining that to me. I'm ignoring your weird chatters. I seem to have strange opinions when a chatter asks a curious question about politics. It's because many people that come in with this kind of take are most likely not actually just curious, but they're simply trying to propagandize a right-wing, white nativist, reactionary position, especially by bringing up Poland to be like, no, you don't understand.
Yeah, Poland these days, because Poland is like experiencing meaningful economic growth, and by 2030, actually before 2030, will be a richer country than the United Kingdom. Like, it has become like this like very aggressive stand-in for people who want to talk about like Western and white civilization in Europe.
Which is ironic because Polish people in Western Europe are considered the fucking rapist migrants. Ironically enough, like Polish migration into the UK played a major role, a formative role in Brexit. So that's why it doesn't make any fucking sense when white nationalists now use Poland as this like supposedly utopian society. Also, it's not like every rape is done by an immigrant and done to a non-immigrant. If rapes are increasing, the risk factor is still people around you, and people non-immigrants are more likely to be raped by another non-immigrant. Crime is more often committed by proximity. Yeah, exactly. No, for sure. It's like the black on black violence method. This morning I read a story in Mother Jones. It was a really crazy story about like police departments that charge children for false reporting rapes that really did happen to them, and there's a documentary made about it. It's really it's like harrowing shit, and it's like, of course the Mother Jones story was focusing on this one, like this poor fucking woman who as a teenager was assaulted repeatedly by her adoptive father. And stop making excuses for gape. I hate sexual violence no matter what the race. So immigrants get a pass on grape.
Yo,
first of all, dude, you can say
stop
rape.
biting the whitest kids you know. Okay, that they did that sketch way better than the grapist. Okay, like don't.
No, this is like TikTok speak.
Oh yeah, I know it's unalive. I know I'm being
unalive. Grape. It's like, dude, you're talking about an adult topic. Okay, you want to be intentionally obtuse about what I'm saying. Okay. You can have the dignity to call it rape instead of grape, okay?
Or do what the other guy did, which is the normal thing, which is just to like use the star if you don't want it to get flagged, or I don't know.
Yeah.
Just doing the like the similar sounding word thing, or the fucking like newspeak unalive stuff I can't take.
It's like, oh, so immigrants get a pass on grape? No, they don't. Okay, I'll get banned. No, you don't. No, you won't. I'm telling you. If you already got your point across here. We already understand why you said this. You said this to be intentionally obtuse. You tried to imply a thing that I did not say. You tried to imply, or not even imply. You made a statement that claims that I think immigrants get a pass on rape. I do not believe this. I've never said this. There's never been a moment where I've said this. But you want me to say this. It would be better for your position overall if that's what I was saying, or if that's what I was thinking, or if other people believe that that's what I was saying and thinking. That's the reason why you said it. Okay? And if you're gonna do that, you might as well use the word rape instead of grape. Okay? Use some big boy words. Anyway, having said that, that was not my point at all. That's not my position at all. There's never a point that I've ever made. And you had to fucking fantasize about a point that I didn't make because you think that this will favor your argument here. Okay?
When's this BBC segment from?
This is from 5 hours ago.
In the last hour, the Israeli military has announced a pause in fighting in 3 areas for humanitarian purposes. Now, this is the scene looking into Gaza from Israel. The IDF says starting today, between 10 a.m. and 8 p.m. local time, there will be a pause in military activity in Al-Mawasi, Deir al-Balah and Gaza City every day until further notice. It is to allow the safe passage of United Nations and humanitarian aid organization convoys. Now, Egyptian TV has shown these pictures of aid trucks lining up at the border before moving off, driving towards the Gaza Strip. The Israeli move, which includes opening so-called humanitarian corridors, comes after mounting international pressure and warnings of mass starvation of Palestinians in the territory. The Israeli military says its planes also dropped 7 packages of aid into Gaza earlier this morning, containing flour, sugar and canned food. The IDF released these pictures of that, but the aid agencies say the method is inefficient, dangerous and a distraction. Israeli troops have boarded a boat that was trying to bring aid to Gaza by sea. The pro-Palestinian Freedom Flotilla coalition said the vessel...
Wait, can Israel just unilaterally stop fighting in an area without ceasefire? Yes, of course they can, because they are the perpetrators.
And they, by the way, the unilateral thing is kind of like it's like Israel can do it unilaterally because they have the power to do it. But like when they do it unilaterally, it's also not something that can be that stable or last for a long time, because like Hamas is not like if you're not negotiating with the other side, or if you're not agreeing on like a shared understanding of what it is, then like you can say that you stopped doing something, but how the fuck can anybody like verify that what you're doing is actually like a cessation of activity? I mean, like Israel announced, I don't know if this was the same thing, like if this is the same set of part of the same announcement that was made yesterday about how like they're not going, like they're ceasing operations or whatever, like they're lifting like a curfew or whatever it was, about like in areas where they are not operating currently, which is like, you know, weasel words. Like they still allow themselves, even in this unilateral action, like enormous latitude to do whatever they want when they want it. That's the benefit of doing it unilaterally, is that you don't have to abide by any demand that, you know, somebody else made of you. You just do what you think is in your best interest at that moment. And clearly Israel has decided that getting screamed at by the entire world for a week or 2 on end, because now everybody realizes the starvation shit is real. You know, like they've decided like, all right, we can lay down the arms for a bit.
Yeah, we can let in like a crumb of aid beyond the intentional death traps that we've set up, because people have seen too many starving dead children, like too many starving dead babies. So we just have to move on a little bit. It's gross. It's a gross calculation, but don't take my word for it. Let's hear what, where is it? Benjamin Netanyahu himself openly state this. Where is it? Hold on. I had it here somewhere. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, speaking in Hebrew, and that's how you know this is for the Israeli public consumption and not the Western world, is explaining how he is now being forced to allow minimal humanitarian aid into Gaza. Let it be clear that we will achieve our goal and destroy Hamas, he said. Let's take a look. I'm in Mitzpe Ramon after visiting the Ramon Air Force Base, where I thank the Air Force commander and the wonderful air and ground crews for the wonderful announcement they made in Operation Amkal Avi. We continue to fight in the Gaza Strip first and foremost. We have casualties. We also have wounded. I send condolences to the families and may the injured recover. But let it be clear, we will achieve the goal. We will eliminate Hamas. To complete this goal, both of eliminating Hamas and freeing our hostages, we are advancing in the fighting and conducting a campaign of waiting. In any path we
sorry, that was that time.
We're conducting a campaign of waiting. In any path we choose, in any path, we will have to continue to allow the entry of minimal humanitarian supplies. We have done this until now, but the UN is making excuses and lying, saying I'm not allowed to enter with humanitarian supplies. Granted, there are open labors, there always have been, but today it's official. There will be no more excuses. We will continue to fight, and we will continue to act until we achieve all of our war goals.
Yeah,
until we complete victory.
He's speaking to his right flank here because, like, Netanyahu's job, like, the reason Netanyahu is in power is both because he's a devious motherfucker, but he's also like he represents a compromise between like the two prevailing like political factions in Israel, who are not who don't neatly correspond to specific parties or even like left or right at this point anymore, just because of how devolved and degraded the state of Israeli society is. But it's about like the people on the religious right and the settler establishment who clearly have they want to go balls to the wall with everything everywhere all the time, whether it's the West Bank destruction and displacement, which continues apace, or it's the complete eradication of all life in Gaza. Take your pick. And then there's another side of this which wants to continue and, as he said, escalate the campaign against Hamas and all this other stuff, but also is perhaps a bit more cognizant of the international complications that arise from an unyielding campaign of destruction against civilian infrastructure and life. And when Netanyahu is when you see him do a video like this, he's talking to one side of the faction. He's talking to one part of the tent that needs to be, they don't need to be, because they'll see this video and call him boged, they'll call him a traitor.
They'll call him a traitor. They'll call him Hamas. They'll call him a Palestinian, like Chuck Schumer. I mean,
this is part of why though, this is related to why they do so much regional war. Why it is that they expand the conflict into Lebanon, they expand the conflict into Syria, they expand the conflict in wherever they can, they bomb Iran, etc. Because the only way to sustain the continuing contradiction, which is that Netanyahu is unpopular, but he's also the only political figure in Israel who can synthesize these two different totalizing these two different factions that have totalizing violent fantasies of how Israel can remain safe and Israel or whatever. This is what he's got to do. One question I do have though, or at least one thing that remains unclear to me is again, what I was saying earlier about the next day stuff. They get through this aid starvation thing, they restart letting in trucks or whatever, and it turns out that the starvation tactic with the genocide is not one that they can continue to do. What comes next? Are they just gonna try? Are they gonna attack Iran again? Are they gonna kick up war in Lebanon? What is the thing that they're gonna do to justify the continued?
There will come a day when the dust is settled and Western, when NGOs will be able to make assessments of the actual calculated human toll. And when that moment comes, it's fucking over. That is basically an atom bomb for Israel. And I think that Israeli officials recognize that. I think that the war cabinet understands, Benjamin Netanyahu understands that.
Yes.
There's no propaganda that you can do when Western journalists enter the strip and they showcase the full extent of the death and destruction campaign. And we look at the real numbers, not the unimaginably conservative underestimate from a crippled healthcare system within the Palestinian health, within the Gazan health ministry, but the actual numbers. When that happens, the actual death and destruction, when that happens, it's over. No one will people already have dropped Israel completely. It's already a pariah all around the world. It has been a pariah in the global south forever, since its inception, because many people understand the role that Israel plays for American interests. Having said that, it's also become a pariah in the only areas around the world that Israel cares about, which is the Western world. It's not a pariah amongst the political class or maybe the media, but it is certainly a pariah amongst like regular people. So it's done. And once Western investigators can go and look directly, once Western investigators can go and look at directly the human toll here, the death toll here, the real numbers here, it's extra over. And I think they understand that, which is why they can't have a long and continued ceasefire, because people are going to start saying, okay, now we have to come inside. And
the Israeli and American answer to this problem also is to like continually emphasize the idea of like, well, the leverage we can use to get Israel to end the war is something like a regional peace. Like we will continue to, like, Israel will stop doing this, or Israel will back off, and Israel can avoid perhaps the kind of ultimate, like, you know, let's call it fatal blowback to the state of Israel that would arise from like letting some transparency in a real way to Israel, into Gaza. Like they're going to basically try and get like Arab governments to say everything that's happened is fine, and they're going to try, or that like Israel can be normalized and all this now, and that like that piece of leverage and getting the Gulf Arab states to underwrite the tab of reconstruction will be like the way that they settle this, because it'll have been like, no take backsies, we've already figured out like what the solution here is. Like it doesn't matter that you guys want to send an investigator, it doesn't matter that you guys want the ICJ, you know, like indictment to be expanded, it doesn't matter, we've created a new geopolitical reality. I'm still highly skeptical that is possible, because I don't believe that like as necrotic and strategically inept in many respects as a lot of these Gulf Arab states I feel are, I also think that they are conscious enough that, like, you know, if they give the keys to Al-Aqsa to like the settler movement, for example, that may be something that could be that could be part of a destabilizing force among many other factors in their own countries.
Yeah, that's it. That's the delicate tightrope that they're always on, because like they realize that their populations are unimaginably resentful for good reason towards Israel in perpetuity, but they also, the only way for them to maintain their power, their grip on power as monarchies, is through unlimited security commitments from the West. And that's the reason why they have to, behind closed doors, say like, do whatever you want to Gaza, we love Israel, whatever. But in public, they have to at least make it seem like they're defending the Palestinians, even though it's becoming clearer by the day that they have no interest whatsoever in defending the Palestinians at all. And if that resentment boils over and it gets to a certain point, like Egypt is a great example of this, where like Egypt is just, I think Egypt is a ticking time bomb. Okay, I think it's a powder keg.
It is unreal. I agree completely.
Yeah. The Egyptian population is, I suspect the Egyptian population is insanely frustrated at this point with what the Egyptian government is doing to defend Israel's interests by directly prosecuting its own citizens that want to help, right? There is very little, like, there's no amount of like American weapons, American money, and American support that will allow the Egyptian military to continue keeping the country stable.
I think a great example of how like Egypt's weird position was that deal that they cut with the UAE to like sell all that essentially like oceanfront land to get a tremendous bailout to help them meet IMF obligations. And it just sort of tells you that like countries that have as many people, that have as large of a military, and that are as geopolitically important, getting bought off like that in like such a naked way is like, that's not it's not a harbinger of long-term stability. Like that tells you that things there are actually probably pretty delicate.
Yeah, on July 25th, a group named Iron 17 stormed the state security's headquarters at the Masara police station in Cairo, detaining several security personnel for hours, Videos filmed show the group condemning the closure of the Rafah crossing, a lifeline for Gaza's besieged population, and the arrest of activists collecting aid for the enclave. Their message was end the genocide in Gaza and stop repressing Egyptians. That's it. Like, this is going to continue happening with greater frequency, and it will get to a point where it yields. It will get to a point where it will turn into a rebellion if they continue saying like, oh, we're not going to do anything. We're not going to do anything.
There's another thing here. I saw a chatter mention this, and it's also true, which is about like a lot of one of the biggest factors that people aren't really considering yet. And it's understandable why, because it's very difficult to, but it's about climate change. And that is in Egypt, that is extremely important, both because of the issues of the Nile. There's a new dam built in Ethiopia that's also poised to like set against like not a knock on Ethiopia for building the dam, but just that like it's getting more, like, resources are not getting simpler there, they're getting more complicated. Yeah. And then you have obviously on top of like all of the infrastructure for climate resilience that all of these countries are going to have to invest in at the same time that like the UAE is trying to like entrench Dubai's status as like the, you know, crossroads / money washing machine of the world. And it's not like, again, these are contradictions that like they don't necessarily end with like the collapse of like the regional order or something so smoothly, but it does suggest that there are like a lot of fucking problems that none of these governments have a particularly cohesive, you know, have a particularly coherent set of ideas about how to resolve. I mean, the most that we see they're doing in this is that like maybe they're dialing back some of the Neom line city, like some of the more crazy adventurous stuff or whatever.
Yeah. George Ibrahim Abdullah said that Greta's coming from Sweden to break the siege while Egyptians are doing fuck all, and he's not wrong. Yeah. I think that the Arab populations are seeing what their leadership is doing, or their lack of response, and their role in this as like a protectorate of Israeli and American interests in the region, while the rest of the world is like doing more. Where you got like white Christian Europeans doing more than the Egyptian government or all these like Gulf states. It gets to a point where people are gonna be like, what the fuck what's happening here? Like, what are we doing here? They're not comfortable enough.
Also, Egypt,
their finances, they're not comfortable. They are experiencing the same kind of volatility that you were talking about with like climate change, economic destabilization born out of climate change as well. That also allows this to be allows there to be too much resentment and enmity. Like, there needs to be a pressure valve for these people, and eventually that's what's going to happen. Like, George Floyd was simply the catalyst, but people were already frustrated because of a multitude of different factors, whether it be lockdowns, whether it be the economic instability that we're experiencing. And all it sometimes takes is like one catalyst for people to say, it's over. It's the breaking point. We've reached it. Fuck you. And go out and protest on the streets.
And let's also say,
successfully create a rebellion.
Let's also say the closest that Israel has come to falling, like the closest in its history when it was at extreme peril in 1973, at least in the last half century, it was because of the Egyptian army. I think that there's a real, like, it's, you know, there's a real like part of why Egypt has historically needed to be weak from the Israeli strategic point of view is because Egypt is the only one of Israel's neighbors that by itself could develop the military capacity to actually take down the Israeli regime.
Shit. Oh shit. Old Barry, he came out.
Oh, well,
wow.
At least he first, well, listen, at least we now know what he's saying about the hostages.
Oh, wow.
Wait, what's the article he shared?
Old Barry, dude. Wait, maybe he wrote it.
No, this is the.
Oh no, this was the
investigation.
Gazans are dying of starvation.
Wait, go back. What was the first link that he shared though?
This is it, I think, right?
No, it's
Jose Andres. People of good conscience must stop the starvation in Gaza. That's his buddy, Jose. I went to his restaurant when I was in Vegas. Bizarre Meats. Yeah. While a lasting resolution to the crisis in Gaza must involve a return of all hostages and the cessation of Israel's military operations, these articles underscore the immediate need for action to be taken to prevent the travesty of innocent people dying and preventable starvation. Hey, everybody, suck my dick.
Hold on. Barack Obama is supposed to be a good writer. Action to be taken to prevent the travesty of innocent people of dying of preventable starvation. to prevent the travesty
Dog, he's
of innocent
he's hit
people
hard
dying
times.
of preventable.
He's hit hard times.
Prevent.
Okay, first of all,
That's just good writing.
his marriage is in turmoil. Okay.
Maybe you should work on preventing that.
Jennifer Aniston is not throwing it back like she used to. That's another issue. Okay. And last but not least, it's really hard for him to say something mean about Israel or even remotely critical about Israel 22 fucking months into
Let me be clear.
goddamn genocide.
I want to have a showbiz career. I want to produce things. I want to make movies, make films.
Yeah.
And we all know who runs Hollywood. We all know who runs Hollywood. It's no
Yeah.
joke.
He does. That's true. He is a Jew hater.
That's
Yeah.
actually that's actually been the long
yeah.
game. This
Yeah.
is like his
Listen, I as the #1 Jew hater.
Listen, is everybody's seen that photo of me with Rashid Khalidi 30 years ago? And listen, I've been practicing African American taqiyya this whole time.
Yeah, Muslim taqiyya. He is a Kenyan Muslim after all.
Gotta.
This is great. Aid must be permitted to reach people in Gaza. There's no justification for help keeping food, water away from civilians. Yeah, Obama finally, Barry O, dude, he did it. Obama.
That's what that Tommy Veter tweet was prepping us for.
Yeah.
It was like, don't get on your high horse.
Oh my God, you're joking, but like, I don't think that's a joke. I think that might be literally why.
Well, listen, Tommy Veter is a former spokesperson for the National Security Council at a time that it was drone striking so many civilians we lost count for a bit there. He knows a lot about high horses and when to get off them.
Yeah. Jose Andres, people of good conscience must stop the starvation in Gaza. Damn, Jose also an anti-Semite of the week.
I mean, but he's had like his I mean, in his case, I will say that like this is even a little bit like sad because like his staffers have been killed.
Yeah, his friends,
they've been blown up, and he's not.
People he knows were murdered by the Israeli state while they were literally there. I will say this over and over again. Listen, Jose Andres, massive liberal. I think he's overall a good dude, sure, okay, and his food was great when I went to his restaurant. But like, he was sent, World Central Kitchen was sent into Israel and then into the Gaza Strip to operate within the Gaza Strip specifically to do the same kind of propaganda that the American state was trying to do, to claim that Israel is allowing aid in. How can you say Israel's not allowing aid in? Look at this beloved figure, Jose Andres, and his beloved, his beloved World Central Kitchen. Okay, that is the reason why he went in with obviously the Israeli go-ahead, handshakes and photo opportunities, and he went in and he set up the World Central Kitchen inside of the Gaza Strip. They were engaging in, of course, as every aid worker has to in the Gaza Strip, deconfliction with the Israeli military, and they still triple tapped his fucking staffers.
Listen, it's because you may not know this, but WCK, okay? WCK,
Yeah.
World Central Hamas.
Oh yeah, the K for Hamas.
The K for Hamas, yeah.
Yeah. And in any case, like, he obviously changed his outlook quickly after that. So he has been an outspoken advocate since Israel killed his staffers. So this is not surprising to me at all. But once again, this is another fucking pressure point. This is another pressure point. It's interesting that the Pod Save crew of former Obama people have broken with Obama himself and the Israel lobby and are willing to make arguments both about the morality and U.S. interests with respect to supporting Israel. More signs of where things are going for Israel. Yeah, they happen. Ben Rhodes, Ben Rhodes and Tommy Vitor have been unironically daggering Israel for a while
Ben
now.
Rhodes, I think people should go back and
Also, big anti-Semite.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say there's a New York Times story from about a decade ago that was written by
Self-hating Jew Ben Rhodes.
David Samuels, who's an asshat, and the profile was of Ben Rhodes, and it was like a very like critical profile, but it's like critical in like it's from the right basically, but it's really worth like reading because even people like Ben Rhodes, who are not like fire-breathing leftists by any freaking means, were targeted very clearly by Israel and its surrogates because of Iran. Yeah, exactly, because the Iran deal. And like there was always, and this was again like a failure of Obama's, because he also like his administration kind of like fucked up in the second term in managing the peace process such as it was, just because like they like there's a the journalist Nathan Thrall in his first book, The Only Language They Understand, he cites sources saying how like Secretary of State then John Kerry, he misled both sides, and that there was like a real, there was like American mismanagement of some of those diplomatic relationships. Fine, whatever, but like the key piece of like that second term achievement, right, this diplomatic capstone, was the Iran deal. And rather than use the fact that they were already successfully pushing this Iran deal through the Senate, that they got people like Cory Booker to behind it, like these staunch allies of the AIPAC establishment in DC and so on, there wasn't like that wasn't like a springboard for more interesting and exciting possibilities in terms of trying to pressure Israel, God forbid. It was instead meant to be like the capstone of a victory lap, in the same way, by the way, that Obama's efforts to ease tensions with Cuba were, that he did everything but stop short of the embargo, and obviously because Trump succeeded him, all of that shit was for naught. Iran included, especially, to have done all this stuff to pass the JCPOA and have done none of the necessary political work to actually ensure that it could survive. So yeah, I could imagine that his former staffers, or at least the people who positioned themselves and styled themselves as like the inheritors or the preservers of the best part of his legacy, are willing to say something. They're willing to say that like actually maybe like tethering America's future to Israel as the 51st state was a bad fucking idea.
Yeah, no, for sure. I like I said, that's why I was calling Ben Rhodes an anti-Semite, because of his influence or his role in implementing the JCPOA, which obviously Israel hated. Just like Israel does not want a stable Syria, even if it's directly under the influence of another American ally, another regional player in the region, Turkey.
This is a similar playbook here for Israel's interest to look at Syria in that way. Also Egypt, which is Iraq. Until the Iraq War in 2003, Israel's biggest strategic biggest regional antagonist was Iraq, at least as they saw it. And that's why Netanyahu spoke before the American Congress to say, "Listen, I know something about fighting terror, and we must get Saddam." And they did all that. And it's like, all right, well, look at Iraq now. And it's not the same situation as Syria, but like mostly it is like a playground for competing influences of foreign governments. And in Iraq's case, like Iran has now been able to ironically, considering we were the ones who moved in there, like Iran is now able to project more influence there, just as, in say Syria, for example, you have your friends in Ankara who are trying to be able to project their power as well. But like the thing that is like the common thread there, right, is that both countries, both Syria and Iraq, are so much weaker as states. I mean, they're non-military entities as states functionally, as far as Israel's concerned. They are no more regional threat.
The reality of the matter is, regardless of Saddam's weaknesses or tendencies for violence in its domestic population, ethnic, his management of sectarian tensions was to just fucking kill people and arrest them. If Iraq maintains stability and sovereignty, if Syria maintains stability and sovereignty, in a similar way, in a way that's not dissimilar to Iran, outside of Western interests, and they basically develop themselves as sovereign nation states, I think that Israel would not be able to get away with doing everything that it's doing currently. And that's it. That is the major reason for why Israel wanted all of these other countries that presented a threat to its greater Israel project of death and destruction to be pacified or be destroyed in some way, shape, or form. They don't have to do it to the Gulf states, with the exception of Yemen, obviously, because those Gulf states are completely servile to, they've been domesticated and they're completely servile to American interest, to Western interest. And that's it. That's the reason why they get away with just get away with being able to do their own genocides if they feel the need to do so. And that's the reason why they get away with being able to whitewash or engage in like sports washing and things like that. What were you gonna say?
I think the only thing I would have to add to that really is just that it should mean something about the character of a state if the only way that it can continue to exist as such is if all of the neighboring states to it are like weak and destroyed and rotted entities that are unable to like serve their citizenry, that are unable to serve the people there in meaningful ways. And obviously that's not to say that like Saddam Hussein or Bashar al-Assad were like, you know, perennial nominees for humanitarian of the year, but it is to say that like what has taken their place rather clearly seems like it's meant to serve the interests of people who are not in that country. And it's not something like that's again, like, you know, that's a frame of discussion that's like pretty difficult to have in the United States, just because we still speak in the language of foreign policy moralism, even though more and more all the time it is like these aggressive strategic, like realpolitik or power politics stuff that clearly guide what people are after here.
Yep.
And that's part of what engenders the cynicism, is that it makes people say, if you constantly talk about human rights or why you're doing stuff, and then we have wall-to-wall starving children on the TV for weeks at a time.
Yeah, your word. I mean, I think like America's immediate move to represent itself as the global police in the aftermath of Russia's unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine, and then its unlimited support to Israel after October 7 happening under one president, I think played a big role in the way that even like our Western allies see the United States of America as like the world police, because there are still a lot of people, I think, that just believe that eat up the propaganda. There are definitely people in the populations of these countries that live under the umbrella, under the protection of American empire, that certainly wanted to believe that like, certainly wanted to believe that like America is, it fucks up from time to time, but it's like ultimately a force for good, because the enemies are far scarier and far more evil.
And we provide, and also, but there's another piece of it, which is that like, what do most people in a lot of these kinds of countries like care about? They care about where's their next meal coming from? Where are their kids' next meal is going to come from? How are they going to be able to build a house that doesn't fall on them? How are they going to have healthy and meaningful and long lives? And the Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore. So what states exist that promulgate a theory of how you're going to be able to do that to better the lives of people around you? Remember, there's no Soviet Union anymore, and we're not in a position where it seems like China is trying to advocate like an international like policy ethos that would reconstruct that. That's just not how they think about these issues.
Even if it was to its own benefit, they don't do it in their own fucking backyard. As I constantly point to the Philippines, like they could be engaging in acts of direct destabilization in the Philippines, like
they sell
arm the fucking Maoists,
and they sell arms to Israel. They sell arms to the Indonesian military, which uses them on poor islanders in West Papua New Guinea. I mean, there is a real like, I would say that it's when you have a world without the Soviet Union in it, means that we just have like this liberal international order, which means that like it's the only force that has been able to like credibly advance a case for, well, here is how like things improve for you person there is the boss of global capitalism. It's the United States. And so like there's a lot of people who, because that's the only answer on offer to how do things get better, like they're hoping for it, even if they don't agree obviously with what like the US is doing to support Israel, or even if it means they don't have like a favorable idea or a favorable opinion of the United States or something. But it does mean that like the answer that the US has for all of these things, which is like, we'll help you get your bread up, we'll help you build like strong native industries that will allow you to whatever, like the answers that they have for this, which which are themselves often just lies, of course.
It's going to be really good when foreign capital flows into your country, and by that I mean we're going to give your government money, and they're going to be bribed with like a piece of that money to bring that loan directly back into foreign corporations that will go into the pockets of not even the fucking laborers of said foreign corporations, but instead like the shareholders.
Absolutely. I mean, I think one of the examples that to me I've thought about a lot lately is, of course, just because of like the green like the green transition, is, you know, thinking about like the DRC and thinking about places like KULWIN in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, where again, like the value chain is like it may as well not exist for the people actually picking coltan out of the earth with their hands. Like what promise is made to them?
Yeah. Well, if we improve their material circumstances too good, then it's gonna be too costly to extract these minerals and extract these fucking natural resources that we need for cheap goods, cheap consumer items. So
well,
we can't do that.
And if you want to also like add a little bit to it, like give a bit of historical context to it, like part of the reason that these places don't have the authority or the ability, the domestic integrity to be able to, like again, like develop their resources in their own way, again, to develop in ways that aren't reliant on like making sure that the West will give you money. You know, those futures, those alternate paths that they could have taken were stolen from them because we killed their leaders, because we destabilized their neighborhoods, if not the countries themselves.
Yeah.
And continued to do so because it suited our prerogatives.
Vitor, okay, here, let's just give you the summarization of this conversation. With just 7% of Democrats now saying Israel's war on Gaza is fully justified, Ben Rhodes, who, again, like I said, self-hating a Jewish man, Ben Rhodes, according to Israel defenders, says, why are we giving billions of military aid to a corrupt far-right autocrat engaged in war crimes? Tommy Vitor acknowledges, Democrats are afraid to touch this, but if you can actually make an argument why we should rethink this relationship, and maybe it doesn't make sense to send $3.8 billion a year, which, by the way, interesting number. Who was the who came up with that? Whose number is that? That's weird. Who was the guy?
Who was the president?
Right, that was Obama. That was Obama. Obama's number. 3.8 over a decade on his way out, which we continued, of course, because once there's that money is allocated, that will continue and it'll only increase. Anyway, 3.8 billion a year to Israel to kill civilians in Gaza. I think you'll be pushing an open door. He questioned whether it makes sense to provide a really rich country with $3+ billion in military support per year.
That's a Matt Iglesias line, by the way. He's like, when he's talked about this in the last few months, he makes this point about like, when I interviewed Obama and I asked him about Israel, it was, why do we give so much money to a really rich country? To which I say like, yeah, that is an interesting question on one level, but
well,
like
that's when
it just also is like there's an answer for that, which is that like they do things that we want them to do.
Yeah, that's also when Matty Iglesias had freshly come from his West Bank trip, and he was an anti-Zionist for a little bit. Wasn't there like a brief stint where Matt Iglesias was like, I think Israel's crazy racist?
I mean, it's a really hard thing. I think it's really hard for like warm-blooded, normal human beings to go to the West Bank and to come out of it with any other opinion, you know, unless you're getting like a settler tour. Like, it's a sign if you see that and your experience coming out of it is that what's going on there is anything other than like, you know, a military occupation that's been going on for decades that rises to the level of genocide, frankly, at different moments in time.
Yeah.
Then like you're not like your human card may be revoked, pal. Like, I think you're just not seeing things as they are, and there's something about it that separates you from the rest of us.
That's why I don't yell too much about J Street, even though they're like liberal Zionists. Ultimately, they still inevitably create a bunch of anti-Zionists by doing those West Bank trips. I mean, yourself included.
I was about to say, and Simone, when we were here talking about that, it was part of that experience. The piece of it, though, I mean, granted, I will say, like, J Street has moved away from doing that with younger people. It's just no longer part of it. It's a thing that they did 10 years ago. It's not as dramatically part of their work now. But I mean, that's always why, like, I think if you could, like, if you want to change somebody's mind about this, then like send them to Hebron. You know, let them see what's going on. The host argued that the U.S.-Israel relationship is a political liability tied to forever wars, moral hypocrisy, and authoritarianism. You don't have to be a scholar of history of the Middle East to know that it's cynical when Democratic politicians mouth support for a two-state solution while giving a blank check of support to a government that wants to ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip. Yeah, I mean,
I still don't think like before these guys also become like one staters, we're not going to have this like massive sea change among like people with institutional power that will get to a point where they also don't see like Hamas as like a reasonable counter to all of these things. Because right now, as someone who like constantly tries to understand where people are, like where people's moral compass is on this issue, yes, people are obviously horrified by everything that they're seeing, right? They're obviously horrified by everything that they're seeing, you know, starving children in Gaza. They don't like that. They know that Israel's responsible for it, and they think Israel's fucked up for doing that. They don't like Israel, but they still have, they still haven't made that logical leap into, well, if these guys are this like unstoppable force of ethnic cleansing, then yeah, that breeds response, that invokes some kind of militant reaction, and until they get to that point, and until they like actually recognize that these guys aren't supposed to be perfect victims, and that there is going to be some kind of military reaction, they're still going to eat that bait every time someone invokes the name of Hamas.
I agree, and on top of which also they're gonna like, they're still trapped. I mean, there's a reason, by the way, that like a lot of right wingers, especially like in tech, like that Sean McGuire guy, are now like harping on the word Islamist instead of saying Muslim and stuff, because there remains, I believe, like fundamentally there is a refuse, like the Ukraine stuff just like really highlighted it. Like there's some people we are allowed to see as human, and then there's some people who are just supposed to sit down, who are just supposed to lie down and take it, and that's it. And like, if they, and why are they supposed to lie down and take it? Well, because like their children are going to be, or they're, do you see the coloring books? Do you see the coloring books that they give their kids? Like, it's that, like that is the logic.
There's still so much like there's still so much Islamophobia in America and in the Western world because of the war on terror and like justifying the war on terror, that like the average American still has this like weird position that is inherently contradictory, which it implies that like on the one hand, like Israel's like the inflection point for Israel's military conquest here, while is totally inhumane. It kind of makes sense that they had to react because Hamas provoked them, because they're scary, barbaric, rapist monsters. You know,
I mean, well, that was, I mean, this remains one of the things that I was most agitated about in the immediate aftermath of October 7th, was the number of people, liberals, who kept talking about like, you know, like the systematic rape and all the screams of that word stuff. Because again, like it was very obvious to anybody who's like, you know, who's frankly, whose perspective is not blinded by personal racism or just like the ignorance that comes with having been, you know, come up as a political subject in the time of the war on terror and all that, to recognize that, like, yeah, when you start like labeling all of like these Muslim hordes, so to speak, as rapists and as like, you know, like criminals who are coming to, you know, like destroy your way of life or whatever, simply because they resent it and not because you have kept them walled in with a, you know, like denying them everything from basic construction material to the ability to fish in their own waters, all before October 7th and everything like that. Then like, yeah, you are going to create, you are writing out the international permission slip for something like what, you know, like a genocide. Or
that's
you know,
why
like
I get
mass
so
slaughter.
mad when they like, did you see CNN literally had Mahmoud Khalil on, and they were like, will you condemn Hamas? Will you condemn Hamas? Will you condemn Hamas 22 months into this fucking genocide? After he's already served a 104-day prison sentence that he should not have actually served at all. And it's just so gross, because like the Hamas condemnation demands at this stage are directly trying to create a permission structure for the actions of Israel, like that Israel's gone a little too far, but like, can you really blame them? That's what this is. Can you really blame them for being violent for the past 22 months? Can you really blame them for genocide? Because after all, Hamas is right there. And that's part of the reason why I think it's important for even people like myself and people like yourself to openly state that outside of October 7, okay, outside of October 7, like every single thing that Hamas and the Palestinian resistance has done in defense of the Gaza Strip against the Israeli military is not only legal but also moral. It's legal under humanitarian human rights, international human rights. It's also moral. It's the correct thing to do. Like, what do you mean? It's actually Israel that is engaging in an illegal action even before this genocide, which is a crime of all crimes. Like, Israel going into the Gaza Strip and bombing the Gaza Strip as a belligerent occupier is literally illegal.
And also, by the way, like, Israel's kidnapped Palestinians too. Way more of them than Israelis were taken on October 7th, and they've been doing it for years longer. It's called administrative detention, and it's a process by which they can throw anybody the fuck they want in jail and keep them there. There's a but again, to a Western audience, what is immediately going to scan is like more sympathetic, like, sans context, the person taken from their homes in a night raid by a guy holding an AK-47, or the person who is taken in a relatively sanitized operation by a uniformed person who, you know, is then disappeared into a prison system that you don't hear anything about, and whose families, by the way, aren't able to go on the press and able to talk constantly about the pain of not having them at home, the pain of their arbitrary detention and all this and so on. It's a very, like, part of what I think, in addition to, like, you know, we were talking earlier about, like, what's going to happen when international investigators and people are finally allowed into Gaza, if they are, you know, inshallah, and we were able to determine something, like, we're able to divine something like a picture of what's happened. I also believe that there's got to be, like, a similar kind of, you know, like, it's not going to happen anytime soon, but again, like, the permission space that was just created for people to totally dehumanize Palestinians by, again, like, not listening or examining any context, is, you know, not even considering the Palestinian hostages who have been that way for decades at this point, is it's good. It's part of what has made us less human as a population. It has made us less in touch with what I think it means to be human, what it means to be moral, what it means to feel the pain of other people, and hope that we can alleviate it and build a better world. Like, it's just, we just decided that they don't look like us, they don't live like us, which ain't exactly that true. They play Call of Duty just like us, they want to feed themselves just like us, they want to live in a free and happy world just like us. But we, you know, our society is committed to saying and, you know, demanding the opposite.
Let's take a look at what Senator Lindsey Graham had to say about Israel and Gaza just recently, like on his Sunday Meet the Press circuit that he participated in. And then after that, I'm gonna make my Jewish guest Noah read a Felix tweet because I can't do it myself.
All right. Oh, you read one of my own tweets.
Yeah.
Netanyahu to, quote, finish the job this week. I know that you are in touch with President Trump. You're in touch with Israeli officials. What are you anticipating is going to happen next? What does finish the job mean, Seth?
Oh, yeah,
Well, I talked to Cindy McCain last night. Here's some good news for the people in Gaza. Humanitarian quarters are now going to be open. Israel's going to work with the UN, the World Food Program, to get some food into these people who need it. But I think what the topic we're talking about today is a change in strategy. I think President Trump has come to believe, and I certainly come to believe, there's no way you're going to negotiate an end to this war with Hamas. Hamas is a terrorist organization who is chartered to destroy the state of Israel. They're religious Nazis. They hold Israeli hostages. I think Israel's come to conclude that they can't achieve a goal of ending the war with Hamas that would be satisfactory to the safety of Israel. And if they're going to do in Gaza what we did in Tokyo and Berlin, take the place by force, then start over again, presenting a better future for the Palestinians, hopefully having the Arabs take over the West Bank and Gaza. But I think going forward, Christian, you're going to see a change in tactics, a full military effort by Israel
change in
to take
tactics,
Gaza
very
down
different
like
than
we did in Tokyo and Berlin.
I like that he said a change in tactics, and then he just described the exact tactic that Israel has applied so far as though it's a fucking significant change in tactics. Like, there is no more that they could do in terms of bombing the Gaza Strip. They have already done exactly what he's talking about, which is like Tokyo and Dresden. Okay.
Senator, president.
Which is the reason why I said it is like, here is Representative Dan Goldman says, Gaza is on the brink of mass starvation. Israel and the U.S. and the international community must collaborate to ensure a massive surge of humanitarian relief immediately. This war must end. And let's be clear, Hamas can end it today. Fuck you.
Not true. Not true. All right.
All right. Here's what Felix said.
Israel obviously deserves a Dresden aerial campaign every day for a generation, but we're even more fucking rotten as a country. I can't think of very many places where the elected officials would be surprised that a genocide they facilitated could end up looking bad.
And then he says, as I said before,
I hope this at least causes some aid distributed by someone other than the sociopathic criminals of the Gaza, the GHF. But this whole act is like John Wayne Gacy doing a tearful PSA for missing young men in the Chicagoland area.
Yeah.
I think that's about right. I mean, there is like
I just saw the first thing that he said, which is, you know,
I will say that, like,
given my background.
Yeah, okay. I think one of the things that's just kind of nuts to me is the degree to which it is still persisted among the American political and media class that Hamas could end this if they wanted to. That that lie is to me one of the more like crazy ones that people are trying to pull off in July of 2025. Israel has said that that's not the case. They say it over and over again.
But no one repeats that truth in the Western media, and that's precisely what it is. Like, it's just like this is only talked about here, right? Like, this is I am one of the few outlets that consistently, alongside, like, you know, Drop Site and, you know, Democracy Now, Sam Cedar with the Majority Report, like, there are very, very few media outlets, none of which are mainstream, that actually correctly talk about Israel's role in spoiling the ceasefire negotiations. Zeteo as well. That most people are just completely deluded. They don't even think about it. I don't think. Like, they just don't. They don't care to think about it. I think some people kind of understand it. Maybe they're frustrated. Like, why isn't this happening? Why is there no ceasefire? But if all of these, like, reputable institutions and trusted officials, like all the way from Anthony Blinken to, you know, Witkoff and the Trump administration in unison is saying it's always Hamas that is the responsible party for violating these ceasefire negotiations or not coming to the table and making ridiculous demands without ever revealing what those ridiculous demands are, by the way. Because ridiculous demands are a permanent cessation
what ends
of
up
hostility.
happening, like, and this has been like the way it's worked now for like the last few times that this has happened, has been that Israel and the U.S. like claim like Hamas did something, you know, the negotiations, that Hamas like demanded too much, or that Hamas wanted a pony or something like that. And then you just have to go and look at what Jeremy Scahill says to essentially get like anything, to get the truth, to get anything resembling like an actual like breakdown of what happened there. Because also, by the way, like the Western news media, I think when it comes to sort of, again, it's related to the idea of how, like, oh, well, they're like crazy Islamists, they're not rational people, they're like you know, like they're committed to the destruction of Israel, they this, that, you know, they've all these crazy ideas, and they rely on those like really crude racist assumptions to, you know, suggest like, oh yeah, well, there's no way that we could figure out a cease, you know, that they could, you know, like that a ceasefire could be with them. You kidding me? You know, certainly not.
Phil Gordon, White House, NSC, and State Department under Biden.
He was Kamala's top foreign policy person.
Says, even if this leads to a meaningful change, still obviously to be determined, the Israeli government's decision in March to break the ceasefire, blockade Gaza, and escalate militarily will prove to have been catastrophic. It made no real difference against Hamas, led to immeasurable additional suffering in Gaza, failed to free any hostages, further divided Israeli society. I don't know if is Israeli society that divided.
I mean, it is, but like not in the way that like not in a productive way. I'd put it that way. Like it's divided along the axis of like kill them all and kill them all. You know, like it's not. I would also say that the other piece of like what makes Israeli society is like, it needs this conflict to function because it's also not like it's not a country with a lot of it has extremely high income inequality. It has like it's the what remains of its welfare state within like the 48 borders is like being eviscerated all the time. And by the way, like a fifth of the people who live there are Arabs, and those people are, I mean, like many, like they were already, most of them were not particularly enthusiastic, to put it mildly, about participating in, like being citizens or being subjects of the Israeli state. And many of them now are like, they see no future, no hope whatsoever. So it's like Israel is divided, certainly, but it's divided in such a way so that like it's not like stopping the way that it's like barreling toward this, like, again, like this very like Third Reich style kind of future.
Yeah. This is coming off of Barak Ravid, the Israeli occupying forces' very own Barak Ravid, saying the IDF is going to implement humanitarian pause in the fighting in several population centers in Gaza starting Sunday morning and until Sunday evening to allow the UN and other aid organizations to safe access delivery of aid, Israeli officials tell me.
I also like the phrase population center.
Yeah.
That's like it sounds, it's such a, I mean, it's just insane military jargon.
Yeah. It's truly horrifying what we have done to the Palestinians and what we have allowed Israel to do to the Palestinians, what we've given Israel the weapons to do to the Palestinians. So, I don't know. There's no...
Wasn't there brain rot you wanted to show me?
Well, that was Umama Sume, but that's later in the day. So when you come back from lunch,
yeah, we'll do it.
Still live, that's when I'll do it. Yeah. Nicholas Hawaii says the UN, so the same organization that's being blamed by Israel for mass starvation in Gaza for not distributing aid, is now being entrusted with distributing aid. Strange that. Genocidal state in need of a Hasbara tune-up, which of course was bullshit to begin with. It was complete bullshit when they were like, they're not allowing.
And Dalla.
Well, there was a Wall Street Journal story last year that just like was the big one in the Western press that said that like Israeli sources say.
I'm Israeli, and I can say there's a debate right now in Israel about the starvation. People are really unsure of how it happened and who was responsible, but they don't want people to starve.
Kamti baboker, I woke up and I see the starving.
It's insane that this is the only thing that wakes them up, but somehow it works. So y'all have to keep pushing. Damn, that's crazy. I guess like when you do see the rib cage of a starving baby that died, even Israeli society's like, this is kind of fucked up. We gotta, because like. It's such a 1-to-1 for the Holocaust, dude. It is such a fucking 1-to-1. Like, there is literally the exact same, like, starving baby images from the Holocaust is a 1-to-1 comparison in Gaza right now. It's 1-to-1. I mean, you've seen the images like side by side. It's identical.
I mean, and also like Israel, like they do it in uniforms, but like Israelis are like.
Well, the Nazis had uniforms.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like they've revealed, like they do all this stuff in uniforms, but it's like what they're doing is like the. I mean, it's these insane, bizarre, spectacular acts of cruelty that we're only not seeing, by the way, because because the government in that country had to run a national campaign to remind people that it's a bad idea to post things on the internet that might land you in, courts of justice. Yeah. I mean, that's part of why like the Hind Rajab Foundation and the work they do is, I think, becoming increasingly critical, and is part of why the pressure of this is adding up, because it's like, oh wow, prosecutors are like, detaining Israeli veterans in Belgium for waving Givati flags at a music festival, and it's like that is part of this pressure, as well as the starving children. Like there is a I think that the starvation stuff is just like as a like this, it sounds like horrible, but I do believe it's the case that like as content, it is something that is more touching to the people committing these crimes than like seeing the devastation wrought by munitions. This
is funny. I've been following the Hebrew Haaretz lib comments for the last year or so, and at this point, some of them are single staters because they prefer having a majority of Palestinians and a majority of Haredim and religious settlers, negatively polarized so much against your religious population that you stop being racist. I mean, I don't know how much that.
It's a phenomenon, and that I won't deny, but it is like not
probably marginal. It's probably higher than the number of people who are anti-Zionist, like straightforward.
Well, and
Israel,
again, it goes to what I was saying though before about like inequality within Israel, which is that like a lot of the anti-religious resentment is about like, yes, the control over like, let's say, like policy in the West Bank and so on that they've seen in Gaza that they've been able to exert through like the the kind of soft coups of Smotrich and Ben Gvir. But there is also like a real anxiety and frustration over all of the money that's allocated for like a bunch of people who never learned basic math to just study Torah all day and like collect welfare more or less.
Yeah,
like that's something that is also engendering a lot of resentment.
Yeah, I mean that's been the issue in perpetuity in Israel and like Israeli domestic politics amongst the Jewish population is that you got these welfare queens that don't do shit. And
this clip is nuts.
Trevor Phillips.
But I think that the issue here is we can see demonstrations weekly by Israelis against their own government.
Enough, mate.
And the point I'm really just making is, isn't it a bit unfair to say this is the Israelis as a whole?
Stop it. Stop it, Trevor. What's unfair is what's happening to these babies. What's unfair is that image that you showed us. That's unfair. 1 hour from I've been in Gaza, I've been in the West Bank, I've been in Israel many times. What's unfair is that 1 hour from the hunger, people are sitting down to their unthreatened dinners to turn on the next Netflix soap. 1 hour. So if Israelis want to protest, get in your cars. This is very Bob stuff, I know. Sorry about that. Get in your cars, stuff your cars full of food, and drive through that border and let your own army stop you.
That, or, there's more unique and interesting ways in which many reservists who don't want to fucking tour again could stop that, could make a permanent halt to touring in Gaza. If you're a reservist and you're like, I want to get back to my marketing job and wear my capri pants and listen to the worst psytrance music ever created, then there's the conscientious objectors, and then there are people who could do the Vietnam route. There was
a lot of people went to Canada. I mean, look, a lot of what Israelis are dealing with is that there is no Canada next to Israel that would take them.
I wasn't even talking about that. I was talking about to be fair, Vietnam, it took a long time for people to get there. But
I mean, but at the same time, also like Israel, one thing that's a bit different about like Israel and the US in that context is that like Israel has had this draft for decades, and while like class distinctions within Israel do make themselves felt within the ranks of the army, within the units, I do also think that like a lot, like it's the like sense of buy-in that still persists. I mean, even among people in Israel who might know
Israel's Canada is Cyprus.
That's what I thought. I was almost said that. I thought about that, but then like that, it's because like if you're in Israel and you're like if you're in Israel and you want to get like gay married or
and
like,
you got to go to Cyprus.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, Israelis, like I still see like Israelis post vacation content from Cyprus because I think that's also one of the few safe places for them to go at this point.
Yeah.
But I think that it is like the Israeli army is again like it's the like a lot of stuff would have to happen, I think, before you get to the point where stuff like fragging becomes like an active conversation.
Yeah, which I didn't bring up at all. I was just saying,
I brought it up.
Yeah, I didn't bring it up. I'm doing this. This is what I'm doing. Oh yeah, Mehdi Hasan, or Senator Cory Booker, witnessing the catastrophic hunger and suffering of civilians, especially children, women, the sick and elderly in Gaza has been heartbreaking. The crisis in Gaza must be met with an immediate and drastic surge in life-saving resources such as desperately needed food, water, and medicine inducing. We're all trying to find out the guy who did this. Like, who could it be that allowed this to happen in the Democratic Party, in the Republican Party? Like, how did this happen? It just must have happened magically overnight.
You saw the photo of him trying to hide, right?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, that was
It's our collective moral duty to ensure that humanitarian relief reaches those who need it most urgently. The strategy of Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has not worked. Oh, well, I would say it has worked, because the goal was to murder Palestinians desperately seeking aid in 3 fucking aid zones.
Sorry, you're telling me that hiring a bunch of like roided out mercenaries to like just distribute aid, to not effectively distribute the aid, I'm shocked. I'm shocked.
Yeah. Very odd to acknowledge that a country is intentionally starving millions, then calling them an ally. Maybe Rose being descriptive and not normative, but shouldn't the U.S. not be allies with states that use child starvation as a weapon by definition? Isn't this the take-home lesson here? Yeah, I'm sick of the tired platitude. For an ally like Israel, we must not disagree publicly or in the media. Not when there's mass starvation. This is the time for every American to speak up publicly. Prime Minister Netanyahu, let in the food, medicine, and aid. We must not be complicit.
What does that mean? We must not be, must not be?
I mean, what are we? I think
that's not a thing we can negotiate anymore. It's not a negotiable piece of this.
I need the Thomas Masseys of Congress to start entertaining the notion of like military intervention in Israel, so that these guys will then be like, maybe we should stop the genocide.
That actually, the first that's right. Thomas Massey probably would be the there are a couple like the first to like get a bill through that's like essentially like not just like about cutting off aid, not just about like it's like downgrading the alliance to unfriendly relations, and also like threatening to like send the 82nd Airborne or whatever.
Someone needs to start entertaining that in a position of power, even if they know that it's not going to go anywhere, so the rest of the people have an expanded permission structure to be like, well, okay, military intervention seems a bridge too far, so what we have to do is cut off all offensive and defensive weapons, you know? And yes, I do not believe a Democrat would ever say that. So that's why I'm saying Thomas Massie could be the guy.
Because Thomas Massie he would
yeah, I can see him saying that. So if any Thomas Massie staffers are in the chat right now, you know, go talk to your boy. See if he entertains something like that. I feel like they would just kill him if he
yeah, they would be like, Representative he gets called into the principal's office. Or no, it's like the scene from Goodfellas where it's like Joe Pesci walks into the room, is like, oh fuck, and just gets immediately plugged from behind.
Yeah, that's Pegasus instantly. Instantly, Thomas Massie, Pegasus. Here's a laptop camera of him like masturbating to whatever kind of fucking.
This is you raised though an actual interesting point I've thought about, which is again like the question of like what would be a good pretext for the diplomatic rupture between Jerusalem and Washington, and to me the answer clearly is like when it is revealed that even more than has been demonstrated to be done in the past, that Israel is like actively spying on, surveilling, hacking, and trying to, you know, covertly fuck with American politicians, like elected officials.
Yeah.
And like obviously if that's revealed that they're doing that to like AOC or Ilhan Omar, fine, nobody cares. But again, if they did it to, if like they do it to like a lib, a normal, or they do it to a Republican who's not Thomas Massie, which I suspect they probably do. Like I would bet that.
Yeah.
Then I think that would be a pretty good pretext.
Yeah, like Cory Booker.
Yeah, Cory Booker doing a front-facing camera video. I've just learned that my friend Benjamin Netanyahu has been spying.
Yeah, the strategy of Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has not worked. We must do all we can to address the humanitarian crisis in Gaza as a part of the strategy to save lives, decrease Hamas's influence and capabilities, release all remaining hostages, strengthen Israel's security, and ultimately end this war. These goals are not mutually exclusive, rather they go hand in hand. Of course, here it is. That very same Cory Booker. And I mean, even as recently as fucking like what last week was he when Benjamin Netanyahu was in DC doing media spots with the Nelk Boys. In between that, he was visiting. He was visited by a gaggle of congresspersons from both parties. It was 2 weeks ago. Cory Booker was there. Could you have not potentially talked about that? Oh, also, here's Channel 12, apparently, for the first time ever, mainstream Israeli TV has covered the hunger in Gaza. So I guess that's the reason why Israeli society is like in a state of panic as well. Not out of like self-preservation in the way that like cynical liberal Zionists do when they say like, oh, you know, we have to do it right with our beautiful secular IDF. But instead, like, maybe there is definitely, maybe there is people who are just looking at this and going, I don't think this is appropriate. This looks a little too close to the Holocaust. And it has to be stated, I'm not relying on reports out of the Gaza Strip. I speak daily with quite a few Gazans, and I can tell you about what they tell me personally over the phone. People who haven't eaten for days, nothing goes into their mouths for entire days. When they do eat, the offer is horribly meager. For example, it might be just lentils for days on end. We're talking about weakness, dizziness, people reporting that they've lost dozens of kilos. And I have to tell you, while responsibility, of course, lies with, of course, the responsibility lies with Hamas.
Of course, the responsibility lies with the party that has no power whatsoever to let in aid.
Yeah.
No ability whatsoever. The responsibility lies with them.
Yeah, because Hamas, they're there. And
but Gam also Israel.
Yeah, they could potentially eat some of the aid, which is why we have to keep starving children and keep killing them. But it also lies with Israel, he says. Wow. In this sense, it must be sad, in the bluntness, most unequivocal way, even if enough humanitarian aid gets into Gaza, and that's what they'll tell you in Israel, even when enough food enters the Gaza Strip, and it's true, it may very well be true. The problem is in the distribution mechanism. It's broken. It's failed. So tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands ultimately do not get the food. To get any food in those distribution hubs in southern Gaza, you need to be a man, a strong man, and also be bulletproof as well. And also not only bulletproof, but also tank shells.
Well, it sounds like what he's winding up to say is that like you have to be willing to like fight against a mob to get it.
Yeah, and willing to go in and fight in order to get food, and even then you might not succeed. People in northern Gaza have a very hard time getting food. In the markets, it must be said, the prices, in my opinion, are the most expensive on the face of the earth. This is true. There's no place in the world where prices are so high. And remember, we're talking about Gaza, where people there are focused on only one thing, 24 hours a day, looking for food, and simply can't get it. That's the situation. We need to grasp reality as it is. Yeah. It's, yeah, the way I see it is like that's the last part of this equation is the whole like but Hamas narrative needs to fucking go away, and once that goes away, it's over. It's
because
done.
like that's the only thing that's like got people left, is that it's like oh well, there is somebody even worse than Israel in this situation, and it's Hamas. And that like once you've already given up the idea, it's like all right, like well Hamas at this point is like not like really like they don't pose like an active security threat to Israel. And to the extent that they're resisting, it's pretty clearly because Israel continues active military operations that result in constant loss of civilian life. So there's no like all that's left is holding people is the fact that like Hamas, you know, kids books or whatever like are like inappropriate. That's the extent of it, but which I'm not even gonna like bother from.
And that does unironically stem from unlimited Islamophobia, and also like the decades of dehumanization of the Palestinian population in general, because like it's a way to say all Arabs or all Palestinians without saying it. That's precisely what they're doing, and that's the intention, and that's precisely why like when Israel does this kind of thing. There are still plenty of people who go, well, they kind of deserve it. You know, people act as though there is a world of difference between someone saying, oh, innocent civilians deserve to live, but Hamas, and people who say there are no innocent civilians because Hamas. There is functionally no difference. And there is no difference within the Israeli calculation, like the Israeli military calculation, and there's certainly no difference within that framework as well, like within the way that people propagandize here, where they go, oh dude, you just gotta, what can you do? You gotta starve some people, otherwise Hamas. That's it.
Was intercepted in international waters. Video footage showed activists on board with their hands up as soldiers took control before the feed cut out.
This is interesting though. New York Times, no proof Hamas routinely stole UN aid, Israeli military officials say. Like, this is internal. We were talking about this off stream last night. Like, this seems like internal conflict within like the secular side of the IDF versus like the religious forces in the country.
I mean, it is also because if you end up like, if you have reached the point where you're now at like Gazans, like there's no more food left in Gaza. There's no more ability for, you know, Gaza. Like you can't say that this like Hamas is what's the problem in the food distribution anymore. And people are dying to know, literally dying to know, like, well, then what is it? What is going on? And what was wrong before that we had to upset this? Like, eventually, yeah, the New York Times probably is going to be able to get a couple of people to say on.
It's not the New York Times. It's Israel that is saying.
No, but I'm saying
that's why I'm saying it's interesting.
But I'm saying that the New York Times is able to get, in this case, 4 on background quotes from Israeli officials who are communicating this. And they're evidently officials of such seniority or authority that the New York Times is willing to, willing to run with it on their say-so. In direct contradiction with what the Wall Street Journal and other outlets reported last year, citing what else? On background Israeli government and military officials.
Dude, by the way, there is something so fucking gross that, like, I'm not trying to be like Mr. Woke here, but there's something so openly supremacist about the New York Times refusing to ever cover the Palestinian perspective, or when they do, say it's a Hamas perspective, it's a terrorist perspective, and then only accepting the framework when it's Israel that says it.
Oh, like, yeah, well, I mean, it's great. Like, do you think, I mean, it's like the
every humanitarian aid organization, every single fucking Palestinian and the rest of the planet, every single person that you meet on the street could recognize this reality, and the New York Times will not cover it until someone who's fucking Israeli says it. Okay, only then is it the truth.
Who's fucking an Israeli?
Someone
that was
who's
a joke. I think the thing to me that's a piece of it, at least, is like what happened with the BBC, where they did this like huge investigative thing. They had a huge story, and then they pull it. They say, we're not running this, and it's because the subject, or it was released, but then they pull it after the fact, and it was this they pull it because, oh, the person we profiled is like the child of an agricultural official in a Hamas-run government or whatever. Yeah. And it's like, yeah, the BBC has no problem whatsoever like using as sources or using as characters in a story Israeli, the children of Israeli government officials, or
or directly Israeli government.
Exactly. Like this is a double standard thing.
Yeah. For sure. It's just like, can you imagine Abu Ubaidah like going on CNN to be like, what are you doing? Like, they're fucking raping and pillaging our people. Like, of course we have to resist against them. Because that's the equivalent. And by the way, I'm not saying Abu Ubaidah is a scary figure here. I am stating that he is on the right side of this fucking dynamic. Like, there is not even a moral equivalence between Abu Ubaidah and fucking a random Israeli envoy like David Lammy or Jonathan Concuncrius or whoever the fuck goes on. Hagari, Rear Admiral General Hagari, going on fucking CNN. Like, he's literally on the right side of this, okay? Members of the resistance against the Israeli genocide, prominent figures of the resistance against the Israeli genocide are on the morally correct side of this genocide. They are defending the victims, okay? That's it. Yeah, when is Abu Ubaidah going on the fucking Nelk Boys podcast?
Dude, I want to see Steiny and Abu Ubaidah link.
Yeah, link up and build.
They need to.
He's probably a fucking Zoomer. Like, there's no way I'm pretty sure he's like maximum like 27.
I mean, at this point, I'm not sure they have many people older enough left to take that job.
Yeah. He's probably got a decent understanding of I could talk to him about fucking who his favorite content creators are. I'm sure he has opinions on it.
He had that line about, like, I mean, I still think one of the things that a lot of people, particularly in the media, discount is how well Palestinians and how well people in Gaza understand Israelis and Israeli culture. And one piece of that is, again, that, like, when, the Israelis announce a new operation that
they're saying he's 40. I don't believe it.
And they say that, like, oh, Israel's launching operation thing from the Bible. And, like, they're, like, again, they use the language. Ubaidah in that speech that was released recently talks about how people like they're using the imagery and the rhetoric of the Bible to mask like their Nazi activities, using that word as well. And I find that to be like these people have they've got, the leadership has they understand what Israel's doing. And I think if the media were ever to bring them on in that kind of clear way, they wouldn't have like these scary people screaming in English like "death to the Jews" on CNN. They would be talking, and they would be expressing what they say already in Arabic and speaking to their own public, making the points about like the rot in Israeli society, and that would be brain breaking for a lot of these people. The idea that like there is a, I mean, I know that it certainly is for people I know whom I talk with in my own life about this, that like, actually, no, these aren't like, these people don't live and speak like a fucking parody of how you think, you know, Muslim extremists all sound. Like they have like a pretty sophisticated understanding of what the moral rot looks like.
And ironically enough, the ones that do actually speak the way that you think all like Muslim resistance figures do are, and have actually done the heinous crimes that you attribute to like Hamas, are now running the fucking Syrian government. Like, there are people like that out there.
That is true.
They're allies. They're fucking America's allies. What are you talking about?
Or they're like that guy, the fucking like thug that who doesn't know how to read and write, who supposedly wrote a Wall Street Journal
Abu
op-ed.
Shabab is like a fucking, the last education he had is like 2nd grade. Okay, he is not literate, and apparently he wrote a fucking column for the Wall Street Journal opinion. Abu Shabab dropped out of elementary school, can't read or write Arabic, let alone this fluent level of English. The Wall Street Journal allowed the IDF/Mossad to write an op-ed on behalf of an ISIS-linked gang leader and convicted drug dealer. The answer is yes.
And the answer is also that literacy is not a requirement to write for the Wall Street Journal
and
opinion.
This is the Israeli newspaper, I-24 News, saying an illiterate former thief with ties to ISIS in Sinai. Who are you? Yasser Abu Shabab. He was previously arrested for drug trafficking and escaped from prison when the fighting began. According to sources, he was an arms smuggler with ISIS in the Sinai. He founded an armed militia in coordination with Israel. It's fucking crazy. It is crazy that like Israel has openly tapped this fucking freak and his brigade. Hamas is still smoking those motherfuckers, by the way, in the strip. And you have people going, oh, I don't know, man. It was just like Hamas is ISIS, right? Like, remember what Israel was saying? It's like, no, this guy's literally ISIS. Like, what are you talking about? And he's working with Israel. He can speak, right? What a dumb tweet. Yeah, he wrote the Wall Street Journal. He dictated the Wall Street Journal editorial.
He was doing a voice memo to their editors.
Yeah. So ISIS is an Israeli co-creation after all. I mean, it's not an Israeli co-creation, but they are suspiciously always there, working in unison with Israeli interests in the region.
Yeah, or like I mean, it's a like, even if it's not a co-creation, even if it's not like, you know, run by Israel or whatever, it's a classic case of, it's like the enemy of my enemy is my friend, extrapolated to include literally ISIS.
Yeah, no.
Like Israel's attitude is that yes, we have to hand it to ISIS.
Oh, always, like always and consistently, whether it be in Syria or literally in the Gaza Strip. So what the fuck are we doing? Like, what are we talking about? The very figures that you could point to with these like stereotypical like jihadist Islamist fucking attitudes or whatever are actually operating within the Gaza Strip. They're operating with Israeli arms. They're operating inside of Israeli red zones that they've designated, inside of Israeli headquarters that they've created in the Rafah area. It's fucking ridiculous. And the reason why they were sent in as a scourge on the civilian population is to specifically destabilize aid distribution. Like, that's the reason why they fucking started operating. Ugh. Wait, so you're telling me the former ISIS members are now fighting on the side of Israel to kill Palestinians? This is breaking my brain a bit. It's so funny. There's always like, yes. The answer is yes. No, and it's not just that. I'm telling you that former ISIS members who are drug traffickers who were in prison, okay, were released most likely by Israel to directly create a formation known as the Popular Forces. Okay, that's what they're called. They have an AI image logo. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
Yeah. They are literal open fucking allies of Israel. Okay. And not only are they literal open allies of Israel, they write opinion pieces on the Wall Street Journal. Gazans are finished with Hamas.
Which, by the way,
forces, which is not even true.
Which also we should say, like more seriously, like, how does this guy end up who doesn't read? Like Muhammad Shahad is exactly right. Like, This is the IDF and the Mossad, which is, or whichever, take your pick, but they are clearly, you know, in contact and working with the editors of the Wall Street Journal to be able to, you know, to sell this crock of shit. And that's where, I mean, this is.
But like, who's reading this and going, wow?
More, okay, you say that, but like, there's probably like, you know, like people who read the Wall Street Journal opinion page and who are conservative and who like this is an opinion that people want to read. It doesn't matter that it's not true. It doesn't matter that it's like astroturfed by, you know, in a very real sense. It doesn't matter that this isn't, you know, that every single survey shows that even if Gazans who are critical of Hamas don't want it to lay down its arms because they understand that it's the last thing resembling protection from Israeli
sovereignty.
You know, exactly. You know, it's all, they don't want to know that. What they want to see is that Gazans are finished with Hamas and that there's a guy waiting in the wings to take over and be our boy when Israel finally wins this war. Like, that's the lot. Like, there is an audience for that shit. And it, by the way, like, it's part of the effort by the IDF and the Mossad, not necessarily just to try and convince new people that there's, oh, well, you know, listen, like, you may have had sympathy with Hamas, but get a load of this. We have, you know, there's actually other people in Gaza who want to take over. No. It's about also.
By the way, you know, a Mossad agent wrote this because Gazans are finished with Hamas. Like, not even Palestinians. He can't even get himself to type Palestinians are finished with Hamas.
He's got to do the backspace on that one. No, but they like it's also about giving people who are in like the, you know, like who have arguments from like the Zionist perspective, who are solidly on the side of Israel, to be able to point to and say, whoa, hold on. Look at this guy. Look at, you know, it's about giving them another tool in the toolkit at a time when it's beginning to look pretty thin, when it doesn't seem like they actually have that many legs to stand on. And, you know, if you know anything about anything, you know that this is as fake an article, as fake news as it comes or whatever. Yeah. But, you know, to the undiscerning reader, which is surely most people who read the Wall Street Journal opinion section, this is another piece of rhetoric they can resort to. I'm sure grandfathers are sending this to woke children across the country.
Yeah, to own them in the marketplace of ideas, to be like, see, I told you this is bad. Even Palestinians don't want it. It's like, you know what Palestinians don't want? To be ethnically cleansed, okay? That's the #1 priority that they have. It's not like you give a fuck about what Palestinians want. You're like, oh, they have disagreements with Hamas. They hate Hamas. It's like, that's the only time, it seems, you care about Palestinian sovereignty or Palestinian opinions. You don't give a fuck when even the people that are protesting Hamas or whatever are like still primarily protesting Israel's genocide, blockade, and starvation policies. You don't give a fuck about that. You avoid that. You only bring it up when you're like, oh, but they hate Hamas. It's like, okay, I hate the Republican Party, okay? I hate Donald Trump. That doesn't mean that I think millions of Americans should be ethnically fucking cleansed and starved, okay? And it's obviously not even a comparison that we can imagine, because there is no force as powerful. There is no way to showcase that power imbalance between Israel and the Palestinian population in the Gaza Strip. There is no way that I can give you a decent analog, because like even China doesn't do it. Right? Like even saying like, oh, what if China was like blockading America? It's just like, it's not. It has to be like an alien force.
Also, by the way, it's like a tactic that like that like we do. Like, it's a thing that, I mean, part of, I guess, what feels like so strange in this as well is that it's like there are examples of this in which we like try to actively restrict like, I mean, because a softer, more legalized version of this that we employ on countries around the world is our psycho global sanctions regime. Yeah. The Washington Post coverage led by Jeff Stein did a bunch of really good reporting on how we've created this, like, you know, decades old edifice of sanctions on governments all over the world that has in effect required many countries, extremely poor countries for the most part, to jerry-rig systems of of food and aid.
69% of all of the 69% of the global South, I think, right? Like,
yeah, it's an insane, and they have to do all these, you have to go through these crazy hoops to be able to make sure they can supply basic means for this society to persist. Because the U.S. determined that, you know, because of how we wield our sanctions weapon.
Yeah. Also, for those of you who fucking talk about how anti-Semitic it is to make Holocaust comparisons, here is a fucking Holocaust survivor making that exact same comparison, okay? Gabor Mate is a Holocaust survivor. He's a baby during the Holocaust. Okay. Here's his own words on this issue.
The Jews were concentrated in this crowded area of Warsaw, and the Germans were deporting people. You know what the Germans did? They offered the Jews who were starving bread and jam to get on these trains and to ship them to their deaths. In Gaza, we've seen now for weeks upon weeks upon weeks, every day, people desperately lining up for food and then being killed. And Israeli soldiers have described how they've been ordered to shoot on people lining up for food. People that were no threat to them whatsoever. People that weren't even close to them to pose any kind of a threat. People that were unarmed.
What? Tired of bringing Holocaust survivors as points? You find one who hates Zionism. I can probably find one who supports it. I don't know. Wait, what? What do you mean? Like, this is not for you, okay? That's not for you, weirdo. It's for the people who actually need to hear it from someone like Gabor Mate, someone like a Holocaust survivor, okay? That's it. It's just a way to fucking beef up your argument from the optics front for those who need to hear it that way, okay? Because let's be fucking real. If there's something that I do know from my experience of doing this kind of commentary for years at this point, there are a lot of people in America, no matter how white I am, that are gonna hear that my name is Hasan and they're just not gonna listen to what I have to say. They're gonna be like, nah, that's it. Just like I use the privilege that I have for good when I'm advocating for trans issues, for example, because I know that a transphobic person is not going to hear a trans person advocate for their own needs and their own desires and then take them seriously. There are plenty of people who hear that I am Muslim and go, maybe you're a little biased on this, don't you think? Maybe you're experiencing a little bit of Jew hate in your heart, maybe. Hasan, you know, that's it. My former podcast co-host being one of those people, literally. Of course, he doesn't listen to Jewish people either. He's completely lost his mind. But I think there was probably a point where if he would have listened to like a Sam Cedar type, he would have avoided all of this. He would have avoided nuking his entire career and being a rabid, racist, Islamophobic genocide denier.
And also, like, if the premise is that like it's anti-Semitic to make these comparisons, it's anti-Semitic to say this, to do that, then like that puts like the moral onus on Jewish people who do not feel that way to say so, because we're the ones that people do listen to about it. Yeah, it's not like for sure. It's not. It feels like I know that people there's a lot of people view it as like oh well you're you're doing like identity politics, you're just doing, it's like, well, no, I'm responding to a world that demands that fucking like identity be like the way that we express this, and that it has that rhetorical power.
Optics work. It's so stupid to act like it doesn't work, especially in a place like America where Americans don't even understand that like you can be Jewish and also anti-Semitic. Like they don't even comprehend that. So use that to your advantage. Just like right-wing racists will use Candace Owens, which is not a moral comparison that I'm making here, because obviously anti-Zionist Jews are on the right side of history. Candace Owens is on the wrong side of history as a black white supremacist. But like the totally calculated messaging analysis that I'm doing here implies that Americans do actually look at someone who is Jewish, who says, 10 toes down, that these guys don't deserve to be fucking slaughtered and that it's not in your name, and that opens up a permission structure for them to fully comprehend it. I've said this in advocacy for self-preservation for American Jews, that more and more Americans are responding to the anti-Semitic reasons as to why there is this like Jewish hypnosis blackmail operation that has caused Americans to turn a blind eye, American politicians to turn a blind eye to the actions of Israel. So it's getting to a point for a matter of self-preservation for American Jews to come out and openly fucking say that this is not being done for Judaism, and that like people who are pro-Palestinian are not anti-Semitic.
Yeah, and also on top of it that like, I mean, you raise it, but it's like anti-Semitism does exist, and like what's engendering it, right, is like the fact that there was the, like, you know, that like the state committing a genocide right now puts a Magen David on its star on its flag, and it just ends up being like it creates a like it itself generates anti-Semitism, and thus the only response that I can think of, the only way I can think to resist that is to like raise my hand and say, hey, I'm Jewish. I know a lot of other people who are Jewish, and anti-Semitism isn't being, you know, generated by the people resisting this thing. It's the fact that like people are learning to associate the Star of David with starving children. I don't know how many more simple, how much more simply I can express it.
Yeah. This is from r/Israel. I live in Europe. I'm fucking terrified to tell anyone about my connection to Judaism or Israel or anything else. I went to the hospital because I've been dealing with PTSD from October 7. And after I said this to the intake nurse, they gave me a headscarf wearing doctor, which at this point I feel is either ignorant or on purpose. Like, dude, do you not see it? You're a fucking Nazi, man. What do you mean? Oh my God, you had a doctor who's Muslim? Oh my God. What are you talking about? It's like saying, it's like being a Klansman and being like, I went into the hospital for PTSD due to being around black people. Okay, it was really traumatic for me, and then I told the doctor this, and then my doctor was a black man. Like, that's it. That's what this is. You're like a Klansman who's complaining that there is a Muslim doctor that was treating you.
What if it was? I mean, what I'm imagining, of course, is that like it wasn't a Muslim doctor. Like it's like he's saying headscarf, and it was just a woman wearing like, you know, like a
Orthodox Jew. Exactly. Yeah, she's an Orthodox Jew that was wearing a headscarf. And
oh my God!
But he's a secular Jew.
Oh my
who's
God!
Just as racist, it seems. My rambling point is, for all the brilliance of Israel, first of all, no brilliance whatsoever, could it not somehow get better at PR or pro-Jewish propaganda or something? Could someone please help? Please help.
I'll give you the answer to that. No.
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 Yeah.
The best has already happened on that behalf.
Oh yeah.
And let me tell you, it's not coming back.
No.
There's no more Abba Eben. There's no more Paul Newman starring in Exodus. It's over. Sorry.
Yeah.
Like
and it was also literally the people that fucking carried it weren't like Israelis anyway. Like they weren't. It was like American Jews that did a pretty good job of doing marketing. Israelis do not do propaganda. They can't do it. They're too racist to do propaganda appropriately.
Listen,
they're too racist to make good content.
We try putting the Israeli on the TV, but there's a problem, and the problem is that when the Israeli person opens their mouth, slurs come out. It's listen, Israel country, we best in high-tech, scientific research, medical research, and we've been examining, we've been studying why this is. Why when the Israeli open their mouth, the slur come out on TV. And we're working with scientists on it, and we are hoping that by 2027 we will have answer.
It's so bad. Is that why Sacha Baron Cohen is getting buff? Oh my God.
Sacha Baron Cohen's divorce arc is heating up.
He is, it's just, I don't want to even talk about that. Okay, for so many years I tried to act as though it wasn't there, because he did have, on accident sometimes it seems, very good, sometimes anti-Israel propaganda, unironically. Like, who's America, or was it what is America, or who's America?
Yeah, what? No, the Iran Murad.
Yeah,
like
Iran Murad is
I wrote an article about it for Jewish Currents when it came out. It was like one of the funniest, most like biting and like correct satires of an Israeli that you'd ever seen, and it was the kind of thing that made me think like, oh wow, he's one of us. I was wrong.
No,
I was wrong.
I knew that he was on like. I knew that he was a part of like the Zionist theater troupe or whatever. Like after he went to clown school, like he literally did go to Israel and participate in that stuff. And then like some of the shit that he was doing was like obviously very Islamophobic as well. But yes, clown school, literally, that's a thing still, chatters. I'm a big Sacha Baron.
Clown is more difficult.
No, it's embarrassing to admit, but I used to be a big Sacha Baron Cohen fan, okay? And yes, he did go to fucking clown school, and clown school is like a pretty difficult thing to go through. It sounds so stupid. It's not, it's like that's like a traditional a part of theater. It's clown college.
All right, I gotta go to lunch.
All right.
I'll be back.
All right, perfect.
Later, chat.
Wait, why is it problematic now? He's not even problematic. He's just like a fucking major Israel dick rider. That's it. He's just a ginormous Israel dick rider, dude. That's what it is. I gotta pee.
I was in Auschwitz about 6 weeks ago. It was my first actual visit there. And I stood at the very place, or near the very place, where my grandparents would have landed in the transport on their way to the gas chamber. And where I, as an infant, almost ended up with my mother. And I've been reading books about Auschwitz since I've been there. And starvation was used as a weapon there. People were deliberately starved. Children were deliberately starved. Now, nothing can compare to Auschwitz and its horror. But the mindset that we can starve people, including children, that's what we're seeing now. You can't compare one-on-one. Gaza is not Auschwitz. But if you talk about human cruelty, lack of humanity, deliberate suffering imposed on people, the energy of it is the same. When I was an adolescent, when I found out about the Holocaust, and I thought, how could the world have let this happen? Well, I don't wonder anymore. The world is letting it happen right now in front of its own eyes. We all have this urge to find some positive resolution here. But you know what? I think we just have to keep telling the truth.
Yeah. What a way to ruin a nice message. Oh, you can't compare Gaza to Auschwitz. I don't care, dude. Okay, just calm down. Gabor Mate has always been a fucking anti-Zionist. No, that chatter is upset because in that process he says you can't compare Gaza to Auschwitz, but like the energy is the same, the intention is the same. Okay, that's why someone is mad, because they're saying you can compare Gaza to Auschwitz. That's the only reason why the chatter is getting mad. It doesn't matter. It's not a one-to-one comparison. It's true. If you want to get like super specific, super deliberate, super literal about it, yes, it is not a fucking one-to-one comparison, but it doesn't matter that it's not a one-to-one comparison, because that's not the only genocide. That's not the only bad thing, okay? Like, Auschwitz and the Holocaust is not the only time something bad has ever happened. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Let's go live to our Middle East correspondent Amir Nader, who's in Jerusalem.
Oh shit, breaking news. We have we did cover a lot of this stuff. There was one other thing that I wanted to say. Trump, of course, came out and hit the why don't the Gaza's dead children say thank you?
Should Israel be doing more to allow food into Gaza?
Say it.
Should Israel be doing more to allow food into Gaza?
What did she say?
Should Israel be doing more to allow food into Gaza?
Well, you know, we gave $60 million 2 weeks ago.
Which I thought it was 30. So they gave 60 to the GHF, apparently. This fucking dumbass leaked that it's actually twice the amount. And that's to the GHF, the murder machine that they set up in unison, in collaboration with Israel.
And nobody even acknowledged it for food. And it's terrible. You know, you really at least want to have somebody say thank you. No other country gave anything. We gave $60 million 2 weeks ago for food for Gaza. And nobody acknowledged it. Nobody talks about it. And it makes you feel a little bad when you do that. And, you know, you have other countries not giving anything. None of the European countries, by the way, gave. I mean, nobody gave but us. And nobody said, gee, thank you very much. And it would be nice to have at least a thank you. And I took a lot of heat. You know, when I do that.
Yeah, did you even say thank you? Dying child in Gaza? Did you even think to say thank you to me for killing your parents? Come on now.
People aren't happy about that because they say, well, why are we doing it and nobody else? But I think we had a humanitarian reason for doing it. What's going to happen? I don't know. I can tell you that Hamas, as I said, would happen at the end. You know, we've gotten back a lot of hostages, a tremendous number of hostages, most of them. Now we have dead hostages, and the mothers want them back, and we have 20 people approximately, but that are living. But we have a lot of bodies, and the parents want those bodies as much as they would want their child if that child were alive. I met with parents that were so sad. Sir, please get my son back. How is your son doing? Well, he's dead, but they have his body, and it's so important. It's more important. It's almost like more, but it's as important as if the child were living. These people were, I mean, they're devastated. And I said, when you get it down to a certain number, you're not going to be able to make a deal with Hamas. Because once they give them up, then they feel that that's going to be the end of them. And what I said is exactly true. You know, they had a routine discussion the other day, and all of a sudden they hardened up. They don't want to give them back. And so Israel's going to have to make a decision. I know what I do, but I don't think it's appropriate that I say, but Israel's going to have...
Dog, you literally said that you want to ethnically cleanse the strip. What do you mean? Oh, you shouldn't say? You have said it. What more could Israel do that it hasn't done already?
Have to make a decision.
Just more of the thing that it's been doing.
President, when you were in the Middle East, you talked about the images coming out of Gaza and the starving kids. Those images are still going. Many of them are much worse. Thinner children, starving. What do you see or feel when you look at those images today?
Well, it's terrible. You know, when I see the children, and when I see, especially over the last couple of weeks, and people are stealing the food, they're stealing the money, they're stealing the money for the food. They're stealing weapons. They're stealing everything. It's a mess. That whole place is a mess. The Gaza Strip, you know, was given many years ago so that they could have peace. That didn't work out too well. When Israel gave that up, whoever...
I missed the Epstein segments. This is unbearable. No, hold on. We're moving away from this already. I've covered it for the past 3 hours and 22 minutes now. Oh, here is a Daniel Beckner joke. Hello, I am a North American journalist and op-ed writer. For the last 18 months, my Dan computer's been autocorrecting all my writing and posts to say that what's happening in Gaza is complicated but necessary. What I actually meant is that it's bad. Thank you. Talking about like all of the people that have been changing their trajectory or changing their commentary a little bit. First off, let's talk about major news. Trump's meeting with the EU chiefs have wrapped up. You saw some of the media stuff. Okay, you've seen some of the media hits coming out of it, but I don't know what this resolution is, but also there is a major trade deal with the EU. Trump is also still molesting the money. Let's take a look.
The biggest deal ever reached in any capacity, trade or beyond trade.
It is.
It's a giant deal with lots of countries, because as you know, Ursula represents a lot of countries, not one country. It's not easy for you. It's because a lot of very different countries, great countries, but some are strong with cars, some are strong with agriculture, some are strong with both, right? You have a lot of different factors. So we're going to do the following. The European Union is going to agree to purchase from the United States $750 billion worth of energy. $750 billion worth of energy. They are going to agree to invest into the United States $600 billion more than they're investing already. So they're investing a large amount of money. You know what that amount of money is. It's very substantial, but they're going to invest an additional $600 billion. They're agreeing to open up their countries to trade at zero tariff. So that's a very big factor. Opening up their countries, all of the countries will be opened up to trade with the United States at zero tariff. And they're agreeing to purchase a vast amount of military.
We're gonna make them buy our guns, and we're gonna make them buy our meat. We're gonna make them buy our chlorinated chicken. That's right. Every town in Europe is going to eat our poultry and our chicken. They will drive our big, beautiful Ford F-150 pickup trucks. Believe it. Believe me, folks. We're gonna force them to make their roads bigger so they're not gay. No more walking. Everyone knows it's woke and gay to walk on the streets. What are you walking towards? A dick appointment? No more. Frolicking about around town in your walkable infrastructure looking for men. What you need is the straight, not woke, American-made tanks that you need a commercial driver's license to drive.
Equipment, we don't know what that number is, but it's the good news is we make the best military equipment in the world, so sort of you have to do that. I mean, until somebody tops us, which is not going to happen. We're way ahead of every other country.
They're topping us on the roads of Europe.
The military equipment. You saw that recently in Iran, and you see that, unfortunately, you see that often for all the wrong reasons, right? So those things are 750 billion, 600 billion, opening up the country. We are agreeing that the tariff straight across for automobiles and everything else will be a straight across tariff of 15%. So we have a tariff of 15%. We have the opening up of all of the European countries, which I think I could say were essentially closed. I mean, you weren't exactly taking our autos, you weren't exactly taking our agriculture, and then you would have smaller things, but for the most part it was closed. And now it's open. It's open for our companies to go in and do a good job with, and I think you'll like them. I think you'll like it. And we will, very importantly, they'll be investing a lot of money, but the military is a big number, but that's one number we're not determining. It's going to be whatever it is, but they're going to be purchasing hundreds of billions of dollars worth of military equipment. They're very importantly, they're going to purchase $750 billion worth of energy. So that's going to be great. and $600 billion worth of investments into the United States over and above what they have. So, and I think that basically concludes the deal. I mean, those are the main factors. I don't think there are too many other factors, other than we're going to get along great. And we have a great relationship now with NATO, which is largely the same. I mean, not exactly, but pretty close, right? Largely. And with NATO, as you know, they're going up to 5% from 2%. And the relationship is very strong with NATO. So I just want to congratulate you. I think it's great that we made a deal today instead of playing games and maybe not making a deal at all. I think it's, I'm going to let you say, but I think it's the biggest deal ever made. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. We have a deal. We have a trade deal.
Yeah, what could we possibly do? Work with the fucking Chinese? I mean, come on now. Have you noticed that they're Chinese? There is no unit on this planet, no organized body on this planet more servile, more cuckolded than the European Union, okay? Like, we constantly talk about the Gulf nation states and how much they suck America's dick. There is, like, those guys look like brave anti-imperialist warriors in comparison to the European Union, okay? It is so insane to me. Wrong, it's called the United Kingdom? No, for sure. I just mean like the European continent in general, okay? It is incredible how cucked they are, that they would, and how cucked by racism they are too, because at a certain point, like, there is something immaterial about this, okay? By their assessment, their alternative is having better relations with China, and ultimately they're Chinese, so we can't do that, is the assessment that they're making here. I swear to fucking God. There has to be a separate reason for why they are so servile to the interests of empire that is demanding more fealty, okay, from its vassals right now in broad daylight. It's crazy. The EU will buy $1 trillion in U.S. weapons. In exchange, the U.S. will impose 15% tariffs on imports from the EU. What a deal von der Leyen has negotiated. China, in the meantime, has been able to get everything it wants from Trump. The difference between having and not having a colonized mind. It is crazy, dude. It is fucking insane. EU and the US reached tariff agreement to avert trade war. Like, do the Europeans in the chat, do you guys see this stuff, and does it not piss you off? I am of the Yanis Varoufakis mindset that, like, clearly, doors open. I am of the Yanis Varoufakis mindset that, like, the DM25 mindset that, like, the EU could be technically a force for good in a collaborative effort against the United States, but it seems like the formative reason why it was designed is to behave like a organized body that is totally servile to U.S. interests in the interest of upholding capitalism. Okay? I don't understand how average, regular-ass Europeans that come from this, like, long tradition, that have national mythology that extends far beyond the United States of America, how they could just, like, sit around and be like, yeah, no, we're just fucking dogs. We're dogs. We need to give our masters more, my lord. We need to give our masters more, my lord. It's cuck porn. It is cuck porn. It doesn't make any fucking sense. China U.S. to extend tariff pause as Sweden talks by another 90 days. Yeah, China got another extension on the tariff pause, by the way, because they're just like, yeah, no, we're not doing that. It's crazy. It's crazy. What I worried about has happened. A completely unequal deal, in air quotes, between the US and the EU. Have no doubt, asymmetric 15% tariffs are an EU defeat. When the law of the jungle prevails, the weak have little choice than to accept their fate. But Europe could potentially have been strong, either alone or in a coalition with others. It would have had to be ready for stormy waters. But it would have gotten a better deal at the end and sent a strong message to the world. An opportunity lost. Yeah, I mean, this is after Rutte called Trump daddy, okay? But he's NATO. His job is to literally be an asset for America, right? His job is to manage the American protection racket. So when he's saying daddy, Ursula von der Leyen is basically also saying Trump is daddy here by allowing this deal to go through. Fantastic. Fantastic stuff. Can we agree that it's good? What, good for who? Good for what? Like America? Not even. Whatever is good for the American capital owners doesn't translate to being good for you anyway, chatter. Like, does the peasant make more or yield more bounty when the king demands more from other fucking other vassals? No. The vassals offer tribute to the king and a hand-selected few lords. You don't actually fucking receive any of those benefits. It's no different. It inspires me, my lord. Like, who do you think? There's a shit ton of neolibs in Europe. A lot of people are so scared of Russia that you could steal every penny from their pocket if you say it's for defense. Well, that too. There is definitely a lot of, you know, USSR, remnants of USSR fears that Vladimir Putin in his invasion of Ukraine have like completely fucking re-emboldened.
Between the two largest economies in the world, and it's a big deal. It's a huge deal. It will bring stability. It will bring predictability. That's very important for our businesses on both sides of the Atlantic. It's 15% tariffs across the board, all inclusive. The investments Mr. President just described, that going to go to the United States, and the purchases over there. Indeed, basically the European market is open. It's 450 million people. So it's a good deal. It's a huge deal. Yeah. With tough negotiations. I knew it at the beginning, and it was indeed very tough, but we came to good conclusions for both sides. So again, congratulations and many thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
How did you come to a deal so quickly? Did the European Union come there and get
I think we both wanted to make a deal. You know, you said something that is very important. It's going to bring us closer together. I think this deal will bring us very close together, actually. Sort of, it's a partnership in a sense, but
yeah,
it's a very good point, and it's something that's very important.
It's a great partnership. It's so good for us.
No, we had 4 or 5. No, not pharmaceuticals. I mean, we're going to be, as you know, a lot of companies are coming into the U.S., and that's unrelated to this deal. But it's, I think we you know, this didn't just start today. We had a meeting. I wasn't sure. I said 50-50. I think you probably felt the same thing. But this started months ago, this negotiation. So we knew pretty much what we were getting into, and we were able to make a deal that's very satisfactory to both sides. So it's very, It's a very powerful deal. It's a very big deal. It's the biggest of all the deals. It will be the biggest of all the deals. So we're very honored to have done so, and your staff has been fantastic, and they worked together very long and hard.
They worked hard and long, and many thanks to the teams on both sides. There was, as I said at the beginning, a heavy lifting you had to do, but many thanks also for the talks we had many times on the way.
Your daddy, Your daddy, many thanks to you, Vater. Vater, you've done so well. We love paying fealty. We love being the vassal, Vater, we will work harder and harder for the Amerikanisch Ford F-150, Very nice. Wunderbar, as we say. Why are you showing cuck porn? That's just politics, baby.
To our goal. And now we made it. And that's good. It's really good.
Anybody else? Yes, ma'am.
Anybody else want the smoke?
President, what are the U.S. concessions? What is the U.S. giving up in the deal, if anything?
So the starting point was an imbalance, a surplus on our side and a deficit.
Yeah, we were really fucking over America. So the starting point was America was getting fucked over. We were really sticking it to the Amerikanisch people. Yeah, so the starting point was already bad for the American. So they get nothing. They get everything and we get nothing in return. Very good.
On the US side. And we wanted to rebalance the trade relation. And we wanted to do it in a way that trade goes on between the two of us across the Atlantic, because the two biggest economies should have a good trade flow between us. And I think we hit exactly the point we wanted to find. Rebalance, but enable trade on both sides, which means good jobs on both sides of the Atlantic, means prosperity on both sides of the Atlantic, and that was important for us.
And again, the energy is a very important component because we have more energy than anybody else in that sense. And I think it was very wise that they buy a lot of energy, and it's great stuff, and it solves a lot of problems. So that was a great decision, I think. One what? Steel is staying the way it is. The steel and aluminum, et cetera, that's a worldwide thing. That stays the way it is.
We have
chips is Howard. You might want to describe the chips, please, if you would.
Well, the expectation is in 2 weeks' time we're going to come out with our chips 232. And that was one of the key reasons that the European Union came to talk to the president to try to resolve all things at one time. And, well, I'll let you wait for the 2 weeks until you get to announce your plan. But we are going to be bringing chip manufacturing back to the United States of America.
We'll be doing a lot of chips. A lot of companies are coming in from Taiwan and from other places into the U.S. And they're doing that in order to avoid tariffs. And the president really avoided the tariffs in a better way for them, much better way, much more conclusive. I think probably much more profitable, definitely much more profitable, and got a lot of benefit from it. So it was a very interesting negotiation. I think it's going to be great for both parties. I think your various countries are very happy about this.
Is there an industry in the U.S. that you see maybe having the first impact of getting into this market that is not accessible before? What's the first call you made?
Yeah, I think cars. Cars basically were not invited. Were not. I don't know if the word is not allowed or just you just kept them out somehow, right? But cars will be You know, we have some cars that do terrific business, and we do really well with the pickup truck.
He's not even, like, my joke is now official trade policy. Oh my God. I said this as a fucking joke months ago. Like, what are they supposed to do? Drive around Ford F-150 pickups in the European Union? Have you seen the fucking roads?
With the SUVs, we have some great things, and I think the people of Europe will have some diversification. I think that'll make them happy. So I think maybe cars would be the one that would go the biggest, and the second would be agriculture, the farmers. And we'll do it in very strict conjunction with the president and the European Union. And they're coming into, likewise, they're coming into our country with great vigor. And I think they're gonna make a lot of money with this. I think everybody is. I think, and again, it's going to bring a lot of unity and friendship. It's going to work out really well. Okay.
What's the next deal you're focused on now?
Say it.
What's the next deal you're focused on now?
That's an interesting question. This was the big one. This is the biggest of them all. We're looking at deals with 3 or 4 other countries. But for the most part, you know, I can't get them to understand that it's the letter. We just sent that letter, and that letter is, you know, very universal for most. I mean, most, you wouldn't be able to do this. You wouldn't have the time or the patience to be able to do a deal like this. Most of the others are going to be a certain tariff, and we're going to keep it as low as we can. They're generally smaller countries or countries we don't do much business with. But that they've already received, to a large extent, they've received a letter. They'll probably receive a letter of clarification or a confirmation type letter, which will go out sometime during this week, prior to August 1st. And the tariffs will start being paid by those countries prior to August, you know, on August 1st and beyond. Okay?
Mr. President, was part of the rush to get this deal done to not get the Epstein story out?
Oh, you got to be kidding with that. No, had nothing to do with it. Only you would think that. That had nothing to do with it.
Which is good for European business and American business. Businesses in this country, particularly small businesses that close the country directly, big kinds of tomorrow. What does he need to do to help British business in this country?
I think everybody's going to be happy with this. The Prime Minister of the UK, while he's not involved in this, will be very happy because, you know, there's a certain unity that's been brought there too. You know, we have a separate deal with them, but I think everybody's he's going to be very happy to know. Look, he's friendly with all of you. I think he's a very good man, and he's going to be very happy to see what we did. I think UK is going to be very, very happy. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hey, it's Will Kane. Click here to subscribe.
Seemingly back.
Bro.
Let's bring in ABC.
So insanely cooked. Seriously, can someone tell me the last time I saw a pickup truck that wasn't a Toyota Hilux or an American-made car of any sort in the UK or Europe? I remember seeing a handful in Switzerland of all places, but literally none anywhere else. Am I mistaken? Have they started buying them in the last decade? I don't think it's even a question of price. Try parking a Raptor in Paris or Milan. Yeah. Japan and EU don't buy American cars for the exact same reason. They don't fit in the streets and parking spaces. Ford sells close to 500K cars in the EU each year, but most of them are compact cars like the Focus and hatchbacks produced specifically for the EU market. when China is dominating the European car market, they're dominating by making a car that the Europeans want. When America wants to dominate the European car market, they do so by forcing their cars that are literally impossible to drive without additional bucket. Like, look at that car. It makes no sense. Someone in the chat literally said, why can't they make bigger roads? Amazing. Amazing.
His Chief Washington correspondent Jonathan Karl will be hosting This Week later on this morning. John, good morning to you. Always great to have you. Let's start with the Epstein saga, overshadowing in part President Trump's trip overseas. Many of his own supporters continue to push for the release of more documents. So what's at stake for him as he tries to turn the page?
Yeah, look, it's the issue that just won't go away, Whit. I mean, look what happened this week in the House of Representatives. Speaker of the House, Johnson, literally sent members of Congress home for the summer to avoid a series of votes that Republicans were going to join Democrats in forcing on the Epstein saga. These are votes that the White House simply didn't want about releasing more of the documents. And then you had the extraordinary visit down to Florida by the Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell. This is Epstein's partner and former partner and co-conspirator. She's serving a 20-year sentence for sex trafficking, and she spent 2 days in closed-door meetings with the Deputy Attorney General. So even as President Trump wants to turn the page, says this is something nobody cares about, his own actions and the actions of some of his Republican allies have kept this story front and center, and it doesn't look like it's going away anytime soon.
And John, on that topic, you mentioned the DOJ holding those meetings with Ghislaine Maxwell. Any indication that President Trump is actually considering a pardon? Is that on the table?
Well, Whit, I mean, if you had just asked me that question, you know, a week ago, I would have said no way. But President Trump has now been asked it a couple of times, a pardon or some kind of a clemency, commuting her sentence, and he hasn't ruled it out. It's an extraordinary thing. Now, look, senior advisors at the White House say there's been no real discussion of this. They don't anticipate anything like this coming. But the mere fact that he hasn't ruled it out, combined with the fact that Epstein's attorney has made it clear that she is very much interested in getting a pardon, and in fact, that appears to be part of her motivation in seeking this meeting with Todd Blanche down in Florida. Who knows? But it would be an extraordinary, to say the least, step by President Trump that would cause severe blowback. I can't imagine it's actually coming, but we can't rule it out because Trump himself hasn't ruled it out.
John Karl, as always, thank you so much. We appreciate it. And tune into This Week later on this morning. John speaks with Representatives Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie about their bipartisan push to force a vote on releasing more Epstein case documents. Plus, John also speaks with Save the Children's Gaza humanitarian director Rachel Cummings as aid groups warn of mass starvation in the Gaza Strip.
Well, then tell me why for months she was saying that she's going to release the information tomorrow.
We made the assumption that the judges would release the order and allow the evidence that they had, that it could be heard. But it's all been sealed. And so if it's been a sealed case, we can't release it until the judges allow us to release it. And you would think common sense would play. That's why they asked for transparency. We want transparency. We want the judges to have transparency in this too. But remember, there was a plea deal that was struck in 2009, way before I was in office, way before Trump was even considering to be in office, way before Pam Bondi was in office, way before Kash Patel was director. 2009, there was a sweetheart plea deal that was made underneath the Obama administration with Epstein.
No. That was under Bush. That was before Obama. And Trump literally made the guy that offered the sweetheart plea deal his labor secretary. Why did these guys keep lying about the timeline? I mean it sincerely. Because, like, you saw Bill O'Reilly do it too. It's, like, very weird. I think every time they lie about the timeline and try to claim Barack Obama had a hand in this, or like Biden had a hand in this, like it makes people more suspicious.
That's not and that sweetheart has not been exposed.
No, it was 2000.
Not? Well, when was the case heard?
It was 2008. It was the U.S. attorney at the time was a guy named Alex Acosta. He was a Bush appointee. He went on to become President Trump's Secretary of Labor. It all took place in 2008.
Who was in office at the time?
2008, George W. Bush.
Who was in office at the time?
George W. Bush.
No, 2009 is when the case came out, and it was and Obama was in office at the time.
It's not true. But let me ask you a question. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche met this week with Epstein's accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell, who is serving 20 years in prison for sex trafficking. After the meeting, Maxwell's attorney indicated to reporters that he hopes President Trump will give her a pardon. What do you think of that idea? Will it be a mistake for President Trump to pardon Maxwell? And do you think that she's credible?
I don't know enough about Maxwell or the conversation to even weigh in on that. But I'll go back to what you're saying about it wasn't true. The case was sealed in 2009. That's absolutely true. It was heard in 2008. It was sealed in 2009.
The point is that the sweetheart deal, which was completed in 2008, was under the Bush administration, U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta. That's why Alex Acosta resigned in the first Bush administration, because the Miami Herald had written this story in 2018.
He fucked it up. He meant under the Trump administration. Alexander Acosta, as labor secretary, literally resigned because of the Miami Herald piece.
About how Epstein got away with so much. And then in 2019, the U.S. attorney under President Trump, Jeff Berman, in the Southern District of New York, then brought charges against him. So, I mean, there is stuff to say that you could point to that say, like, President Trump did this or President Trump did that.
And remember, in 2019, President Trump and his administration called for it to be unsealed at that time, too. It went silent, and not a word was said during the Biden administration. Not a word. Nothing was said during the Biden administration.
People can look it up.
Okay, except Trump has said a word when he was running for president, and since is saying different words now that he is president. That's the reason why you're on television right now, Mark Wayne Mullen.
The sweetheart deal was 2008 during the George W. Bush administration. But I always appreciate your coming on the show. Senator Mullen, thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
Let me move on to Ghislaine Maxwell. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Attorney General spent 2 days interviewing her. She, of course, has been convicted of grooming, recruiting, abusing young teenage girls, along with Jeffrey Epstein. Mr. Speaker, Maxwell's attorney said she answered all questions honestly and truthfully, but do you think that Ghislaine Maxwell can be trusted?
Well, I mean, look, it's a good question. I hope so. I hope that she would want to come clean. We certainly are interested in knowing everything that she knows. And as you'll note, in our House Republican majority, we're working towards that. Chairman Comer and our Oversight Committee has already issued their own subpoena. They want to bring in Ghislaine Maxwell as well. I hope she's telling the truth. She is convicted. She is serving a 20-year sentence for child sex trafficking, and so her character is in some question. But if she wants to come clean now, that would be a great service to the country, and we'd like to know every single bit of information that she has. I certainly hope she's telling the truth.
Well, listen.
You certainly hope the convicted child sex trafficker is telling the truth when Donald Trump has basically designed the situation in a way where she is the primary she's the principal eyewitness testimony to her own crimes, because who lied under oath, by the way, but the reason why she's the principal eyewitness testifier to her own crimes is because all of the evidence that that is out there, Trump doesn't want people to see.
This week, President Trump didn't rule out a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell. Of course, that's one of the big questions looming over all of this. So let me put this to you, Mr. Speaker. Would you support a pardon or a commutation for Ghislaine Maxwell, a convicted sex trafficker?
Well, I mean, obviously that's a decision of the president. He said he had not adequately considered that. I won't get in front of him. That's not my lane. My lane is to help direct and control the House of Representatives and to use every tool within our arsenal to get to the truth. I'm going to say this as clearly and plainly and repeatedly as I can over and over. We are for maximum disclosure. We want all transparency. I trust the American people. I and the House Republicans believe that they should have all this information to be able to determine what they will, but we have to protect the innocent, and that's the only safeguard here that we've got to be diligent about, and I'm insistent upon doing so.
This motherfucker just can't say no to Trump. That's what this back and forth is. We must protect the American people by releasing a prolific sex trafficker of minors into the wild, because her testimony will protect our Jeffrey Epstein affiliated president, who we love a lot. What a spectacular turn of events here, where the Republicans went from kill all pedophiles to like pedophilia is good actually and moral in some instances. Have you considered that? Like, that's like, how the fuck? It didn't take that long. It did not take that long to get to this point. Here is Azealia Banks, as you guys know, is a massive Hosberus now. Israel is tapping into only the best and brightest minds here for defending Israel. But of course, when you're in the process of defending Israel, you got to also sometimes defend the Trump Jeffrey Epstein connection. Here's what she had to say. Okay, in Donald Trump's defense, fucking 14-year-old girls was really only made a social taboo in the 1990s. My grandmother was born in 1927 and had her first child when she was 12. Okay. Teenage pregnancy only became frowned upon with the rise of Jerry Springer, and I can be honest about the fact that I was old enough to choose, seduce, and decided to fuck grown-ass men when I was 15. I really don't get why women are fronting like they weren't fucking 40-year-olds at 15. Like, come on now. I'm honestly not surprised or mad at Trump for getting some 15-year-old pussy, because those were the times. Good night, USA, for fucking ever. Now, if he was fucking a 10-year-old, we have a problem. But if the girls were 13 plus, who cares? Move on. Azealia Banks logged onto her Twitter account and wrote those words in defense of Donald Trump, hypothetically doing statutory rape to a minor. That's where we're at. Incredible.
I guess my question is, are you open to a pardon or commutation? I mean, Mr. Speaker, the victims referred to Maxwell as Epstein's right-hand woman. Here's what one victim who testified under a pseudonym told the court at sentencing, quote, The many acts that were perpetrated on me by Epstein, including rape, strangulation, and sexual assault, were never consensual and would not have occurred had it not been for the cunning and premeditated role Ghislaine Maxwell played. Is that someone deserving of a pardon or commutation in any circumstance, Mr. Speaker?
If you're asking my opinion, I think 20 years was a pittance. I think she should have a life sentence at least. I mean, think of all these unspeakable crimes, and as you noted earlier, probably 1,000 victims. I mean, you know, it's hard to put into words how evil this was, and that she orchestrated it and was a big part of it. At least under the criminal sanction, I think is an unforgivable thing. So, again, not my decision, but I have great pause about that, as any reasonable person would.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or
So now it is time for us to get to the third installation of the Jabri saga, the finale, if you will. The perversion of Ghislaine Maxwell to Jeffrey Epstein saga part 3.
Does it all look, is my hair good? Do I, it's all It's so vast that, you know, when you go to the sea, the seashore, you only see that little piece of the seashore. You might see some plastic debris on there, but you don't see much past that. And it's very hard to connect to something that you don't feel a part of and something that you can't see. If the destructive activities were happening on land like they are happening on the ocean, I think that there would be a worldwide outcry.
The biggest crime by Jabri is that he will cover these horrific, monstrous criminals, and then he'll also cook up a fat-ass beat in the process. So then you just find yourself bobbing your head along while you're like, damn, Ghislaine Maxwell did a lot of sex crimes, huh? To minors specifically. And it's like, what am I doing right now? Why does this beat go hard? This is fucked up. I need to stop bobbing my dang head. You don't have to cook so hard, Jabri. You let your words do the talking. Okay.
So, I'm a big fan of the show Succession, and while I have yet to create an alt Twitter account where I baby girlify grown men, I did spend roughly $16 on a book of all the scripts from season 1, which I understand is maybe a little insane, but since I'm mentioning it here, it's now a tax write-off. As I skimmed over the first couple pages, I noticed the show's creator, Jesse Armstrong, naming 3 real-life media families who served as inspiration for the fictional Roy family. He mentioned the Murdochs, who control Fox News, Sky News, and the Wall Street Journal, and the Redstones, who own Nickelodeon, CBS, and Paramount. But the most notable person mentioned here to me was Robert Maxwell.
Flamboyant, charming, some say ruthless, Maxwell remains one of Britain's most famous adopted sons.
A British newspaper baron who owned a multitude of publishing companies throughout his lavish, controversial, and mysterious lifetime. Robert also just so happens to be the father of convicted sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell. Armstrong even specifically cited Ghislaine's close relationship with her late father as further inspiration behind some of his own characters. For all intents and purposes, the Maxwell family is like something we would see on TV. An intimidating patriarch at the reins of a multi-billion-dollar media conglomerate who forces his corrupt but privileged children to compete for his love and affection. If nothing else, the Maxwell mythos teaches us that fact can sometimes be more tantalizing than fiction. Because when you really take a closer look into what the Maxwells are really known for, not only do you find rampant financial fraud spanning numerous decades, you also get shady ties to international governments, capped off with a mysterious death that still has a myriad of unanswered questions attached to it. And that's all in addition to Ghislaine's own history of crimes, earning her a 20-year sentence in federal prison thanks to her notorious relation to one of the biggest known predators of the 21st century.
The judge making note prior to the sentencing that this is not an issue of Ghislaine Maxwell being a proxy for Jeffrey Epstein, she said, but this is someone who was part of a scheme.
I think you can see why I gave Ghislaine her own video now. Join me as we explore the endless mystique and depravity surrounding one of the most infamous names to ever grace headlines.
In his ivory tower, where high-powered executives queue for higher-powered decisions, publisher Robert Maxwell is pleased he's done it his way without a whopping.
Mirror Group Newspapers has just said that significant assets of their pension fund had been lent or transferred to private companies controlled by Robert Maxwell, apparently without due authority.
You've got to assume right from the beginning that you're dealing with people who have got the morals of barnyard roosters.
But because I don't foresee this video ever getting monetized, allow me to now issue a jarring transition into today's sponsor, CookUnity. CookUnity is a weekly subscription service that celebrates the creativity of your local culinary scene, partnering with award-winning chefs from across the US to bring you a wide range of meals with over 7 different dietary preference filters, including vegan, paleo, and gluten-free options, creating a high-quality at-home dining experience you can't get anywhere else. Choose from as little as 4 to as many as 16 meals delivered right to your door each week, arriving fresh, not frozen, via courier or shipment in compostable, recyclable, or reusable packaging, with expiration dates, chef's heating instructions, and nutritional information. But for best results, I'd recommend you heat them in the oven. Speaking from experience here, CookUnity has made meal prep for me a lot easier. Tonight I had this grilled marinated flank steak by Chef Chris Rattel, straight from Austin, Texas. I also got to try their amazing kale pesto rigatoni and their cheese enchiladas, both of which I would highly recommend. So don't wait. Go to cookunity.com/Jawbreak50 right now, or click the link in the description and use my code Jawbreak50 to get 50% off on your first order of CookUnity meals to try out for yourself.
But
They're consistently great quality, so there's no reason not to give them a
ethical reacts, dude.
shot, in my opinion. And that's not just because they're paying me. Huge thanks again to CookUnity for sponsoring this one. Ghislaine Noel Marion Maxwell was born to Robert.
I work here, don't eat here. They donated to LAPD, please. I work there. Please don't eat here. Oh my God, last time I found an AirPod in the food. The kitchen manager tries to give out raw chicken. Please, I work here. Oh my God. Free AirPod doesn't sound too bad.
And Elizabeth Maxwell on Christmas Day 1961 at the same.
That sounds like a steal, dude.
Luxurious chateau where 8 brothers and sisters had also been born in Paris. Just 3 days after Ghislaine entered the world, her 16-year-old brother Michael would be involved.
Are you sponsored by them? No. What a question. Am I sponsored by them? I don't know. Have you ever heard me fucking shill for this particular company? I love when... Okay, I'm joking. All right. Because some people do unironically go, oh, Hasan, you must be saying this because you're secretly sponsored by them. And it's like, yeah, it must be the biggest secret of all time, which is famously not how sponsorships work. I am sponsored only by one group, and that is you, the chatters. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers. For you, the viewers. Your $6 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime allow me to maintain my editorial independence. That's right, the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you. You can also gift... Oh my God, I can't even finish it. You can also give subscriptions to others as well. Kubaka, they give you the 5 gifted. Let's continue.
involved in a violent car accident near Oxford that left him in a coma for the remaining 7 years of his life. An event so devastating, the Maxwells' lives were suddenly and completely upended. As Elizabeth later wrote in her memoir, the consequences of such a tragedy were incalculable for us all. Describing the ways in which every family member coped with the event, Elizabeth admitted here to neglecting their youngest daughter Ghislaine during some of the most formative years of her life, recalling that, quote, Ghislaine, who should have been the center of our love and attention, was hardly given a glance and became anorexic as a toddler. One day, age 3, she planted herself in front of me and said simply, "Mummy, I exist." From that day, we all made a great effort with her, fussing over her so much she became spoiled. The only one of my children I can truly say that about. Yet, it's true that all the Maxwell children were well acquainted with the finer things in life. They grew up in the mammoth Headington Hill Hall, a secluded Italiente mansion straight out of Saltburn, which I checked, and it's only about an hour-and-a-half drive from the real Saltburn house. A fun fact for any Barry heads out there. Built all the way back in 1824, the 51-room palace first belonged to the Morell family for over 100 years, before being snatched up by media tycoon Robert Maxwell in 1959, who restored the property.
Mummy pilled. Mummy? Mother?
Property from its dilapidated state to a thing of beauty. In addition to replacing its original Victorian-era stained glass window with a depiction of himself as Samson from the Bible, Tatler magazine also wrote that Robert eventually planted guards along the property's main entrance, peppered the fence with barbed wire, and installed security cameras to nearby trees, which earned it the new unofficial name Purgatory Press, a play on his publishing company Pergamon Press.
What, as you think back, was the happiest time you've ever had so far in that house?
My children and my family being together. Every Christmas so far we've managed to be together, and seeing them happy and busy.
Historian Ben McIntyre described the Maxwell's children's upbringing as a mixture of cruelty and luxury, which isn't speculation if you read anything from Ghislaine's siblings. Her brother Ian stated physical abuse was a regular disciplinary tool used against both the boys and the girls. It goes without saying that Robert...
He only does this when he responds in kind. Hey, chatter, you keep sending this link of Bad Empanada demanding the address of a content creator. Are you out of your fucking mind? I mean, serious question. He only does this when he has to respond in kind, completely justified. Are you out of your fucking mind, dude? Do you need to be beaten with a belt, Ghislaine Maxwell style? Is that what's going on? Shut the fuck up. Like, what use is there for me to react to Bad Empanada demanding the address of another fucking content creator, no matter how fucking indecent or awful or evil they might be? What use? What fucking use? Can you only nut when there's like some kind of fucking drama taking place? Is that what it is? God damn. Thank you, State of Qatar, for the 10 gifted subs. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by the State of Qatar. Nerdine Kaswani. While we're on the topic of Epstein, don't forget that Robert Maxwell, father of Ghislaine Maxwell, wasn't just a media mogul. According to his widow, Elizabeth's memoirs, he was a member of Beitar, a Zionist youth paramilitary group, as a boy in Czechoslovakia. That's why I said he also played a formative role in trafficking weapons from the USSR through Czechoslovakia into the early Zionist brigades. When Israel had a ban on weapons transfers, before Israel existed, there was a ban on weapons transfers into British Mandate Palestine. Anyway.
Robert's affection was hard to come by, with his strict expectations even extending to the dinner table, where he would berate his children.
Beitar's that old? Yes, Beitar is one of the OG Zionist, terrorist Zionist groups. Beitar was founded by Jabotinsky, which is a man who was even more fucking racist and reactionary than even Theodore Herzl was.
verbally to the point of tears if they failed to engage properly with the topic of conversation he proposed. He was incredibly controlling in nearly every aspect of their lives, being extremely strict with the boys Ghislaine was allowed to date, for instance, as he reportedly had his own plans for his youngest daughter to one day marry JFK Jr. He considered Ghislaine his favorite child and made no secret of it, going so far as to name his super yacht the Lady Ghislaine. More on that little 180-foot monstrosity in a bit, but first, I want to take a moment here to explore Robert's own personal history.
We lived in one room with 7 children, hungry most of the time, did not have any clothes to wear in winter.
It's true that Robert Maxwell was a fixture in British society, but it wasn't always that way. Born in poverty to Jewish parents in 1923, Robert, or at that time Jan Ludwig Hawk, grew up in a 2-room wooden shack before being forced to flee his home country of Czechoslovakia as a teenager during Nazi occupation in 1939. He changed his name a total of 4 times, in part to hide his Jewish ancestry, before finally deciding on Robert Maxwell, joining the Allied forces and participating in the Battle of Normandy, even being awarded a military cross in 1945, though it wasn't until after the war that he learned his parents, grandfather, and 4 siblings had all lost their lives in the Holocaust while he was away fighting. A traumatic revelation that would haunt him for the rest of his life, making an effort later on to rebuild the family he had lost to the Nazis, even setting out to have the exact same number of kids as his parents, 9. Teaching himself how to speak with a proper English accent through Churchill speeches, Maxwell's wartime resilience had successfully gained him the trust of his British superiors, and after being tasked with gathering intel on a suspected communist uprising in Paris, 1944, Maxwell was then reportedly relocated to Berlin and assigned to carry out espionage work for the British intelligence agency MI6 after the war, as written in John Preston's book, Fall. As a 24-year-old intelligence asset stationed in Berlin, Maxwell, I guess, got bored. He met a guy over there who ran a German publishing company. This guy was sitting on a huge cache of scientific journals that had yet to be published in the West. The problem was this guy was a German national, and at the time, German nationals were prohibited from making large overseas shipments for reasons that, well, I don't think I need to state. Maxwell then took it upon himself to secure the distribution rights and translate those journals to English before selling them to the West for a handsome profit, in an operation reportedly, allegedly, maybe, facilitated and bankrolled by British intelligence. The only time, as one former MI6 member told Preston, that the agency had ever bought a business for anyone. This placed Maxwell at the helm of a budding publishing company he named Pergamon Press, and went on to live a nice, honest life as an upstanding citizen giving back to the community. Nope. Psych! What I would say if I were lying. Robert Maxwell was pretty much the exact opposite of that. He was a pretty bad guy. He's a bad guy, okay? Something also that I thought was interesting is that Pergamon Press apparently once had a dude named Brian Cox working for it, which is weird because that's the actor who plays Logan Roy on Succession. No relation, obviously, but just thought it was funny. There aren't many people who get to say they're a billionaire, media magnate, con man, and international spy all at once, but Robert Maxwell sure did. Maxwell's alleged history of criminal behavior spans all the way back to at least 1955. When it came out, he had been stripping assets from his main company and selling them to make up for all the loans he had taken out, according to Preston. A fun little illegal strategy he would employ at different moments throughout the rest of his life, in fact. But being reported to the Insolvency Service wasn't about to get in the way of Maxwell's zeal for power. Running for prime minister in 1959, Maxwell was sure to prominently place his military rank of captain next to his name on the ballot, which is a little vain if you ask me. It didn't work, he lost the election, but this also wouldn't be the last time he would run for office, because shortly after Ghislaine's birth, and while the Maxwells were still dealing with the constant stress of their loved one being in a coma, Robert decided it was a great time to join Parliament. I can personally think of no easier way to immediately put your already anguished family under even more stress than pushing yourself further into the formidable world of politics. But he did, being elected Labour MP of Buckingham in 1964. The day before that election, Maxwell was also arrested for shaving while driving, which it doesn't sound that insane until you realize he was going in 90 miles per hour. Not something you want to do with a razor blade pressed to your face, honestly. Luckily, the mogul learned his lesson, though, of being slammed with a hefty fine of 25 pounds. grades. Maxwell may have come from nothing, but he certainly wasn't representative of the average working-class Englishman by the time he served in Parliament, becoming known as the man who gets things done, if by getting things done you mean introducing powdered milk to the cafeteria in the House of Commons. By the end of his second term, Maxwell had encountered some new problems over at Pergamon, being dumped from the board of his own company when he was exposed for, once again, artificially inflating his profits. But make no mistake, Maxwell was just as shrewd as he was corrupt. The man who ousted him from the company, Saul Steinberg, failed to realize that Maxwell still controlled an American subsidiary of Pergamon, giving him a ton of leverage he then used to bleed the parent company dry, forcing Steinberg to retreat in shame, according to Preston. Back in the captain's chair, Maxwell spent the following years of his life expanding his business ventures far and beyond what anyone could have imagined. During the 80s, he owned an Oxford football club and acquired a slew of companies including Nimbus Records, Macmillan Publishers, half of the British MTV. I mean, this dude was all over. One of his most lucrative companies, though, besides Pergamon, became a Mirror Group newspapers, which included the Daily Mirror, the second most popular magazine in the country behind The Sun, owned by Australian media tycoon Rupert Murdoch. Murdoch had already stiffed Maxwell out of at least 3 major business deals at this point, all of which Maxwell took extremely personal. His son even told Preston that at one time, it was as if the only 2 people in the world breathing the same air were my father and Rupert Murdoch. It was also during this time that Maxwell began to finally embrace his Jewish roots he had long tried to downplay, though it is said he had previously been involved with some secret dealings during the 1948 Arab-Israeli War, in which it's alleged he used his connections behind the Iron Curtain to persuade and facilitate his home country of Czechoslovakia to arm Israel with strategic air defenses that helped.
Before Israel, this is like this is circa Israel. This predates Israel. He was gun running when it was illegal to give any weapons to the Zionist brigades at all. So that's, I mean, he's using imprecise language, partially because I assume Jawbreed, especially a year ago, maybe, I don't know, probably was like, I mean, this is not something that many people even understand or know about, but yeah, that's what he was doing. There was a embargo, there was a weapons embargo on Zionist militias in his 20s. He was doing that. Brother, this is after World War II. You know what he was doing during World War II? He was an OSS agent. What are you talking about? He was already, yes. Yeah, like the Irgun and many of these other Zionist militias before the formation of Israel that contributed to like horrifying fucking violence during the Nakba that led to the inception of the Israeli state. They were getting weapons from Czechoslovakia by way of the USSR, and it was it was speculated that it was Robert Maxwell that was playing his using his contacts within the USSR, which he continuously used throughout his entire media career later down the line, but used his contacts in the USSR to traffic weapons by way of Czechoslovakia to these Zionist brigades.
To push them to victory, at least according to what sources told journalist Mark Ahrens and former federal prosecutor and author John Loftus in their book The Secret War Against the Jews, How Western Espionage Betrayed the Jewish People. Maxwell didn't officially visit Israel until several decades later, at which point Preston asserts he was so moved he began a business relationship with Israel's intelligence agency, Mossad.
Yeah. Only then. Chatters. Only then. Yeah, definitely not before.
In addition to a hefty $250 million donation he made to the state of Israel, which made him the state's single biggest investor, he also worked out an agreement to, quote, pass on any useful information that came his way to Mossad, as written by Preston and originally alleged by arms dealer and ex-Israeli intelligence agent Ari Ben Menashe, who has not only repeatedly accused Maxwell of being a Mossad agent, but also blamed the billionaire for the imprisonment of Israeli nuclear technician Mordecai Vanunu. who, in September of 1986, threatened to blow the whistle on Israel's highly secretive campaign to obtain a nuclear arsenal. Unfortunately, Vanunu made the mistake of showing proof of these nuclear weapons to Robert Maxwell, hoping the story would be published in the Daily Mirror and blow the lid on the whole operation. Unfortunately, though, that didn't happen.
6 levels below ground, the Israelis had built a plutonium reprocessing plant, a nuclear bomb factory. To this day, Israel still refuses to acknowledge its existence.
As The Independent reported in 2004, Maxwell turned around and sent these photos to the Israeli embassy in London to, quote, supposedly confirm whether or not the story was true. It seems likely that Maxwell had motives other than journalistic integrity in this betrayal of Vanunu. As written by Preston, this resulted in Vanunu being, quote, snatched off a street in Rome by Mossad agents, injected with a paralyzing drug, smuggled on board a ship, and taken back to an Israeli prison, where he spent the next 12 years of his life in solitary confinement, subjected to what Vanunu called cruel and barbaric punishment. So thanks, Robert. Always looking out for the working man, huh? These allegations were brought to the attention of Pulitzer Prize-winning investigative journalist Seymour Hersh, the man who exposed the My Lai massacre in 1970. Went on to publish the Vanunu story in his 1991 book, The Samson Option. While Maxwell and the Mirror sued Hersh for libel, Hersh was eventually issued an apology from the paper and received substantial damages, which effectively ended the suit in 1994, according to the New York Times. The Mirror also did run a story about Vanunu shortly after he was imprisoned, but it was one where they cast complete doubt on his testimony and slandered his character up and down.
That's crazy, man. Oh my God, who would have thought? I mean, certainly today, obviously different time back then, where you have people who are directly working in unison with Mossad at institutions and media companies. Like, certainly today you don't have many outlets that would do propaganda for the state of Israel, right? Like, that, it's ended there. Story ends there. Don't look any further. Like, for example, how many in the top brass of the New York Times, how many people in the top brass of the New York Times have direct affiliations, affinities to the state of Israel, children that are currently serving in the Israeli occupying force, have directly served in the Israeli occupying force. Obviously, that's not like a reputable institution of journalism such as The Atlantic, for example, could not have a fucking editor-in-chief that was an Israeli concentration camp prison guard, right? Like, you know, that famous journalist that was in the Signal group with Pete Hegseth, the vice president, and numerous other heads of intelligence. That guy, I mean, that would be crazy, right? Yes, for the chatter who said, I'm acoustic. What is he talking about? Is he being sarcastic or sincere? Yes, I'm being sarcastic. I'm saying that there are still many ties to the nation state of Israel amongst reputable institutions, reputable mainstream media publications. Yes. Also, this guy is literally still under house arrest in Israel. Vanunu, Mordechai Vanunu.
Exactly defend himself because, well, he was in jail being tortured by the government. So Maxwell made a lot of enemies during his lifetime, though it was Rupert Murdoch who Maxwell became particularly obsessed with. Ironically, it was Maxwell's incessant urge to compete and exist in the same arena as Murdoch that, as Preston put it, led to his physical and mental disintegration, his downfall, and ultimately his death. In his attempts to earn Murdoch's respect, Maxwell ended up acquiring Macmillan for way more than what the company's own directors thought it was worth, borrowing from over 40 separate banks just so the transaction could be possible. Pulling a bit of an Elon there, I guess you could say. Adding to the long list of financial missteps Maxwell made throughout the course of his career. Before long, his debts had reportedly exceeded $1 billion. The banks he had borrowed from wanted their money back, and as a result, Maxwell began siphoning cash from the pension funds of his Pergamon employees. Some 763 million pounds were reported to be missing from his many companies by 1991, which included over 400 million pounds that he stole from pensions alone. Maxwell, if you can't tell by now, was kinda in some deep shit.
Robert Maxwell inhabited a realm of lies. Many people knew this, but kept their counsel. Cowardice, or respect for the law of libel, to which Maxwell would resort with apparently infinite funds, to silence those who would scrutinize his secret.
In November of that year, just weeks before this revelation became public, Maxwell boarded the Lady Ghislaine for what was supposed to be a few days of rest and recreation on the high seas. Crew members recall his unusually cheerful demeanor, despite being faced with a mountain of legal issues back at home. The banks, the pensioners, and the authorities were all breathing down his neck. His son, Kevin, recalled a tense phone call with his father on the evening of November 4th, in which an argument erupted between the two men over how a meeting with the Bank of England was to be handled the following day. The knives couldn't have been closer to the mogul's throat. By the morning of November 5th, when Kevin attempted to phone his father at 6:00 a.m., there was no answer. Then at 10 a.m., a New York banker asked to be put through to Maxwell's stateroom. Again, no answer. At 11, a vice chairman of Macmillan called. For the third time that morning, there was no answer. At first, the crew assumed he was still asleep, until they realized Maxwell wasn't in his bedroom.
Overly litigious snowflakes everywhere? I mean, what? What? An overly litigious person who goes after critics of Israel? What?
In fact, he hadn't been spotted anywhere all morning.
Who loses lawsuits as well? Specifically, frivolous libel lawsuits, as a matter of fact, and yet doesn't let up and continues using whatever kind of fucking money they have remaining to continue engaging in ridiculous lawsuits. What?
Not in the kitchen or the living area or any of the decks. It was here that the Lady Ghislaine's crew came to the slow and painful realization that Robert Maxwell was no longer on board the ship.
So you support Rupert Murdoch in this analogy? No, I'm in a let them fight camp in this analogy. Okay. And also, I was actually supporting Seymour Hersh in this analogy. Not fucking Rupert Murdoch, dummy. Because Robert Maxwell and the Mirror sued Cy Hersh for his credible reporting on Robert Maxwell's involvement in the subsequent arrest of Mordechai Vanunu for the crime of whistleblowing Israel's nuclear program. Think.
A search party immediately sprung into action, scanning for any possible sign of the 68-year-old billionaire in surrounding waters. Unfortunately, the Lady Ghislaine had already docked at the island of Tenerife, Spain, 2 hours before Maxwell was even reported missing, according to this Guardian article from the day after it happened. It stated that Maxwell's body was soon found floating face-up naked, over 100 miles away from the Lady Ghislaine's scheduled route. When asked how the body could possibly get all the way over there, the island's civil governor answered, "That's a good question." After what I can only imagine was a strenuous experience trying to load Maxwell's corpse onto a Spanish helicopter, 3 pathologists tasked with carrying out an autopsy were all
How are you making this analogy, man? One guy's like a super psych con man and the other's a pathetic YouTube person, like orders of magnitude. You know what's really funny about this? Is that I wasn't even fucking talking about Ethan Klein. I was thinking of Alan Dershowitz and many other people that literally spend every waking moment defending the fucking nation state of Israel. But it's hilarious because like Ethan is doing the same shit. So many fucking drama chirpers, whenever I'm talking about like liberal Zionists who defend Israel or whatever, instantly go, wow, I can't believe you're talking about a fucking YouTuber. It's like, no, dumbass. If the shoe fits, why the fuck are you complaining? That's it.
unable to fully agree on Maxwell's exact cause of death. This 2001 article from The Independent explains that the lack of water found in Maxwell's lungs led one British pathologist to rule out drowning, with a different Israeli doctor concluding the following day that no, actually he did drown and also he suffered a heart attack. The third doctor agreed with the drowning but argued Maxwell did not have a heart attack. So which was it? Well, I'm sorry to say that to this day nobody fucking knows. What's weird is that Maxwell's body was still soft to the touch by the time his wife got to review it, noting it was weird that rigor mortis hadn't set in. After supposedly floating aimlessly through the ocean for upwards of 12 hours, Mirror reporter John Jackson, who also reviewed the body, remarked that Maxwell looked to be in perfect condition. No discoloration or wrinkles to be seen. Not even his hair dye was running. Preston also mentioned that a test of Maxwell's bone marrow found no trace of diatoms, microscopic algae commonly found in drowning victims, in neither his lungs nor the surrounding 3 liters of seawater that Maxwell's body had been found in. So did he die before landing in the water? The official ruling is that he accidentally plunged over the side of his yacht either before or after suffering a heart attack. But that ruling hasn't been enough to convince everyone. Some, like former Mirror editor Roy Greenslade, are of the mind that Maxwell understood how dire and hopeless his situation was and decided to deliberately end it all before he could face repercussions, while others, specifically those in the Maxwell family, have argued their father would never commit suicide. It just wasn't in his makeup or mentality. Elizabeth rejecting the suicide notion on multiple occasions, telling the Mirror, "I toyed with every possibility, that he had been pushed in by someone planted there. There were so many people who hated him. He had many..."
This is such a funny... Dude, this is such a funny thing to say. Everybody could have killed him, okay? You don't understand. Literally everyone could have killed him. He was a real piece of shit, okay? He was a ginormous piece of shit. He basically had it coming, if you ask me. I mean, I don't even know. I can't even give you a list. It's easier to find a list of who wouldn't have killed him if we were to look at if we were to look at his ops. Yeah, he was like a triple agent and a fraudster. Yeah, I mean, exactly.
Threats, many people would be delighted to bump him off. Later, doubling down in her memoir, "I said at the time, and will never alter my view, that Bob did not commit suicide." The Mirror's senior photographer Ken Lennox told The Guardian that he used to get up at night and pee over the stern of the ship. Everybody knew this, and he weighed about 22 stone or 300 pounds at this time. The railings were wire, so I think he lost his balance because he was very top heavy. He was Teflon, man. I don't think he committed suicide. But as Preston pointed out, Maxwell's cabin door had been locked from the inside, with the main door leading out to the deck also being locked the night he fell overboard. The key was never recovered, which, if you ask me, points to something more than just an act.
No, you don't understand. He locked it from the inside and then killed himself. He was sad.
Accident. And if you ask Ghislaine Maxwell, her father was murdered. Just like Ghislaine's future boyfriend, there are plenty of conflicting theories when it comes to her father's possible murder. The most prominent one implicating Mossad, who some say opted to assassinate their alleged one-time associate, fearful that his activities on their behalf were about to be exposed, as The Independent put it. Perhaps his swath of financial crimes had finally made him too much of a liability to keep around any longer. In their book, The Assassination of Robert Maxwell, authors Gordon Thomas and Martin Dillon present the theory that Maxwell had asked the state of Israel to cover his debts to the tune of hundreds of millions. Refusing to do so, they worried Maxwell would retaliate by going public about their relationship, and therefore took him out with a nerve agent before he got the chance to talk, at least according to Thomas and Dillon. But if they had in fact murdered Maxwell, this didn't stop them from putting together what was basically a state-sponsored funeral for him in Israel just a few days later, attended by high-ranking members of the Israeli intelligence community.
Real flex, when you're when you go and visit the funeral of the person that you are responsible for the murder of.
Israeli, as well as both the President and Prime Minister of Israel, the latter of whom thanked Maxwell for being an enthusiastic friend of Israel, adding that I knew him, especially in recent times, as someone who took great interest in the Israeli economy, invested money in Israel, and offered to put his wide contacts in the international arena at Israel's service. He is
showed up to the motherfucker's funeral to make sure he was dead. Hello, fellow terrorist supporters. Hope you all enter 41% of trans community. Aw. That's cool. Thanks. Transphobic and also fucking stupid. Oh, well, I guess it's redundant. I'm confused. He's saying 41% of trans people commit suicide, so this is a cowardly way to try and be like, oh, I hope you guys all commit suicide. Also, account created in 2011. Brother, I think if you don't post stuff like this, you are going to be entering the 41%. You know what I mean? Like, it seems as though your life is so not worth living that you find yourself as a 40-year-old man doing shit like this in people's chats. Like, I'm an old man, but goddamn, dude. That's crazy. God damn, you have crazy transphobia ball knowledge. It's because I deal with people like this. Transphobes are literally the #1 invested party in trans existence. Transphobic people know more about trans culture and trans tech than trans people do. Okay? They are so pathetic and such fucking virile, repugnant losers that they literally are hyper obsessed. They read literature. They try to learn as much as they can about trans people so they can be like better at shitting on trans people. They're horrible. Did I say virile instead of virulent? I guess that too. Both. You've been doing that a lot lately? Really? Biden moment? True. I'm Brandonizing. Well, the White House is too, so I might as well be Brandonizing at an alarming rate myself.
Done more for Israel than can today be said. Back at home, Pergamon was going up in flames. Both Ian and Kevin Maxwell were arrested for their alleged involvement in their father's financial schemes, though their acquittal didn't slow the company they inherited from suffering a massive collapse almost immediately after, with Robert's death also forcing his widow into a state of financial ruin. She lost everything she once owned and was supported by her children for the rest of her life. Robert Maxwell's public reputation was forever tarnished. For example, here's what the Mirror looked like in the immediate aftermath of his death versus the headline they ran just a couple weeks later. And in case you were wondering what happened to that infamous yacht, the Lady Ghislaine was eventually passed off to a Saudi Arabian lawyer before finally ending up in the hands of one Anna Murdoch, the former wife of Maxwell's longtime personal rival, Rupert Murdoch. Another weird connection I found pertaining to that yacht is that it was originally constructed for a businessman by the name of Imad Khashoggi, which I heard and thought, huh, that name sounds kind of familiar. A 5-second Google search found that Imad is the nephew of a Saudi Arabian arms dealer you may remember, Adnan Khashoggi, an alleged client of the central character tying this whole enigmatic web together.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Yes.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Miami Herald journalist Julie K. Brown wrote in her book Perversion of Justice of a time Elizabeth Maxwell made the desperate attempt to contact an unnamed friend of the family shortly after she lost it all. She described him as an American businessman Robert had met during his short stay.
Yes, Adnan Khashoggi is the uncle of Jamal Khashoggi, who was chopped up in the Saudi embassy in Istanbul.
In charge of the New York Daily News. She thanked this white knight for allowing her a place to stay after her husband's death, reflecting on the unfailing generosity he continued to show her in the coming years. Then, on November 24th, 1991, not even a month after Robert's death, the YIVO Institute for Jewish Research put together an event dedicated to the late tycoon's memory. Both Elizabeth and Ghislaine Maxwell sat in attendance that night. Pictured next to them at New York's Plaza Hotel was a man not yet known to the general public. His name was Jeffrey Epstein.
He covered his face with a mask and dark sunglasses, but this is Juan Alessi, who managed...
Were they both intelligence assets as well? Adnan and his son, his cousin, you mean? Yes. There is suspicion that Jamal Khashoggi was an intelligence asset. Yes. I mean, it still doesn't... It's still completely insane to fucking assassinate him in the Saudi embassy, but yeah. And then hack him to pieces and then put him in a fucking trash can and try to like melt his body. Details of which we only know of because the Turkish government had literally put cameras in virtually every fucking facet of that embassy, which is also crazy. Like, they were surveilling every part of that embassy. It is nuts.
Jeffrey Epstein's Florida mansion for 12 years, and who says that Ghislaine Maxwell was at the center of everything that happened there.
Did Miss Maxwell instruct you to pick up the young girls?
The transphobic piece of shit got clapped.
He had no comment last night, but Alessi had earlier told a Manhattan court that the sprawling home in Palm Beach was run by him, but Maxwell made clear that she was the boss. He testified, from the day she took over, she mentioned to me that she would be the lady of the house.
In 2002, our old pal Stephen Hoffenberg was still in the middle of serving a jail sentence for his role in the tower's financial Ponzi scheme when he spoke to journalist Vicky Ward on the record. According to him, alleged arms dealer Douglas Lease had introduced Jeffrey Epstein to a whole swath of shady characters, which included the late Robert Maxwell. When pressed on the matter, Epstein downplayed his relationships to Lease and claimed to have never even met Maxwell, though Ward admits she did not pursue the notion that he had, even though Ghislaine was already a known associate of Epstein at the time she wrote the article. Hoffenberg also told Ward that Epstein was known to run in various intelligence circles, with several anonymous sources agreeing that Epstein was known to be a hyper-fixer, someone who could act as a go-between for international governments and cultures, similar to what Robert Maxwell was always thought to be doing. In fact, Ari Ben Menashe even claims to have been Maxwell's handler when he worked for Mossad, while Israel, on the other hand, denies any and all ties to him. At the end of the...
Of course, I mean, never. Never. Just like with Jeffrey Epstein, never. I mean, that would be crazy. Please, that's anti-Semitism.
None of this has been officially confirmed, and the three-letter agencies who may know something have all repeatedly refused to cooperate with journalists, adding another layer of confusion to this already frustrating story. But this hasn't stopped any speculation, as Ward described the most popular theory to be that Maxwell had introduced Epstein to international governments, who then used him as a vehicle to collect intelligence, before he, as Hoffenberg asserts, took it a step further and started recording powerful people committing unspeakable acts. Hoffenberg even told The Sun that Epstein, his former business partner, would brag about this, explaining that, for instance, Prince Andrew had a weakness for the girls and fast life. Epstein provided that fantasy. Andrew would then give intelligence that Epstein would give to Israel. This was happening when I was working with Epstein. They created the plan of installing the honeypot cameras and had taken over the house in Manhattan to blackmail the politicians. He then took over the house in Florida and put in cameras. The cameras were to record record rapes. It wasn't just about gathering intelligence, but compromising the politicians. A highly bold assertion that at this rate may just remain unconfirmed forever. After her father's death stripped her of the lavish, elite status she had enjoyed her entire life, The Guardian reported that by 1992, Ghislaine was spending less time in Britain in exchange for a new life in America.
Also, remember, Ghislaine is not dead. Jeffrey Epstein is, and so is Jean-Luc Brunel. So one must ask the question, why a pivotal part of this sex trafficking espionage operation is still very much alive? Well, maybe because powerful people recognize that she has the capacity to play ball.
With millionaire Jeffrey Epstein helping to manage his various properties in Manhattan and Palm Beach before becoming his top recruiter of young girls by at least 1994. For many years, the exact nature of their relationship was pretty unknown, other than Epstein once describing her as his best friend in Vicky Ward's 2003 Vanity Fair article, with Ward adding she seems to organize much of his life. In 2021, an entire cache of new photos came to light, depicting the two as being a lot closer than just best friends. But to get a better understanding of what exactly Ghislaine was doing for her one-time boyfriend, I want to turn back to Virginia Giuffre's memoir, which mentions Ghislaine over 100.
Someone asked if Jeffrey Epstein was gay. There's a likelihood that he was bisexual, or at least like fucked Les Wexner.
140 times throughout its nearly 140 pages. It also does contain some pretty graphic descriptions of abuse, so once again, if that's something you find uncomfortable or triggering to listen to, I completely understand. We discussed in part 1 how Ghislaine introduced herself to Virginia at Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort before inviting the young girl over to Epstein's Manhattan residence to be abused again and again, sometimes with Ghislaine herself even participating, as a number of other victims have now testified as well. Virginia expanded on the first time she was instructed to massage Epstein while Ghislaine assisted her, writing, "I was prepped by Ghislaine to treat this as a lesson from her and follow her exact lead. If I did good tonight, then maybe I would become Jeffrey's traveling masseuse, seeing the world and getting paid well for it." The two began massaging Epstein together, with both Epstein and Ghislaine making flirtatious comments to the young girl until Epstein finally rolled over on his back and exposed himself. Virginia looked to Ghislaine for guidance, but to her shock, Ghislaine was now standing behind her, bare-breasted. She promptly began undressing Virginia, pausing for a moment so she and Epstein could have a laugh at what they called her little girl panties. Once the abuse was over, the three of them reconvened downstairs, where Ghislaine passed Epstein a black duffel bag containing Virginia's payment for the day, assuring her she had great potential in being a massage therapist. Virginia wrote that her mindset at the time was that in order to succeed, she needed to step up from being a teenager and start thinking like a young woman, telling herself, so what if I had to bargain my body to this rich old geezer? Some girls get themselves through college by becoming a stripper and using their bodies to pay for degrees. Others go down even worse paths. I guess it was just another way to fathom the road I was going down. The effectiveness of the lies I forced myself to believe was working as I continued to tell myself I had to make it any way I could rather than ever letting myself sleep on the streets again. I was trading one shocking lifestyle for another, thinking I was choosing the right one. This echoes a testimony from another victim by the name of Sarah Ransom, who said Ghislaine helped her refine her massage skills to satisfy Jeffrey, explaining that, quote, "If I didn't have sex with Jeffrey, I would be homeless and starving in New York, and my dream of getting a full-time education at one of the top fashion institutes in the world would be diminished," which I need to emphasize again was completely deliberate on the part of Epstein and Ghislaine. They went out of their way to find disenfranchised girls who they could basically force into a world of subjugation. Ghislaine continuing to locate and groom an unspecified number of girls for Epstein throughout the 90s and 2000s, working to normalize the abuse by having sexually charged conversations with the girls or just being a part of the abuse. Virginia once noting how she sure did act like she loved having control over me, telling me what to do throughout the entire Ghislaine's subsequent trial, which we will discuss more in depth later on, also featured a number of testimonies from Epstein's victims who blamed Ghislaine Maxwell for being a key component in facilitating the abuse they endured. An emotional testimony from a girl named Carolyn was particularly crucial in illustrating Ghislaine's role, recalling that at 14, she was unable to even pronounce Ghislaine's first name, just calling her Maxwell for simplicity's sake. According to Carolyn, it was Maxwell who greeted her at Epstein's front door and scheduled appointments for the child to meet with the financier over 100 times throughout the next 4 years, once touching her breasts and telling her she had, quote, a great body for Mr. Epstein. Ghislaine was so committed to abetting Epstein's perversions that she even confiscated the passport of a 15-year-old girl who refused to have sex with the man on Little St. James Island, as court documents reveal that, quote, one witness was in tears as he recounted Maxwell bringing a 15-year-old girl into the employer's home, who, in the utmost distress, told him that Maxwell stole the young girl's passport and tried to make her have sex with Epstein and then threatened her. This witness was later revealed to be Epstein's former butler, Ronaldo Rizzo, who also recalled the young girl was, quote, distraught and shaking, literally quivering, as she described what she had experienced at the hands of Epstein, Ghislaine, and Sarah Kellen, another one of Epstein's recruiters. The Sun reported in early 2021 that these same court documents, stemming from Virginia's 2015 suit against Ghislaine, also include allegations that the British socialite direct.
Mike Baker of the New York Times says, I spoke with Annie Farmer, who testified in the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. She fears the prospect of leniency for Maxwell and said that she is not a reliable narrator of events. She said she called Maxwell the primary architect of abuse of girls in Jeffrey Epstein's orbit. Remember, Jabri made this video way before the recent round of controversy surrounding Ghislaine Maxwell and potential pardon from the Trump administration.
A room full of underage girls to, quote, kiss, dance, and touch one another in a sexual way, which of course is all in addition to what the Farmer sisters' allegations were that we discussed in part 1. Annie going into more detail regarding her experience when she took the stand in 2021. See, Annie was just 16 years old in the spring of 1996 when she was ushered out to the traffickers' 8,000-acre Zorro Ranch in New Mexico, some 50 miles away from Jemez Springs, where the Catholic Church was known to send pedophile priests for rehabilitation, interestingly enough. Annie read from the personal diary she kept at the time of the abuse during her testimony in court, where she recalled Ghislaine asking if she had ever had a professional massage before, to which she replied no. Ghislaine then led the teenager into a room with a massage table, forced her to get undressed, and began abusing her while Epstein watched, remembering how she, quote, so badly wanted the massage to be over and to get off the table. As KOAT News recently reported, Ghislaine mentioned New Mexico a total of 64 times in subpoenaed emails. New Mexico is also where Virginia accused Governor Bill Richardson and Prince Andrew of abusing her, and it's also another place that Alan Dershowitz and Bill Clinton were reported to have
Zorro Ranch in New Mexico, frequented by all of these people.
Stayed numerous times, as Epstein told his scientist buddies on numerous occasions that this ranch would eventually be used as a...
Do you think anybody would still support Trump if he pardoned her? Yes, 100%. Yes, absolutely. It'll be a smaller percentage of the base of support than ever before, but if you think that the support will go away, you're out of your dang mind. It's a cult.
Base for women to be inseminated and give birth to his children. He expressed plans of having up to 20 women pregnant at a time, according to the New York Times. The ranch is said to have included a massive 8-person shower, as well as an underground strip club used to entertain guests, according to what an anonymous contractor who worked at the ranch until 2006 told the Daily Mail. The Mail also published a series of photos inside the sprawling residence that depict stacks of pillows lined up along a hallway, another shower overlooking a large indoor pool, and a massive depiction of Jesus crucified on a golden cross in one of the bedrooms. Which, I mean, can you imagine falling asleep with that thing staring at you? Like, what the fuck? Another architect who claimed to have worked for Epstein recalled a 6-foot-tall photo hanging above the stairs to the basement that depicted a naked Ghislaine Maxwell caressing a golden dagger. It's also been reported the ranch was fitted with tiny pinhole cameras that kept a watchful eye on all the guests, which made Ghislaine feel untouchable.
Bill Richardson was a major Hillary Clinton surrogate, one of her first in the 2016 campaign. He was also in Obama's candidate. If you want a reason why the Dems are silent on this case, yeah. I mean, it's definitely Clinton and Clinton associates who still have a lot of influence and a lot of power over even like Democrat boosters. For example, Huma Abedin is Hillary Clinton's like daughter that Chelsea Clinton never was. Now Huma Abedin went from being married to disgraced former politician and recent Adam Friedland show guest Carlos Danger, Anthony Weiner, to getting married to Alex Soros, who is, of course, going to be the recipient of George Soros's billions and sophisticated network of influence, NGOs. Huma Abedin is now married to Alex Soros. Huma Abedin is basically the daughter of Hillary Clinton, the daughter that she never had with Chelsea Clinton.
As the contractor stated. This is
no, it is exactly like noble inbreeding during the Middle Ages. Yes. The purpose of noble inbreeding in the Middle Ages was to create a tie between royal families. And that's exactly what Hillary Clinton did with the Soros tie there. It's not just wealth concentration, it's a consolidation of power.
Also something Maria Farmer has talked about as well, as she recalled to the Mail that all of Epstein's residences had these mechanical rooms and tunnel systems. I know this because Epstein told me. These rooms were enormous, bigger than houses. I have no...
Streets are saying Ghislaine is going to name Dems/Trump's enemies who were involved, clear Trump's name as having been with any kids and get her pardon. I mean, I said that is what's going to happen the moment that Trump floated the idea, the admin floated the idea of getting Ghislaine out of jail to speak to someone from the Attorney General's office, which happened to be the Deputy Attorney General, which happened to be Trump's former lawyer, like personal defense attorney, Todd Blanche. Yeah, I've been saying that. Just like I told you, there's going to be some sort of like leniency in sentencing in exchange for revealing information that, weirdly enough, absolves Trump, and then will only name people who are in Trump's orbit as enemies.
No idea why anyone needs so many computers in one room. Frustratingly enough, the existence of these large mechanical rooms has still never been confirmed or denied. His Zorro Ranch was never officially raided by authorities somehow. All we can really do is listen to the victims. Victims like Sarah Ransom who say, quote, Ghislaine was like the mama bear, if you know what I mean. She called the shots. We had to listen to Ghislaine, and Ghislaine was Jeffrey's right-hand woman. So, you know, whatever Jeffrey wanted went through Ghislaine and then filtered through, according to court documents. Insisting Ghislaine's role went far beyond procurement. After all, she wasn't just bringing him young girls, she was also connecting Epstein to some of the world's most elite power brokers.
Ghislaine Maxwell is in prison, and a lot of people want to know if she's going to turn in powerful people. And I know you've talked in the past about Prince Andrew, and you've criticized Bill Clinton's behavior. I'm wondering, do you feel that she's going to turn in powerful men? How do you see that working out?
I don't know. I haven't really been following it too much. I just wish her well, frankly. I wish her well.
During the late 80s, Ghislaine Maxwell started a business called Maxwell's Corporate Gifts, which involved her supplying long-term service awards for companies. I'm not even really sure what that means, but she was convinced her business could see quite a boost in capital if she reached out to U.S. real estate mogul and Jew salesman Donald Trump through her father, who had been known to hang out with the future president from time to time and thought highly of him. I mean, Robert Maxwell was basically the Donald Trump of the UK, so of course they knew each other. Excited to tell her father about this cool new proposal, Robert effectively shot her idea out of the sky immediately, shouting, "Have you got your bum in your head? Why the f would Donald Trump want to waste his time seeing you with your crappy gifts when he has a multi-million-dollar business to run?" As reported by Nicholas Davies in the book Death of a Tycoon. Only I guess Robert underestimated Trump's affinity for stupid people and their stupid business ventures, because as Vanity Fair reported, Trump would go on to spend a lot of time with Ghislaine throughout much of the 90s. Like, a lot of time. It really, there's a ton of pictures of these two. According to Stephen Hoffenberg, a character...
I wish her well. I wonder why he was wishing her well. Oh my. I wish her well. She's a beautiful lady, a beautiful woman. Her boyfriend was killed or maybe died. Very depressing set of circumstances.
Who will not stop popping up in this series, Ghislaine established a correspondence with Trump through his then wife, Ivana, who, according to what her assistant told the Washington Post, would meet Ghislaine at cocktail parties.
Trump's got more pictures of Epstein than I do with my grandparents. True. Well, he does, but he has even more photos with Ghislaine Maxwell. Trump with Ghislaine Maxwell is Hunter Biden with crack cocaine, okay? It's gotta be on camera. I don't make the rules. Trump made the rules, okay? He's like, if I'm around Ghislaine, we need cameras, we need them snapping, okay? Straight up.
Gallery openings and shows, that kind of thing. And that's pretty much all we know about their connection. We can't really ask her anything else since she's now buried at Trump's golf course, but I think we get the overall picture. Trump initially became associated with Epstein through Ghislaine, as was the case with many other powerful people Epstein knew. One investment banker who knew the couple attributed Epstein's connections to Ghislaine's own personal appeal, calling her a charming, likable front person, and explaining to the New York Times that a big part of the reason people talked to him was because of Ghislaine. Ghislaine is also who introduced Epstein to Prince Andrew, a man she's known since her uni days at Oxford. Even though she says she didn't, Andrew himself says she absolutely did.
That's the other reason why Ghislaine is a unreliable orator in general, because she regularly lies, and not even about like things that maybe we are suspicious of or whatever. Like, she lies about things that we all know to be true. Like, she has perjured herself in the process of her own conviction. And they only dropped the perjury case because they were like, well, you already got convicted of being a pedophile sex trafficker, so who cares?
Given Robert's prestige, it's really no mystery that Maxwells have always had ties to the crown. In fact, some sources have even asserted the two dated at one time, as stated in a recent ITV documentary, Ghislaine, Prince Andrew, and the Pedophile, where one former royal protection officer recounted how Buckingham Palace staff assumed Ghislaine and Andrew had an intimate relationship, considering the vast amount of trips she was taking to the palace.
Yeah, more like Fuckingham Palace when Ghislaine was there.
And the ease in which she was coming and going, telling ITV she was in 4 times in one day from the morning till the evening. She kept coming in and out, in and out. Business Insiders put together a timeline of their correspondence from 1999 to 2001, with flight logs and photographs laying out all the various meetings and excursions they had, which include the time Andrew invited
Shipper. Pago, yeah, I'm a shipper. I'm shipping Ghislaine Maxwell and Prince Andrew, you know, which is like the most utilitarian solution there. That way neither of these pedophiles predate on minors, and instead just, you know, do it to one another.
Epstein and Ghislaine to his mom's Scottish residence. You know, his mom, the Queen. If Ghislaine ever did have a romantic thing with Andrew, it must have happened around the time she broke up with Epstein. What we know from that old biography provided by Epstein's lawyers is that he and Ghislaine ceased their relationship in 2000, but still remained close friends afterward, with Ghislaine relocating that year to her own Upper East Side townhome just 10 blocks away from Epstein's, according to the New York Times. Why they broke up, we don't know. They were still very much present in each other's lives for most of the 2000s, but after Epstein's guilty plea in 2008, the two were never photographed together again. That doesn't mean they stopped seeing each other, of course, as they were still exchanging emails as late as 2015, but it does indicate the two may have understood the scrutiny they were now under. Ghislaine, along with several other Epstein recruiters such as Sarah Kellen, was immunized in Palm Beach as a part of Dershowitz and Acosta's sickeningly generous plea agreement. But Epstein was now getting a lot of attention as a registered sex offender, which meant Ghislaine likely wanted nothing to do with him publicly.
Yeah, also very weird that all of the co-conspirators and all of the separate perpetrators, they got immunity in this insane plea deal.
publicly as to not bring any more unwanted attention to her own past, though she definitely wasn't about to disappear either. Though the law had officially caught up with Epstein, well, kind of. Ghislaine was permitted to live her life as if nothing happened. For a while, Ghislaine continued to do what she did best, schmoozing the elite class, sometimes even hosting events at her own house where she had stuff like this hanging on the wall. I mean, this is something that looks fake, right? This is what your QAnon uncle would post on Facebook or something, but no, it is real. It's a real Getty stock image taken at Ghislaine's house. You just can't make this stuff up. But regardless, this freedom to socialize as she pleased put her in the same vicinity as Naomi Campbell, Ariana Huffington, Tory Burch, Graydon Carter, Vicky Ward, Martha Stewart, Charlie Rose, Rupert Murdoch, Michael Caine, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Roger Waters, Michael Bloomberg, James Krakowski, Mick Jagger, and of course, presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who apparently didn't know Epstein, but still took his family on board the Lolita Express twice and went fossil hunting with Ghislaine or some shit. What the fuck?
You weren't ever on Jeffrey Epstein's jet, were you?
I was on Jeffrey Epstein's jet 2 times. I was on it in 1993. My wife had some kind of relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell. And another occasion, I flew again with my family, with I think 4 of my children, and Mary, my wife, to Rapid City, South Dakota, to go fossil hunting.
Yeah, that's probably the last combination of words I would want to see appear under my face if I were on the news. For a couple of years there, Ghislaine was like a specter haunting these snobby rich people gatherings, actively harming the reputation of anyone unlucky enough to wander into frame while she's taking a picture. Because truthfully, not all of these celebrities were aware of what she was doing with Epstein. I mean, of course, some of them had an idea. But you gotta keep in mind, Ghislaine was around a lot of people. Like, as much as I hate Elon Musk, I have no real reason to believe this photo is anything other than the innocuous photobomb he's claimed it to be. Except Epstein did actually send an email in 2012 bragging about a dinner he had with Musk, of which I...
Jeffrey Epstein's connection to Elon Musk actually moves far beyond directly being involved with Elon Musk. His brother, Kimball Musk, is incredibly connected to Jeffrey Epstein. His brother Kimball Musk met his girlfriend at the time at Jeffrey Epstein's mansion, as a matter of fact, and he would stay there for extended periods of time.
Was not aware of until researching this video, so hey, not the best look in the world. Unless, of course, he was referring to Elon's brother Kimball Musk, who Epstein has allegedly set up with a girlfriend, according to Business Insider. So again, not the best look, and maybe I should use somebody else to make this point, but the bottom line is that Ghislaine Maxwell had no trouble at all navigating some of the most prestigious social circles in the country. Even while involved in a number of civil suits filed by Epstein's accusers, Ghislaine seemed to have no problem visiting a private campfire retreat hosted by Jeff Bezos in 2018, just a couple months ahead of Julie K. Brown's bombshell series on Epstein. That's how slippery she was. Making TV appearances and giving actual TED Talks, Ghislaine was in full view of the public while knowing that at any time, the feds could very well come knocking. She was even...
Well, I guess when you're a federal agent yourself, you just kind of feel like there won't ever be any scrutiny from the public, from private institutions that kind of slip out of the control that other federal agencies might have, and then that yields a tremendous amount of resentment, and then it forces these institutions to at least take some kind of action, and in the process they end up burning an asset. But obviously the reason why she thought she could just like go to Chelsea Clinton's wedding, for example, is because, you know, she felt untouchable.
Involved in a few NGOs, including the time she founded Terramar, a weird delusional project to create a country out of the ocean, kinda? I still don't really understand what this thing was. And frankly, I don't think anybody does. Even in the interviews I saw, you could tell she's struggling to explain the purpose of Terramar to this CNN host, who clearly doesn't know or care what in the hell this woman is talking about. I mean, it's just embarrassing. By 2015, Virginia had filed a defamation.
One must also ask the question, why these guys who were, you know, horrible monsters so easily got CNN spots every now and then for whatever kind of weird pet project that they had that was probably just a money laundering front. It's just odd. They were on CNN all the time. Alan Dershowitz still goes on every fucking mainstream news outlet all the time.
Suit against Ghislaine when the socialite called her a liar over claims that Epstein and Maxwell had abused her, according to Business Insider. This brought Ghislaine all the negative attention she had tried to run away from by distancing herself from Epstein years earlier, and thus she began to panic. In 2016, she abruptly sold her townhome for $15 million and basically went off the grid. Believed to have fled the country, Ghislaine wasn't photographed at any other event past the year 2016 and started dodging various court summons as they rolled in. In 2017, her lawyers told a judge they didn't know where she was, but they assumed her to be somewhere in London. For the next couple years, Ghislaine kept an extremely low profile, barely even going outside, according to one source close to her at the time, who told the Daily Mail that Ghislaine had, quote, become a real homebody, rarely ventured out. She's the antithesis of the woman who traveled extensively and partied constantly with Epstein. That is until August 2019, when Ghislaine was photographed here at a Los Angeles In-N-Out, days after her ex-lover turned up dead at the Metropolitan Correctional Facility in New York. Though shortly after this photo made the rounds, she vanished again, which was, of course, to be
That was weird too, because people were like, is this a fucking, like, is this like a photo op? Like, what?
Expected. She had to have known this was coming. One former...
You know what? Jaubrey does remarkable research, but I will say one thing that has missed his already pretty fucking comprehensive analysis video here is the fact that Ghislaine Maxwell was most likely a Reddit moderator, which I think is probably the greatest evidence that she was intelligence. That's right. Ghislaine Maxwell was a top mod on r/World News, a prolific Reddit moderator. People say you're faking, you're fake, that information is fake. I believe it. It is real in my heart. Okay? It is real in my fucking heart. I will not have it any other way. An account that posted literally nonstop, what was it called? I forget what the account's name is, but account that posted nonstop suspiciously stopped after she got arrested. Oh, Maxwell Hill, yeah. Here it is. With 14.9 million post karma, 138,000 comment karma. This account was a Redditor for 19 years and posted with regular frequency multiple times a day until 5 years ago. It started on 4chan. I don't give a shit. You know what else was also first reported on 4chan? Jeffrey Epstein's death before the world knew. I mean, incoherent conspiracy suggests Ghislaine Maxwell is a powerful Redditor. Is incoherent conspiracy suggesting Ghislaine Maxwell is a powerful Redditor is not so incoherent. And it's also saying that this was like unearthed on 4chan is so funny, because guess what? 4chan also could be bracketed off as a psyop in and of itself. Okay, so we support 4chan now? No, I do not support the American government or any of its numerous attempts at engaging in intelligence efforts, which also includes Reddit and 4chan as well. Anyway.
Assistant U.S. Attorney David Weinstein told Business Insider at the time that his death makes her the top of the food chain in terms of who you're going after. She now gets put in the kingpin position. Now the hunt was on. The Daily Mail reported she was holed up in Massachusetts with her new husband, a millionaire tech CEO by the name of Scott Borgerson, I don't give a fuck, who she had discreetly married in 2016. Meanwhile, Sky News reported in October 2019 that she was hiding out with longtime Epstein associate Jean-Luc Brunel in Brazil. So there were a lot of conflicting reports, but it wasn't until the FBI used a Stingray device to pin down her exact movements by tracking her phone signals. As the Daily Beast described it, the portable equipment, which can fit inside a briefcase, simulates a cell tower. It forces mobile phones in the immediate vicinity to connect to it instead of the actual tower. Once it connects, the Stingray captures the phone's exact location and the registered user's identity information. This brought federal agents to her New Hampshire home she had recently purchased under a fake name, where they discovered she hadn't exactly been living in squalor. The tucked away hideout, literally named it Tucked Away, was a 100.
Do you think Ghislaine Maxwell was Reddit mod? It's Ghislaine, just like me and my boy Chuck Schumer says it's Ghislaine. Do you know Chuck Schumer said Ghislaine on like in the Senate? Yeah, it's Ghislaine now. It's a matter of public record. I'm sorry. You're being anti-Semitic to the top Jewish politician in the country. No, Chuck Schumer.
No, I think it's her.
Speaking to the point. Do I think that this account, Maxwell Hill, a top moderator for our World
I'm
News,
convinced, because yeah, they went dark after the arrest, right?
Yeah, and they had never stopped.
I think it also makes a lot of sense because it's like, when you think about it, right? Like, you are an international sex trafficker of children, right? Like, not literally, Hassan, I know you're not, but imagine that you were for a moment. Like, you gotta fill a lot of hours in the day,
killing
right?
myself immediately.
Like, yeah, well, aside from doing seppuku and the honorable way out, like, it would be, right? Like, you've got to be like, oh man, I gotta like waste so much time. And like, a woman her age, probably not that into Call of Duty. She's probably, you know, maybe she's seen everything on Netflix, but Reddit is like interactive, you know, and she's been around the block. She knows stuff, you know, so perhaps, yeah, like I get it. Like, you know, a bored lady who, when she's not trafficking children,
Reddit out of
might just be on Reddit.
All the applications, Reddit like is the most fed coded. It just is just literally the #1 breeding ground for fucking NATO NatSec liberals.
What have Palestinians ever done for Black Lives Matter?
Yeah, that like all that shit gets cooked up. Like 8200 probably just fucking spends most of their efforts on Reddit, in numerous subreddits. I would say most pedo coded before Twitter. Yeah, I mean, Twitter is definitely taking the cake now because Twitter is just.
Well, yeah, sorry, that's not like a thing. Like it's not like Reddit at least has like the pretense of like, oh, it's like, you know, if you want to look at Lolly, there's some of that, I guess, but there's also like r/cider, where you can look at apple cider like communities.
No, I'm not talking about like random interest group subreddits. Those are fine. Those are great.
Yeah, exactly. But it's not. Yeah, Twitter though now is just like. You know how, so like in the 19th century, there was like a stretch of presidents.
She posted about this. Twitch suspends Trump's account for violating hateful conduct rules, which means Ghislaine Maxwell knows Twitch, which means Ghislaine Maxwell at the time might have known who I am as well. As a Redditor, she probably did, especially considering that, you know, I am the #1 enemy of Reddit.
You are the #1 enemy of Reddit?
Every like political, like, you know, kind of even remotely political subreddit has at least one moderator that like despises me with a fucking passion, including but not limited to many of the subreddits that have been overtaken by the other sex pest, not as prolific as Ghislaine Maxwell, of course, but sex pestiny, like LSF.
I mean, I still think though that like Ghislaine Maxwell.
Wait, I want you to imagine something. Actually, hold on. Close your eyes for a second.
Closing my eyes.
I want you to imagine.
I'm imagining.
I want you to imagine what like a top Reddit mod would look like. Like, just close your eyes and think to yourself for a moment. What would like a sex pestiny fan who happens to be like a top Reddit moderator for
6'2",
the Reddit,
blue eyes,
yeah, just
great smile,
yeah, hot,
yeah, lifts weights,
full head of hair,
is like respectful with women,
yeah. Okay, hold on. I can't find it. Does chat have it already? Oh, here it
they
is.
like know the box scores of classic baseball teams.
Okay, now open your eyes to the head mod of live stream fail subreddit meets Dan Saltman.
What is that?
You're looking at the
it's like
peak,
dough that got left out.
The peak male physical
it's
form,
like dough
baby.
with black mold on it.
Please. I'm sheltering you from this, Kaya.
Oh, mass delete your messages. I wonder why.
Yeah, no, I know. it's just so funny because he's like a prolific blackmailer as well, and runs an application that promotes deleting your messages everywhere.
That's like a good, I mean, that is actually a pretty classic advertising strategy. Put me out of business. Buy my product. Yeah. Delete messages so that I won't blackmail you.
Yeah, anyway, there it is. Two of Sex Pestiny's greatest fedayeen in one place.
One of them looks like William Maypother with an illness, and the other guy looks like Lumpy Doe. Tough.
All right, let's get back to
150-acre, multi-million-dollar cabin exhibiting the same hideous taste and decor we've come to know and love. I mean, come on, what are those chairs? She was formally charged in Manhattan federal court with enticing a minor to travel to engage in criminal sexual activity, transporting a minor with the intent to engage in criminal sexual activity, conspiracy to commit both of those offenses, and perjury in connection with a sworn deposition. The indictment seemed to focus mostly on her crimes spanning from 1994 to 1997 and alleged she had exploited girls as young as 14, stating that, quote, Maxwell's presence during minor victims' interactions with Epstein, including interactions where the minor victim was undressed or that involved sex acts with Epstein, helped put the victims at ease because an adult woman was present. Because she posed an obvious flight risk, she was held without bail at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, New York. After all these years of running and hiding from authorities, it was becoming more and more apparent to both Ghislaine and the victims she abused that maybe a semblance of justice might actually be on the horizon at long at last. Ghislaine's trial happened in late 2021, and honestly, it didn't take too long. In December, she was found guilty and convicted of conspiring with the late Jeffrey Epstein for at least a decade to recruit, groom, and abuse underage girls. During the course of her 1-month trial, the jury heard testimony from 4 accusers, only one of whom used their full name, who all detailed their horrific experiences of being served up to Epstein and his girlfriend, as written in the New York Times. Annie Farmer said in the statement after the verdict that, quote, I am so relieved and grateful that the jury recognized the pattern of predatory behavior that Maxwell engaged in for years and found her guilty of these crimes. She has caused hurt to many more women than the few of us who had the chance to testify in the courtroom. Ghislaine's attempts to paint herself as a mere scapegoat for Epstein's crimes fell pretty flat. She wasn't really doing herself any favors when she started drawing the courtroom sketch artist right there in front of everyone, something that Charles Manson apparently did. It also didn't help that prosecutors revealed Epstein had apparently sent Ghislaine over $30 million to maintain her lavish life, and of course, these photos weren't a great look either, which I think I'll have to pixelate, but this one depicts Ghislaine pressing Epstein's foot into her breast on the Lolita Express, so that's wonderful. Defense attorney Paul Applebaum told Reuters that if he were in the jury, he'd think the two were Siamese twins. There was ultimately no way the defense could argue they weren't closely intertwined. An appeal from Ghislaine's defense was also recently denied, meaning Ghislaine will continue to carry out a 20-year prison sentence at FCL Tallahassee. Well, unless she gets Epsteined first.
Maxwell, for her part, stood to receive the sentence as is customary, but pretty much just looked forward and didn't seem to have any sort of overt emotion or reaction to today's proceedings. And I will note, during the course of the victim's testimony, she also did not appear to ever look at them, just kind of leaned forward and looked forward and took some notes as well.
Did they draw Brace? Did you see Brace in the crowd?
I didn't see Brace in there, but that would be
from the court drawings. He was there.
He was there.
Yeah.
Ghislaine insists she did nothing wrong. Even her siblings have tried to convince us all of her innocence. But anyone who actually knows anything about this case will tell you that Ghislaine Maxwell played one of the most critical roles in allowing Epstein's international trafficking ring to expand as far as it did. The biggest injustice of all, though, is that right now, she is his only accomplice to receive any kind of legal punishment at all. And she was originally immunized in 2008. If this story has shown me anything, it's that the rich and powerful will do whatever it takes to protect their own kind, which is of course something we all knew. But the way in which Jeffrey Epstein was consistently protected, combined with the lack of answers regarding things like where he got his money, who he may have been working for, and the extent to which he was operating, exemplifies more than anything else the most frustrating, corrupt, and ruthless elements of the various institutions we are supposed to trust. I think I could say that at this point I have truly lost my mind. I thought I knew the Epstein story a couple years ago, but lo and behold, there's still so much more we haven't even dug into. The full scope of Epstein's operation can never be adequately captured in 3 YouTube videos. Its depravity stretches beyond what our imaginations can comprehend, and I have a feeling that we may never know where this saga truly ends. The fact that this story...
Well, nothing to see here. Good thing that we know everyone was innocent, actually, as we'll find, except for Trump's enemies. That's what I think is going to happen. I've been saying this already.
Well, listen,
Ghislaine Maxwell comes out, defends Donald Trump, says Donald Trump is totally absolved, and then we'll say all of the people that we do know, plus make sure your phone.
Oh, yeah.
All the people that we do know, like all of the Democrats, all the prominent Democrats, and maybe even like some Republicans that Trump doesn't like, or Republican affiliates that Trump doesn't like, will all be suspiciously named as names as co-conspirators, and then Ghislaine Maxwell will be pardoned for her innocence.
Well, if there's anything I know, it's that to defend yourself against allegations of pedophilia, what you need is a pedophile.
Yeah. White hat pedophilia.
That is actually the funniest part of this story. I've always loved that theory that like the MAGA people have, that like, listen, Donald Trump, yes, he took a gazillion photos with this guy. Yes, they like gave each other gifts. Like, yes, like Donald Trump like ogled women and like allegedly harassed them behind the scenes at Miss Universe. Yes, we get all of it. But, and this is very important, he was doing it all as an undercover agent for decades, until the day far off when he would become president and then be able to exact justice on his enemies, which he didn't do in the first term, but is absolutely going to do now.
Oh yeah, no, for sure.
Now that it is at the moment of maximum political inconvenience, he's gonna do it.
And also the reason why he's just like kind of being noticeably the reason why he's being noticeably weird about it is for, I don't know, for reasons. Alex Jones can't even spin that one. That one's so fucked.
I mean, they can't spin.
Even he was like, Mr. President, please just stop. Mr. President, you're making it real hard for us, please.
But they don't have like, I don't know. I've been thinking about it, and like, I really do believe that they're able to, like, a bunch of the MAGA diehard are obviously gonna, like, this is, if not like a breaking point itself, like this is going to, yeah, for a lot of people, this is going to be the beginning of a process by which like they begin to understand that like they've been, you know, like they're being actively misled, lied to about all these different things. Like, it seems like very clear that that's the trajectory that's been set up because the Republicans went so hard on these topics for the last couple years. At the same time, though, there are going to be a lot of MAGA people who are going to like treat this as like the next stage of Q. That like actually Ghislaine Maxwell is also now like a white hat, and that she was mistreated by the evil like demo rat Justice Department.
I think the number of people that will do that is getting smaller by the day. That's what I think. I believe that this is like for the right wingers, like the conspiracy minded right wingers, like this is the purest expression of class. Like class politics is the closest they can get to class politics. They don't think about it from the point of view of like financial interests of the capital owning class versus like laborers, but they do actually think about it like the elites doing pedophilia and getting away with it. So I feel like there are a decent number of people in his base that will a decent number of people in his base, they'll be like, this will be their break-off point. Not like the final break-off point, but this will be the starting of
and
the
to which I
fissure.
say, hey, listen, if you're one of the disaffected MAGA people who's been like screaming about pedophiles, who's like ruined many family gatherings in the last few years, who's like learned and even developed new racial slurs that we haven't heard of yet, I welcome you with open arms.
Yeah.
Welcome to socialism.
Yeah, no, I'm telling, no, you know what pedophiles hate, the international elite pedophiles hate? When people advocate for socialized medicine. Think
It is
about
true.
that.
It is true. I do
It's
think
actually objectively anti-woke to want socialized healthcare.
I mean, there is like gonna be a person who will be like, I have to believe that there are people out there who are gonna be convinced that like actually like what this whole Epstein business is about is wokeness. That actually this was about like this is about like wokeness and PC culture, and whatever, you know, whatever the outcome is, it's going to reflect the overreach of wokeness.
Yeah. You know what's anti-woke? Free anesthesia? Yeah. Free healthcare in general is so anti-woke. It
Actually,
is so gay and woke.
You know
what's so gay and woke is trans to want free to want healthcare to be paywalled.
I've always said that free insulin is quite libtarded.
Yeah. It's gay, woke, and trans to not let trans people get free healthcare. To not let people get HRT for free. Okay? That's right. What are you, gay and woke? That you're transphobic? What are you, stupid? That's like, I feel like I'm, what's his name? That fat Nazi Matt Fournier or whatever?
Oh, Matt Fournier,
like,
yeah.
It's brownoid coded to care about Palantir. That's how I feel when I say it's woke, gay, and trans to care about trans people like this.
If you give this much of a fuck about trans people, dog, you might be trans.
Yeah, well, and also there's nothing wrong with that. But also, if you think there's something wrong with that, then yeah, it's woke, gay, and trans.
Matt Forney's trans.
Anyway, all right. Well, let's not use it as a pejorative that much.
Not a pejorative. Earnest theorizing.
They did get Republicans to say that they love Russia because it's anti-woke. That's what I'm saying. They will believe anything.
That's true. Although
if you slap something as woke or anti-woke, you can get Republicans to hate it. Like, say it's woke to be transphobic. Point to like fucking TERFs, okay, and just be like, point to TERFs and be like, look at how fucking insane they are. They all sound annoying. And they hate trans people. It's woke to hate trans people. I'm telling you. Oh my God. That's right. It's woke to hate trans people, and it's woke to want paid health care.
Still gets written off as just another QAnon conspiracy or something that isn't worth talking about infuriates me. There are real victims at the heart of this thing who deserve to see actual justice in their lifetime. And with the way things are going, we've only begun to scratch the surface. If you want to learn more, again, I highly recommend Julie K. Brown's series in the Miami Herald, Perversion of Justice, as well as her book by the same name, which I've referenced throughout all of these videos. Same with John Preston's book on the Maxwell's fall. I think the Maxwell family has a particularly interesting history that shouldn't be discounted when talking about Epstein. Virginia Giuffre's memoir is also one of the absolute best sources you'll find when it comes to learning more about what these victims experienced at the hands of Ghislaine and Epstein. And of course, all of the recently unredacted court documents that came out earlier this year can be found down below as well. If you've made it this far, I really appreciate it. I think these videos truly did break my brain into pieces, but it's an important story, and
It was
I'm glad
really
you've
good.
taken
He
an
did three.
interest in it. I'll stop yapping now. This is taking up my life for the past 2 months, I guess. For my own sanity,
I've been to this is in London. I think I've been to this restaurant.
You've been to the Willy Wonka factory?
I think. I don't know. I've been to a restaurant in London that has like weird fucking weird seating arrangements like this. Maybe not this. Maybe this is not that.
To go find something else to make a video on. Unless
what I would give to not be in that room.
Oof. God damn, that was a 3-part series that we finally ended. And that 3-part series was so fucking long. Each video on the Jeffrey Epstein saga was like... insane. Very comprehensive. Shouts out to Jobbery.
That is some thumbnail work.
Yeah, shouts out to friend of the show, Jobbery. A lot of great work he's done. Play the Jojo Siva video now, please. Wait, what? What the fuck is the Jojo Siva video? Time to bring around Noah? Yeah. We will.
If it's the Jojo Siva
one day
video.
Jobbery will make a video on you. Yeah, a positive one.
Why does everybody hate this nice guy?
Yeah, I could see that. I could see him doing something like that. Jojo Siwa dance with Netanyahu?
What? What?
Stop. What the fuck are you saying? Stop. Another Israel tourist L.
r/Israel sounds like one of the worst possible Reddits that you could imagine. But a few days ago, it produced this absolute gem about an Israeli traveler. Now, the protagonist of our wonderful story is a 25-year-old Israeli man who's on
Wait, there was also another like Israeli tourist in Thailand. I watched a video and she was like, our dollars are actually, she was saying that like they're the ones who fund Thailand or something with their tourism dollars or something. I saw that.
holiday in Thailand, solo traveling. He meets some people, he gets on with them, he smokes with them, he spends time in a cafe, but then eventually they start talking about themselves and what they were up to. And he begins saying that there was an Irish couple, some Australians, Americans, and then when he said that he was Israeli, everyone went quiet and there was an awkward silence until someone asked him, were you in the IOF? And he responds, yeah, lots of people have to, before someone cuts him off with, wait, were you like in Gaza? And he said he was very uncomfortable, and he accidentally blurted out yes, before there was an awkward silence and he felt that he had to leave. And it ends with him complaining to the hotel staff about an anti-Semitic incident because people didn't like him after they found out he served in the IOF and was part of the Gaza genocide. Calling this anti-Semitic hatred is so utterly ridiculous because people...
I had an awkward moment when I accidentally revealed to a bunch of people that I was having a great time with, who knew I was Jewish, but had no issue with that, of course, until I revealed to them that I was a war criminal. That's peak anti-Semitism, is when people have no issues with you, understandably, when you're, you know, because they know you're Jewish, but then you accidentally reveal that you participated in a genocide. That's the most anti-Semitic you can be.
People didn't hate him for his Jewishness. They weren't looking down on him because he was the wrong ethnicity. They hated him because he served in the IOF, gave a justification for it, and admitted that he had just been in Gaza participating in a genocide and a mass starvation campaign. I am sorry, it doesn't matter if most Israelis do it. That makes it even worse.
It's like they didn't even beat his ass. They just got quiet and awkward.
Well, that's like, you see that guy who filed a lawsuit against all the people who, I mean, it was like it's like obvious, it's like a lawsuit that will exist only in its filing and immediately get thrown out. But it was like, he was like filing suit against people in like Discord for kicking him out because they didn't like him. Like, and he claims it's anti-Semitic.
Oh. Bro, this is like, what is going on, man? What the fuck? It's just, it's like serial complaining. It's Karen behavior. It's like unimaginable arrogance. Sometimes I feel like half of these dudes who are Israel defenders are just like actively trying to tank the reputation of both Israel and also Jewish people across the board by being like, no, this is,
but like, you've got to like look earnestly looking at it from like their angle. Like, why do they do this stuff like so consistently if it ends up being, you know, like if the answer is always the same, which is like stop whining, is the nicest answer they get. It's because like they really do. I mean, it tells you something about what it's like to be in Israeli society these days. You are like attacked and besieged on all sides. You are a victim. You are not victimizing others. You are yourself a victim of an entire world that like not only actively misunderstands what you and your nation is all about, but that like, you know, is itself part of the campaign to destroy that nation. And so there's like this again, it's like they're never like we're gonna have these stories until the end of time in all sorts of different countries, from, you know, Colombia to Thailand to Vietnam, other places where Israelis like like to be tourists. Like all Westerners like to be tourists, because it's not like just Israelis obviously go to these places, but the idea that like this kind of mentality can hold while they continue to exist in the world is not, to me it feels like it's.
They should look at South Africa. South Africans around the world are not like roundly despised any longer because they're not associated with the apartheid at this point, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I think white South, like when I see a white South African, I don't have a similar assessment. I don't even have this assessment for Israelis in general, not to be like super woke here, because I don't assume that someone is immediately a fucking neo-Nazi. You know what I mean? Maybe that's just me.
Have you ever seen though, I've never met a nice South African?
I have heard that.
No, there was a show, a TV show that in the 80s in England that made like used puppets, and they had a musical number. It's called "But I've Never Met a Nice South African," and
oh, this is good.
Yeah, I want to see that. Oh no,
she's hot though.
Okay. I just that is a sentence
My
to leave
money,
it.
okay, build your country.
Country. Oh, wow. Okay, keep that.
My money, okay. Build your whole country.
Yeah, that's tough, dude.
Elon have made me have this assumption about the entirety of South Africans again. Nah, I've never met a nice South African.
No, hold on. This isn't there's no puppets in this one. This isn't the actual video. This is just the audio. What? Somebody else.
Does anyone have the puppets? British TV almost 40 years ago.
Yeah,
this is the one. Yeah.
I mean, this is a snippet of it.
And the next contender, please. Your name, sir. Yitzhak Shamir. Your occupation.
Oh, this is a different one, but it's the same show.
And your specialist subject. Human rights. Mr. Shamir, you have 30 seconds starting from now. According to Amnesty International, which country has imprisoned more than 5,000 people without trial in the last 3 years? South Africa? No, Israel. Between 1987 and 1989, which country killed 540 unarmed demonstrators? South Africa. No, Israel. Which country has shot dead more than 110 children since 1987? South Africa. No, Israel. Which country produces the nicest oranges? Ah, Israel. No, South Africa.
No, the song though is from Spitting Image, is like a
World of Oz from Aussie to Peru. I've had sunshine in the Arctic and a swim in Timbuktu. I've seen unicorns in Burma and a Yeti in Nepal. And I've danced with 10-foot pygmies in a Montezuma hall. I've met the King of China and the working Yorkshire miner, but I've never met a nice South African. No, he's never met a nice South African. And it's not bloody surprising, man, 'cause we're a bunch of arrogant bosses who hate black people. I once got served in Woolies after less than 4 weeks' wait. I had lunch with Rowan Atkinson when he paid and wasn't late. I know a public swimming bath where they don't piss in the pool. I know a guy who got a job straight after leaving school. I met a normal Merman and a fairly modest German, but I've never met a nice South African. No, he's never met a nice South African. And it's not bloody surprising, man, 'cause we're a bunch of talentless murderers who smell like baboons. I've had a close encounter of the 22nd kind. That's when an alien space.
Someone said, remember, Adam Freeland is part South African. Damn.
South African?
South African.
Ship disappears up your behind. I've got directory inquiries after less than 40 rings. I've even heard a decent song by Paul McCartney's Wings. I've seen a flying thing in a quite convincing wig, but I've never met a nice South African.
No, he's never met a nice South African. And it's not bloody surprising, Nick, 'cause we're a bunch of ignorant love nuts with no sense of humour.
I've met the Loch Ness Monster and he looks like Fred Astaire. At the BBC in London, he's the chief commissioner. I know a place in Glasgow which is bright with daffodillies. I met the man in Kathmandu who claimed to have 2 willies. I've had a nice pot noodle, but I've never had a poodle. And I've never met a nice South African.
No, he's never met a nice South African. And it's not bloody surprising, Nick, because we've never met one either.
Oh yeah, except for Brighton Breitenbach, who was a South African dissident who went to jail. He's like the most famous like Afrikaner who turned against like the apartheid state. And
why are you torturing your guys? He's the one who suggested we watch this.
Also, the craziest thing is Breitenbach, who this big dissident, his brother Jan Breitenbach was like one of the founders of the South African Special Forces.
Oh damn.
Yeah, family affair.
Oh, the claim Jewish children sang songs in Hebrew so they were disembarked and the teacher arrested. The airline statement. Did you hear about this?
Yes, I did. They were singing, they were doing, what was it that you're chanting?
In relation to the events that took place on the 23rd of July 2025 involving a group of teenage passengers, the safety of passengers operations is really our top priority. A group of passengers engaged in highly disruptive behavior and adopted a very confrontational attitude, putting at risk the safe conduct of the flight. The group mishandled emergency equipment and actively disrupted the mandatory safety demonstration. What? Despite multiple warnings, this inappropriate behavior persisted, which forced the crew to activate established security protocols. The crew, acting in accordance with the viewing procedures, requested the intervention of the Guardia Civil, who, after assessing the situation, decided to disembark the group to prioritize safety for the rest of the passengers. So what were they singing?
What were they singing?
Bill Smokes Crackman was outraged about this. Vueling is owned by International Airlines Group, whose CEO is, by the way, oh my God, one speed immediately. Okay, Israel Defender moment, dude. Immediately. Immediately goes, oh, this is the CEO. Time to fucking end this person's life. Oh, you need to be fired. You need to be fired. This is the name of the CEO. He needs to be fired. Somebody fire this person. Wasn't it May Your Village Burn? Oh, they were singing in, I'm Spanish, they were singing Death to the Arabs. Oh, nice.
Yeah. Oh yeah, did you see the Bill Ackman tennis thing?
How can a CEO not take, no, but wait, hold on. How can a CEO not take responsibility for the actions of his employees? Where's his accountability? Where's his board of directors? Why are they not holding their CEO accountable? Why does U.S. ally Qatar, the 26% shareholder, what does U.S. ally Qatar, the 26% shareholder, have to say about this?
I thought Qatar was supposed to be the, like, hold on, if you do a search from Bill Ackman about Qatar, I'm sure it's a bunch of shit that he is about how, like, they just are Islamists who love Hamas, but
that's why Qatar has nothing to say about it, because they love arresting Jews that take their flights, is his argument here.
Oh no, Bill Ackman embarrassed himself in one of like his top 5 moments this last couple weeks.
The tennis thing I heard about, I didn't actually see.
So I mean, well, it's just like he posted about it. It was all posts. There's nothing to see, but it was so fucking funny. Like being like, well, actually, I paid to play against a pro and I lost in an embarrassing fashion, but the reality is actually that was good, and everybody said I did really well. And I'd like to see you do better. It was so
There's video?
Fun. There is video? I didn't know there was video.
Here's a lady throwing coin into a fountain if you want to see his new. Wait, what?
Aye.
And with God's help, we will burn all these Arabs.
siya tao nagsilika kabi ba siya. Thank you, Dekan. Thank you, Dekan.
Yeah, that's where she says it. Oops.
Oh,
Yofi.
Oh, brother.
Good job posting that.
Oh, brother.
I don't think you have good time now. Sorry.
Oh my god. I just like I'm seeing a common thread here with like historic fascist movements. It's just like there's some that happens when you let fascism completely take up this much space in your day-to-day existence, whereas like this is literally what it would look like if the Nazis had Instagram and shit.
I mean, it's also like people can go back and read about how like representatives of the German government or German cultural attachés in the 1930s reacted to like whenever people in the US brought up the fact that like Nazis in brown shirts were like, you know, terrorizing people.
They did the exact same thing. They did it to England. They were like, oh, England has 13 colonies. Look at little old Germany with our one
fucking slave state in Namibia that we couldn't hold on to because we lost World War I. Whoops.
They didn't even have that in there. They were just talking about like Germany plus Austria, I think, at that point. It's like, oh wow, you guys want to claim we're colonizing, like, and it's just Nazi Germany, a small nation. Why are you Why are you calling to question Nazi Germany's need for living room, for living space?
Yeah.
And I guess they're like, it was promised 3,000 years ago narrative was just like the idea that they were expansive over this like Nordic pagan.
I mean, they didn't invent all this
Aryan,
like, yeah, man,
completely fucking made up ideology.
Well, it's also like you have to come up with like a reason. It's like, yeah, so listen, Germany, we are actually supermaster race. Yeah, we lost World War I. Yeah, but we are supermaster race.
Only because of the Jews.
Only, yeah,
and also they wanted us to go to war.
Yeah, we were stabbed in the back by the Jews and international capital, and it's not fair.
Yeah,
not fair.
That's the craziest thing, because like hella German Jews fought in World War I. Like they got cooked on both ends.
Yeah, man, and also like it was like yeah, you did get dealt a raw deal by your enemies that you lost the war to as a result of this. It wasn't like the fucking Jews that stabbed you in the back. It was the people who were stabbing you in the front in England, France, and wherever, in the US.
Hitler still wanted to literally fucking deal with without war. Like, it was, am I wrong? Like, Hitler, it was a big Anglophile.
He was, but like a lot of the, like he loved the monarchy, because it's like Hitler was like a big, you know, you can kind of get a sense of like what Hitler's like imagination was like from his paintings, where it's like, yeah, he likes the big stupid castles, he likes the big, you know, he wants to, the idea of like all of these like old world fantastical things that were more in touch with like people's nature or something, and were able to like resist modernity and so on. To him, it spoke to him, and you know, he obviously like he clearly saw himself as somebody who was trying to set up like a new kingdom, 1,000-year kingdom, as he would have seen it.
Yeah. That's why Speer was like his best friend, the big dumb buildings.
Well, Speer wasn't his best friend, but Speer did spend a lot of time with him. Speer was the head architect who then later on was made like the head of armaments and stuff. And then he wrote a book called Inside the Third Reich that was a somewhat self-exculpatory account of being inside the Nazi regime. And he was able to rehab his image. Worth reading as a historical text, but it's not good.
Oh God. Hitler fanfic stream. This is not fan fiction of Adolf Hitler chatters.
Well, wait, I did want to play. I did the thing I mentioned this morning because Tom Lehrer died today. The Werner von Braun.
That's too nerdy, Noah.
That's not too nerdy.
Yes, it is. I don't even, you know, I don't know.
I think it's nuts that you think that. I think Tom Lehrer is not nerdy.
Okay.
Tom Lehrer, an MIT mathematician turned piano-based song parodist, is not. No, he did. This is
what no one wants you guys to watch.
Yeah. Rest in peace. He died today at the age of 97.
It's not too nerdy. Play the fucking song. Thank you, Noah. I've tried to get him to play this in the past. This is the second show tunes that this man has requested.
Gather round while I sing you of Werner von Braun, a man whose allegiance is ruled by expedience. Call him a Nazi, he won't even frown. Nazi schmazi, says Werner von Braun. Don't say that he's hypocritical, say rather that he's apolitical. Once the rockets are up, who cares where they come down? That's not my department, says Werner von Braun. Some have harsh words for this man of renown, but some think our attitude should be one of gratitude, like the widows and cripples in old London town, who owe their large pensions to Werner von Braun. You too may be a big hero once you've learned to count backwards to 0. In German or English, I know how to count down. And I'm learning Chinese, says Werner von Braun.
It is funny that he was like, you can call him a Nazi, but he prefers to be called apolitical. It's like a bar that is eternal.
Yes.
A bar that is eternal. I guess they were doing it back then too. It's just like never ending.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm apolitical. This week has been troubling for the thousands of Israelis traveling to Greece, a country where they're usually welcomed warmly. Israelis have been blocked from docking. Teens were chased with knives, and now 2 out of 4 travel warnings have been issued.
Blocked from docking? Pause.
This week is certainly concerning to the thousands of Israelis that you mentioned.
I can't figure out what Nicole Zedek's accent is every time I hear her speak.
That travel to Greece for pleasure. It's so close to Israel, and it's cheap flights. One of the only cheap flights that Israelis can actually travel to. And so this is a place that Israelis have been mentioning for years, and usually gotten more of a hospitable presence when they arrived. But this past week, it was just yesterday that we were reporting a massive Israeli-owned cruise ship was not able to dock in an island in Greece because of these massive pro-Palestinian protests that you see on your screen right now. Because of this, the cruise ship actually had to reroute and go to Cyprus.
Oh, no. Womp womp. No. Dude, why won't anybody think of the Israeli pensioners here, you know? They just wanted to escape. They want to take a respite from being so close to the genocide that their government is doing.
One day later, we see these Israeli teens, these youths that are attacked and chased down with knives outside of a bar. It's very concerning. The testimony that you're hearing
that feels like
quite
just some regular old Greece shenanigans that they're using to pad the stats a little bit here.
Concerning. So this is very alarming for many of the Israelis. I will state that the Israeli National Security Council has Greece at a level 2 out of 4 travel warning. That's not very high. This means that any Israelis heading there, they should be aware of their surroundings, take any increased precautions. But
listen, when you are in Greece, look both ways before crossing street.
Yeah.
That is a heightened warning.
It is a rare Grease W. Let us have it. No, dude, this is not a rare Grease W. I'm on board. You know. Are you proud of being Greek? As a Turk, you know, we won't give back Istanbul, obviously, but you know, we're playing nice. Also, chatters were like, oh, maybe Turks should learn a lesson or two. What, are you kidding me? Like, I don't think Israeli cruise ships are coming to Turkey anytime soon. I'd be shocked if they were even going to Turkey. Not because of the government, mind you. The government is like obviously firmly planted in the ass cheeks of Israel, but the Turkish population as I've mentioned time and time again, despise Israel and also America, in spite of the fact that we have we are a profoundly important ally in the region for both of these countries. What is this? Here's what they were chanting afterwards. Last Tuesday, the great people of Syros, Greece, protested in solidarity in Palestine in front of an Israeli cruise ship that was scheduled to dock at the island. In response to the Free Palestine chants, the Israeli tourists replied with a repertoire of fascist genocidal songs. Normal people, don't let these people in. Some of them probably committed genocide. Israelis, all the genocidal slogans we can think of in less than 30 seconds. I like that they filmed this to be like, here's why these people had every right to not let us into their port.
God damn.
Like, how can you be so fucking stupid that you don't even want to like present yourself as a victim in a situation where you were given the opportunity to?
Because it's what they want. Like, not obviously they don't want to be turned away from Greece. They want to go there, but like, this is what it means by like rallying around the flag. That you even if you just give in.
Yeah, they were like, check this out, we're disgusting. Hey guys, check this out, totally valid for us to not be welcome here. Like, I just want to make sure no plausible deniability here. We love what's going on.
This is Israel and this is our music. Dance to Arabs. Yeah, that's like, please.
Hello, I am an artist from Israel and this is my art. Oh, speaking of hello, I am an artist from Israel and this is my art. I showed him Nux Taku's Twitch's hentai song last night and almost killed himself.
He didn't like. I was sitting there and I was thinking, like, sometimes you get these moments in life where like your past looks to you as if it's just like one road, and it's this like road, this journey you've been on, and it has all these bends and all these waypoints and these decisions and just places you've been, and then you have the realization that all of that was to bring you to where you are, which was me watching whatever the fuck that was that you showed me. It was awful.
Yeah. Wait, what is this? Oh, more. I am an artist from Israel, and this is my art. We'll dance on the ruins of Gaza. We'll dance to the music of your cries. Israeli DJ Skazi, set in Tomorrowland Festival in Belgium, was canceled last minute. Here's a clip by Judeo-Nazi propaganda outfit, The Civilian Front, from November 2023, done in collaboration with Skazi. Oh, you cowards, you lowlifes, you dogs. You murdered hundreds of young, happy kids who just wanted to dance. Instead of having them listen to my music. It's so... Dude, Israeli techno is so bad. It's crazy.
It's also like funny, like the text there that's like going along with the narration is like, you killed hundreds of youths.
Hundreds of young, happy kids who just wanted to dance.
Oh my God, the graphic.
You may have stopped the party. But we
Jesus. Sorry, hold on. Get that screenshot back up. Jamie, get that up for me.
You may have stopped the party.
but we shall dance again with the fucking night vision demolition video. Bro.
Yeah.
Come on, be less subtle. Be less subtle.
Oh
Jesus
my God.
Christ.
Why is it in Arabic? It's because this is directly created as a taunt, okay? To be like, we want you to know how we think, which is crazy because, like, I'm pretty sure Palestinians know what you think of them. I just don't understand why they post like October 7 footage like this, because like while they're trying to also posture as like a big powerful big bad guy, because it's like you're just kind of posterizing your L at that point when you show armed Palestinian resistance forces like breaking through the fucking Gaza boundary that you put in, and they're just like walking through the gates. You know, I don't know if there's any TOS in here, but I wouldn't be surprised if there are. you know? When we leave Gaza, the young and happy, the innocent and pure. The innocent and pure. Why aren't you crying about the IDF soldiers that got captured in combat? Are poor hostages? I know. Fuck, we exported drill into Israel and now we have techno drill shut down the whole empire.
Oh, flame dancing, flame twirling.
We will dance to the music of your cries. I mean, you're kind of undermining the whole like we are innocent and pure narrative when you're literally saying we're gonna dance on your, we're gonna play the shittiest techno known to man on the rubble that we created of your graves. Like, it's just, again, goes back to my point, which is like when you're, I mean, this is Will Menaker has said this before too. It's like conservatives can't make good art because they, or good comedy because they get so mad in the process of like trying to make a joke. They get too mad to make a joke, so then it just becomes like an explainer.
Well, yeah, and also like part of it is that like they're not like I think of it as like it's both they're mad, but also they want to, how to put it, like they don't want to be like their idea of comedy is less about comedy and more about being cruel. Like it's like, yeah, I bet you like drinking dirt and eating sand for dinner, you starving little freak. And like that is the joke. The joke is that you're just being a psycho cruel asshole.
There's nothing. Oh God, Jonathan Greenblatt will be featured on the New York Times, The Conversation, and The Daily next weekend. Oh my God, how much you want to bet he's gonna talk about me and how New York Times fucked up by giving me a profile piece in this?
Well, I'm sure that the former water salesman has plenty to offer.
Yeah, he's one hundo P gonna be like, the New York Times is also culpable for the anti-Semitism rise in American society. You guys wrote a puff piece about dangerous anti-Semitic terrorist Hassan Hasanabi Piker, who wants 1,000,000 October 7th to happen both in Israel and also in America, or some other fucking slanderous nonsense. And then of course the gray lady will offer zero pushback to such slanderous statements. Hasn't he been successfully sued for defamation before?
Who?
Jonathan Greenblatt. I'm pretty sure he has.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me because he's not a particularly eloquent guy, and one generally has to, if you're going to spend all this time accusing people or defaming them and slandering them as being people who are anti-Semitic and all this, then, you know, being an ineloquent guy and making shitty accusations for a living probably does mean that, yeah, you'll get some lawsuits eventually.
Yeah. Techno sucks in all of its derivatives. No, I love techno. I just fucking don't like whatever the fuck these guys are doing with it.
We love techno. We hate Israel.
Yeah. You should tweet out the Times for platforming Greenblatt to defend genocide. Get ahead of it. It's not gonna work. No one gives a shit. Also, stuff like that doesn't really move the needle at all. Like, I think at this point people are just like, okay, grandpa, like, go to bed. Like, that's the attitude that I feel like people offer to the ADL at this point.
I mean, it's also like the ADL is I mean, it's aggravating as hell that they're still taken so seriously, but you know, this they built yeah, I mean, like, I hate to say it, but like when I was in a newsroom years ago, I had to like fight very hard to not get people to like quote the ADL in stories.
But that's years ago. I don't think now, like, they still quote the ADL in stories and stuff, but it doesn't have like that same institutional muscle that it once had. Like Jonathan Greenblatt Jonathan Greenblatt has name checked me what, like 100 times. Anytime there's anything that he can say is like anti-Semitic, he'll be like, Hassan Piker, who was basically white Kanye West, is responsible for every person that has died that happens to be Jewish, like, or even people who aren't Jewish.
I mean, this though is like where like Abe Foxman, his predecessor though, had a similar act. I think the difference though, and where I do agree with you, or at least I think on the point that you're making, is that like there's no, like, the ADL spent more or less like a century building up like credibility, you know, in fits and starts. There were times when they were far less credible than others, particularly when they were like helping apartheid South Africa spy on activists in California in the early 90s.
Yeah.
But you also have like this broader period though where like as a whole, when something happens that is like considered anti-Semitic, journalist gets on the phone, calls them, says, give me a quote, they get a quote. And I agree with you that the quotes that they get are less meaningful.
Yeah.
However, what is like undeniable to me, at least, or at least what feels like still like so aggravating, is that even though that truth is absorbed as such, but you know, like we all know that the facts are less meaningful. We've assimilated that information. The like compulsion of people still in news media in America to defer to them, to reach out to them, and to, you know, again, and also, by the way, like the ADL's never been richer. Like the ADL has raised crazy amounts of money. Like they have, like they're not good. Like even if they've lost the ability to like call balls and strikes on anti-Semitism, they have enormous ability to still like weaponize the accusations that they have and get them out there. And that is like where, like, that's the contradiction, is that, yeah, like people take them less seriously as the umpire of anti-Semitism than ever before, but they have more resources with which to play that part. And that's like, I mean, it concerns and devastates me on a personal level, just because of obviously what it does to the, you know, what it does to the definition of anti-Semitism and actually combating the real thing. But it also worries me on the level of, like, you know, far past the point when anybody like has believed them anymore, they'll be able to keep going because what fun, you know, what keeps things moving in this, you know, in this world of ours isn't popular support, it's just money.
You're gonna like, they are still treated as the premier institution for anti-Semitism whenever there's like any sort of incident that is actually anti-Semitic or could be used as like defending Israel. ADL is the first phone call. Like they will go to Jonathan Greenblatt, and he loves taking those phone calls no matter what. So that is true. They will still be billed as like the anti-Semitism czars, right?
I will say they're doing stuff though that has like they've gutted their civil rights division. They've had like a whole, like a lot of the resources and capacity they've built up in the last 15 years were all about quote unquote combating online hate. Like they have like, you know, they had staffs devoted to this whole issue and the idea of being able to work hand in glove with social media platforms in what, you know, a comparatively to the present nuanced way to deal with the fact of, you know, like how bias proliferates, you know, or hate proliferates on platforms, racial and ethnic hatred. Fine. But what they've opted for now instead is that like their now idea of combating online hate is Jonathan Greenblatt mentioning your name as many times as possible in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And like,
which is funny because like you'd think, given that there is like an unprecedented amount of actual anti-Semitism, like he'd have his hands full with like trying to combat, which is again an endeavor that he is woefully not up to task for, but there's so many actual anti-Semites he could be pointing to, and then he just like chooses to actively freak out over one person who is both anti-Israel and also against anti-Semitism.
And also he has like an average, like his like it's representative of how many people for many years prior to the moment when it all of a sudden became most salient after October 7th, how many people cultivated an understanding of anti-Semitism that for all along has, when you boiled it down, comes down to Arabs and Muslims are more anti-Semitic than other kinds of people, and the biggest victims of anti-Semitism are Israelis and supporters of Israel.
Yeah. Well, that's why, I mean, Israelis also get like mad at American Jews where they'll be like, we're taking the L for you. Like
I mean, that shit to me though is like, I seriously doubt I'd be let back in the country at this point, but like that's one of the things that you are sort of hit with when you meet Israelis in Israel and when you spend time there, is the degree of chauvinism that they have. The feeling that Israelis are like living a kind of authentic Jewish life that people in the diaspora, like weak little freaks like me, you know, can't dare to dream. And, you know, that's an attitude, that chauvinism has been pushed and passed through American Jewish institutions, so much so that it's now self-enacted. Sad as hell. Very sad.
Yeah. Well, Israelis are getting dunked. Israeli tourists are getting dunked on everywhere.
The level of entitlement to expect that people around the world just accept you when you are from a country that commits genocide, apartheid, starves people, and refuses to offer any dignity to the Palestinian people is so obscene. People weren't being bigoted. They were treating you as you should be. Unless you are someone from Israel who unequivocally rejects Zionism, the IOF, the brutal violence that they inflict on Palestinians, then you are not someone that people are going to want to hang around.
King Guzzlers rise up. That's what Kunzler's audience is calling themselves. I like Chris Kunzler. He's great. My flight footage has finally been released. The edited footage.
Excuse me?
Yeah. I did. Wait, hold on. I did dogfighting in the air. But unfortunately, I think the only thing that they have is. Wait, hold on. Let me delete this so that they don't. Hold on. But they don't have my audio for some reason. Apparently they just have like
cool music,
copyright free metal music.
Kind of slaps though.
Did you cuss? I did. Or new metal, not heavy metal.
What was your like pilot name?
They just say Hasan, but there was one that I really liked called Boner Garage. Did you puke? No. Oh, this is me flying it now. This is me maneuvering. I'm looking for the other plane. Oh, I hit it. See? Do you see the cloud of smoke that's coming from behind it? It's like laser tag,
but with planes.
So when you actually successfully get a hit, it when you get a successful hit, it turns into you just see like.
Has Felix seen this? Does he know about this?
I told Felix about it, but he hasn't seen this footage yet. This is the first time I'm seeing the footage.
Well, no, I just mean the concept at all. I feel like he would
see. Oh, you see, we passed through, and then this is me hitting 4Gs. I'm talking to my co-pilot about like where he went. And then we got hit, I think. Yeah, we got hit here. So I lost the second one. Wow, so it's just make-believe? Yes, we didn't. Yeah, we didn't actually dogfight. Is the risk of clashing into each other high? No, it's not, because planes are, as you can see, going 200 miles an hour. So when they fucking do the pass-through, they can comfortably and reliably allow you to take control over the plane, and then maneuver. And if you get below 5,000 feet, they call that like they consider 5,000 feet to be the ground basically. So then they will forcibly rip controls over from your hand, hard deck, because. Like Will did that. Will literally nosedived and went from like 8,000 feet to 5,000 in a matter of seconds. So then his pilot had to take control over. Look how quickly it goes from like 4 Gs like instantly when you crank it.
This video would be so much funnier if you were just like puking, like way like smacked G-forces.
Hey, look, I'm upside down. Hitting 5 Gs, baby.
That's crazy.
That's me. I did that. I'm maneuvering this. That's after I cooked them. This is the part where he does the crazy maneuver. Look, look, look. Look, the plane is going like this.
Yeah, it's nuts.
And then that's it. Did they teach you first, or are you winging it? No, they don't teach you shit.
Yeah, that's such a cool concept. I wouldn't have thought that you could do that.
Yeah, it's like outside barrel roll is actually crazy for a first time flight. Yeah, it was dope. Did you use the pedals? No, I didn't know how to use the pedals. I think I was using the pedals, but on accident, like, because I couldn't fit. They must teach you something, right? No. How many people have died doing this? 2. We found out after that at least for this specific school, 2 people have died because they, well, you know, the flight instructor and the person who was flying the plane died because there was like they flew into like a tornado or something. I don't know. They flew into like a lightning storm. Who would know if 1v1 in a dogfight, and would he win?
Would I 1v1 in a dog? I would 1v1 Benjamin Netanyahu and I would win. Okay. Simple as.
Highlights of the footage? Yeah. Who's getting the best head? Regulations are so shit that this kind of thing is possible.
Yes.
I think it's one of those things where it's like so like I think it's expensive, so expensive that it's basically considered like it's impossible to do, and most people are too fearful to do it anyway, that there aren't like that many fucking regulations around it. Oh, we got a new GAZA video on Palantir. Let's take a look.
Right? You're hesitant. Well, yeah.
Even Ross Douthat cooked fucking Peter Thiel, by the way. Peter Thiel is so goddamn bad at camera.
It's kind of crazy that he's doing more interviews now because each one is like worse than the one before.
The reason why I suspect he's doing these interviews is because he doesn't want to look like a lizard person that is like truly a villain.
A guy, yeah, he doesn't want to look like a guy with a body count.
Yeah, except every time he speaks on camera, it makes everyone come to that conclusion where they're like, I didn't know who this guy was.
Yeah, he's like the guy, he's like fucking the guy from Men in Black going, sugar water. Yeah. Like, it's very unpleasant.
I don't know, I would, this is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions.
Should the human race survive?
Palantir's website is one of those where they just say shit without actually meaning anything. AI-powered automation for every decision? What the f are you even talking about, man? And every video on this topic is so confusing. Nobody actually explains what they do, except me, of course. Palantir is the crystal ball from Lord of the Rings that allow people using it to see what is going on the other side of the world and also communicate with each other. And I think that explains basically everything that Palantir is doing. It is Big Brother. It is basically a big data collection company where they look at many different sets of data, connect the dots, and use it.
Muda goons the anime centrist, stays inside, not political.
To determine if you have been a good boy or not in government.
Oh no, dude. this one is this is one of my enemies as well.
No, I recognize the name.
Yeah, he did the thing where he's like, he was like defending Asmongold, saying like Palestinians are in fear or whatever, and he was like, well, you know, maybe he meant this. It's like, no, motherfucker, he said what he meant.
Yeah,
you know?
he was pretty explicit. He didn't really he didn't leave a lot of wiggle room.
And then he spent the rest of the video shitting on like me and fucking Frogan and everybody else that is me and Frogan and everybody else that's like pro-Palestinian, only to at some point be like, well, you know, it's bad. What Israel's doing is bad. But also, you know, I don't really get political.
Oh, so he's
and he also, I've been on his podcast. I used to talk to him all the time because like I have a Steam Deck and he's like a Steam Deck guy, and I was on his podcast with that fucking Israeli the blue guy that I showed you, the Twitch's hentai guy.
Nick Nux, a name. I'm like scared to try and pronounce that one.
Nux
Taku.
Yeah.
Eyes. That is one of their uses, because they do whatever their client needs at the time, because their client list stretches from the United States Army and CIA and FBI to ICE and to Wendy's. For example, they analyze all the data and help ICE figure out who is overstaying their visa, where they might be according to their family connections, workplaces, social media information, and phone numbers. And when they analyze all that data with the help of AI, they get the answer, and ICE gets to plan arrests and deportations. And Wendy's uses them to make their supply chain better, to get you your cheese sauce in a more productive fashion. They get these answers by just pulling massive amounts of data from everywhere and putting that data through AI to figure out the answer, whether it's deportations or Wendy's supply chains. They also work with healthcare companies. Whether or not you like Palantir is up to whether or not you are a Western supremacist, because that is the company's whole idea. Just hear the CEO out.
But the problem I care about is making America the dominant military force on the planet in a way that's so indisputable that our enemies and adversaries wake up in moderate to extreme fear and go to bed in moderate to extreme fear.
For now, what they do is basically analyze data so the government can use it. There's also a reason why Palantir's stock has rose rapidly after Trump came to power, because many of Palantir's former employees are in the Trump administration now, and also because Peter Thiel, the guy in the beginning, has donated $1.5 million to Trump in 2016 and $15 million to JD Vance. They also help the army that uses bombs to do gender reveals in Gaza. Palantir has had to deal with a lot of protests recently because of their involvement in the Gaza war, because they help Israel select targets in Gaza. Even a lot of their employees quit after this, and they help Israel select targets.
They do look like Hamas babies of terror. Yeah, Lavender is I thought it was like, I didn't realize it was Palantir was also doing the targeting
in Gaza. Even a lot of their employees quit after this, and this company personally scares me a lot because they basically have infinite funding now to spy on people and give companies and governments their services. And as you realize, this does not only include the American and Israeli governments, but also currently the UK one, where Palantir has been arguing with British doctors about how they don't actually know what's best for patients because the doctors thought Palantir was a sus company.
Oh. Yeah. And you know, well, if you do you want to hear my answer? Okay. So the primary source of in Palestine is the fact that Hamas has realized that there are millions and millions of useful idiots that will.
Well, he's mad.
Mostly terrorists, that's true.
The only thing I can think about is that America became everything it was accusing China of doing. They use face tracking software to judge if you're a good person or not. We don't do that. Trump taps Palantir to create a master database on every American.
Mr. Teal, do you have any comments about Palantir's surveillance of the American people, sir? Or any of your connections to Jeffrey Epstein?
Dude, he's so fucking freaky, dude. He is a terrifying individual. Like,
he doesn't look pleasant.
He just like he always looks like he's hiding a zombie bite. It's true.
That's exactly right.
He does.
I mean, that little throbbing fucker in his temple didn't help things.
You're setting up a Big Brother surveillance system, and people know it, sir. Making American people want this surveillance tech being used against them. Any comments at all on the Epstein connections? You're meeting with them. People are waking up to what you're doing there, sir. That's why we're here covering this.
So now a private company is going to have data about every single American which AI can use to judge if you've been a good boy or not, which is the most dystopian.
Oh yeah, don't forget Muda defending Epstein after his debate and calling Norm Finkelstein unhinged and emotional. Yeah, that's true. That was a really funny moment because even fucking Sex Pest and he was like, these are my fucking allies? They sound like morons.
Shit I've ever seen. We're all used to the fact that social media companies store your data to serve you more personalized ads, but this is crazy because this is a file on who you are as a person, including every single detail of your life, including the IRS, social security, immigration databases. This is some Metal Gear Solid shit. It will pull all the data together and then AI will quote-unquote profile behavior, detect fraud, and identify individuals or patterns deemed.
That's Geopold. That's another Zoomer editor. This is like they do like Zoomer edits. It's like all over the place. Like
risky by the system. So basically,
Zoomer.
they will police you based on what the AI thinks you might do in the future. Where if they think you're a threat, the police might pull up on you based on the assessment of AI. And I don't want AI making decisions about people, man. But Palantir is not the only one using AI for dystopian national defense. OpenAI also landed a $200 million contract with the Pentagon. Like, look at this. On the right, they're framing it as OpenAI is just going to explore the military industry to address national security challenges. And on the left, it tells you that, yeah, it's going to be used for war. And also gives you the information right there that to make this deal, OpenAI quietly ended their promise of using AI for military purposes. I was able to quickly understand how this story was being covered with today's sponsor, Ground News. This just goes to show you the difference between how the left and the right report things. And in today's age where everybody is so polarized, I think it would be nice to get some humanity and see the news without any bias, which is good because Ground News also shows you who the sources you're seeing is owned by and how factual it is, along with international sources, such as this one for Spanish speakers. And if you're a Spanish speaker, you will most likely have to deal with the US military at least once in your life, so you better stay up to date, which is very useful so you don't accidentally read the news by the far-right low factuality source of 100% fed up. And bro, even their website looks like a satirical thing from The Boys. And it's genuinely a good app since it's fully independent and subscriber funded and has been Apple's app of the day 5 times.
You are listed on Ground News' state broadcasting for Qatar? No, I'm not, but that's pretty funny. I don't think I'm listed on Ground News.
Across 38 countries. And right now with my link or the QR code you see here, you can get 40% off the Vantage plan, which gives you unlimited access to everything, which is about $5 a month. Just go to ground.news/Gatsu or scan the QR code on screen. Thank you, Ground News. Especially when the company is ran by a guy who literally understands that his ideology is too unpopular and the public would never accept it. So he's grateful for technology because he can force it on people with technology, using donations to politicians and his own tech.
The basic idea was that we could never win an election on getting certain things because we were in such a small minority. But maybe you could actually unilaterally change the world without having to constantly convince people and beg people and plead with people who are never going to agree with you through a technology.
That's definitely a good argument to make.
That's the thing you want to say out loud.
Yeah. On camera, too.
Logical means. And this is where I think technology is this incredible alternative to politics.
Also, most of the clips I have been using beforehand was from the co-founder, the chairman, not even the CEO. So let's hear him out.
Well, I love the idea of getting a drone and having light fentanyl-laced urine spraying on analysts who tried to screw us.
I personally would not condone spraying fentanyl on negative analysts with a drone. I personally would call you insane if someone said that. But I'm not American, you know, here in Eastern Europe, we prefer corrupt oligarchs as leaders that probably don't have their separate islands. Probably, though, I don't know for sure. He also said that the US will very likely fight a 3-front war against Russia, China, and Iran. And I'm not gonna lie, bro, you can take Russia and Iran out together. I sincerely believe that. But I don't know how the fuck you're planning to add China to that list.
Zoomers like China, by the way.
I'm aware.
Zoomers are traveling to China. They fuck with China heavy. They're big into Xi Jinping aura edits. They're so into Xi Jinping aura edits. I see motherfuckers posting Mao now. Like I see people posting Mao edits on the timeline. like, I saw a video from the Cultural Revolution talking about how, like, for Mao, anytime there was a failure, like, he just said it's an opportunity for more revolution by the people, right? And then everyone in the comments was like, well, without Mao, you wouldn't have the glorious state of China right now. Like, everyone was like, nah, I don't give a shit. China on top. China W China.
I know the company's main goal is to make America's enemies afraid, but Russia, Iran, and China together? Bro, China has a bazillion people, bro, and good military. There's no way. Mr. Karp said that we are very close to Terminator robots. What? AI Terminator robots? Oh my god, man. What the fuck? So not only are we...
Yeah, this is U.S. popularity collapses worldwide. China now more popular worldwide than the U.S. Israel emerges as a country with the worst global reputation. The 2025 Democracy Perception Index canvassed more than 110,000 respondents across 100 countries.
It is kind of interesting seeing the countries where the U.S. is still more popular.
Yeah.
I like that China's more popular in Argentina, though. That's kind of an interesting piece of information.
Yeah. It's...
Oh, that's also kind of funny. Vietnam. It's more U.S. is still more popular, even though we did the Vietnam War.
Oh, Vietnam has been a major dick rider of America.
Oh yeah,
Vietnam has been like the #1 dick rider of America. Well, and because of anti-Chinese sentiment.
Well, they went to war with China more recently than they did with the U.S. But like,
yeah, but it's not even comparable. Like, the war with China wasn't even comparable to what America did to the fucking country.
Duh, but I think the piece of it though that's there is that, like, Vietnam has historically, on a time scale perhaps longer than America has existed, like, viewed itself as like at risk of being like absorbed by China. But also, like, look, like, that's what it is now. Will this map, will those colors still be blue 10 years from now? I don't know.
Maybe Australia.
Maybe, if they still have AUKUS.
And the Gulf.
And England. But that's kind of it.
Dude, like, this isn't even because, like, Turks or like the Gulf states are, like, particularly fond of China. I think it's like anti-America sentiment that's so powerful there that, like, they're like, why not China?
I mean, I think the one that's like most telling and the most informative piece of this is Africa. Like, I think that should be like,
and Latin American countries too. Like, I mean, look at South America. It's fucking, dude, the fact that China is more popular in motherfucking Mexico and Canada as opposed to the United States is expected, but also still kind of crazy when you think about it.
It's nuts. Also, I mean, part of it's because, part of what seems so striking to me is that, like, America, like, really, like, the U.S. started the last, like, we were on third base. We had, like, all of these advantages, like cultural hegemony. We basically ran the global infosphere, but there's just no, I don't know. Part of me really also feels though that there was no, I don't know, I'm not really sure it could have, like, shaken out any other way, because all of the things that made these countries like the U.S. in the first place, in terms of its soft power and all of the different like the moments at which they, like, even the positive revolutionary history of the country, the idea that it's a country of immigrants, that, like, we don't privilege one ethnicity or race or whatever over another and stuff, like, at least that the aspiration of the country was that, like, all that shit, people just don't buy it now. Like, we've done as much as we can in the last few years to have incinerated that.
Soft power, baby. Oh yeah, BYD. Here in Mexico City, BYD cars are everywhere. The first ad at the airport. I agree that the U.S. is the underdog. China's EV dominance, battery capacity, and cost edge is clear. Not sure we are taking this seriously enough.
We're not taking it seriously at all. If we were taking it seriously, then, like, if we were taking it seriously, then, like, the U.S. government would have nationalized Tesla, and Elon Musk would be, like, sitting on an ice floe somewhere.
What is this? No, Hasan, don't do it. Okay, bro. That's crazy. It took you no time. Anytime I get in a fucking plane, immediately. What is this? Thoughts on the Ne Zha 2 movie bought licensed by A24 clearing Superman? What is that? I want to watch the, what is it, Everington or whatever.
Eddington. It was good. I liked it.
You watched it already?
Yeah, I saw it. I saw it. Audrey and I saw it in the theaters.
Oh.
It was good. I recommend it. I think people should see it. I think actually wait, it's that and like One Battle After Another. We're in for a year of like good movies about contemporary shit.
Yeah.
I was gassing Hasan up about
yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get a hashtag ad for One Battle After Another.
Determining who is good or bad with AI, but now we are doing Terminator robots. I don't think I can trust a company whose whole business model is determining.
People are saying Eddington is centrism personified.
No, it's just because like there's like a left and a right in it, and like they're like set up that way. But I don't think that that's what it's about. Like it's not. I think that it's like a very cynical movie for sure, but it's not like a centrist movie. Just like I don't think it's like a leftist movie or anything. I think it takes a certain perspective about the way in which like you know like the
Ari
moment
Aster was on Chapo Lamau that Chatter is dumb.
Yeah, but like it's not like a like it's important to sometimes see a movie that is even about politics and not try and think about like is this a leftist movie or a right-wing movie or a centrist movie. Like that's not like you're not helping yourself like watch a movie if like that's like the way necessarily you're looking at it. Because in the case of a movie like Eddington, what I found about it especially was that it wasn't like a movie that was trying to again like advance like a set of ideals. It was a movie that said like, hey, you know, it sort of like very aggressively and in a very heightened crazy way is that it makes it so that it's like it forces us to examine like, wow, there was this moment in COVID and in the years since where it feels like all of like the shared context, all of the things that like bind people to one another are like being torn asunder by like the psycho info poison environment we live in. And this environment that we live in, like this like info swamp that we tread, is like distracting us from like what are very real concerns that we have with one another, which in Eddington is yes actually COVID, which plays a role, and also has to do with like everything from data centers to no if COVID plays a role in this political dynamic, then no wonder people are like, oh god. I mean it's a movie about like it's about a bunch of hot button stuff. It's natural that people are going to interpret and read it. But like, and there was stuff in it. There was stuff in it, portrayals that I didn't think were especially effective. But like, as a movie as a whole, I was very entertained, and I also felt that it made it was provocative in the sense that it does make you think like, wow, like what was it that like in that moment and in the years since that has like driven people, that has made people feel so crazy.
Yeah. Here's what Andrew said. One more thought on Eddington is I think it's gonna make some people even more nuts, and there's gonna be a lot of annoying posts from people who don't realize what the movie is making fun of.
Also, the acting is it's solid. It's an it's good. It's an interesting movie.
What is this? Like 80% of this chat gets directly called out in the movie? I doubt it.
I can see what he means, but I wouldn't put it like that.
What is this? Can Noah address this criticism of the movie? Watched Eddington last night and that cute little bear didn't show up at all. Yeah, it's true. Okay, well now I'm not watching it. Eddington spoiler-free review.
I went to the theater and I watched Beau is Afraid 2. No, I'm just kidding. I watched Eddington. I like Ari Aster. I just want to say that right away. Oh God, you know, execute me. I'm a stan. That being said, I didn't necessarily love Beau is Afraid. There were aspects that I really enjoyed, but there were parts that definitely dragged. When I saw that this had a longer runtime and was also getting kind of mixed reviews, I was worried that this would be a similar experience to watching that movie. And then I saw a lot of reviews calling this movie centrist. So when I went to see it, my expectations were low. Okay, and the thing is this is my favorite movie of the year. Are we kidding?
Every film, bro, deserves prison. You can't say that after saying, I love that Joaquin Phoenix is Ari Aster's muse.
Joaquin Phoenix is very good.
Are we joking? Do not believe reviews that say this movie's centrist. I don't know what to say. It's not. But I'm going to talk about the politics in the movie in a much longer video that I'm going to post separately. In this video, I just want to talk about the technical aspects of the movie and the things that I really enjoyed about it. There's very little that I dislike. The first thing I want to say is this movie is extremely funny. If you like the first like third of Beau is Afraid before they get to like the play in the middle of the forest, That's the exact type of humor throughout the entire movie. The movie is also a mess, but I like that. I can understand why some people are looking at the structure of this movie and saying like, this is not for me. I get it. I love a messy movie, especially when the movie is about chaos and what happens when you lose control of chaos. It really feels like the thing starts kind of tame and then it just escalates for its entire 2.5-hour runtime to the most horrible conclusion you could possibly imagine. I'm not joking, this movie starts as a COVID political era drama and satire, and it ends as a John Wick movie. And I'm not exaggerating, like that's literally true. On the topic of politics, I'll talk about them briefly. Black Lives Matter is present in this movie, and I've seen a lot of people saying that Black Lives Matter itself is presented as a joke. It does make fun of white performative activists who use liberationist movements for their own social and political gain. It's literalized by the end of the movie that that's who's being criticized. And if you find that to be offensive, I do genuinely kind of think
part of the movie that
execution.
I don't think it. I mean, to me, it was like more on the level of like. There was
performative activism.
Like he calls out like a thing that like I think anybody watching this, anybody in chat, anybody wherever, like everybody remembers like the days in which like Robin DiAngelo was like force fed down a lot of throats.
Ibram Kendi.
But
Ibram X Kendi,
but the Center for Anti-Racism or whatever.
North Finkelstein's op, Ibram X Kendi. He hates that man.
But the thing that like it was really
it's like that tweet that lives in my mind from Zenny Jardin, and not the what set you from gangsta, the other one.
Yeah.
I think it was Zenny Jardin that was like when Wakanda first, or not Wakanda, Black Panther first came out. When Black Panther first came out, she was like, I didn't want to go and watch it because I wanted I didn't want to take a seat
from a black
person.
Like there was like there were parts of the way that like I think the kids and like that like BLM protests represented that were like it was a little like it felt like in the way that like because there is also like a representation of like the right-wing poison infosphere, and in the way that I thought that like it was a heightened representation of like the right-wing thing to a bit of the right-wing side to a point, it felt like he had to turn the dial up on like the performative allyship portrayal, and like some of it is like it was like it didn't feel as true as other pieces of it to me, but I was like I didn't see that and think like, oh my god, like this is like not leftist or this is like critical of BLM or anything like that, because no, like that's clearly, I don't think you can watch that movie and come away and think like, oh yeah, that's the point that guy wanted to make with that stuff. To me it felt like way more like he had like a really clear and interesting idea of, again, the way in which like the way in which, again, like this like info like sludge that we sit in all the time like deranges us and sets us apart from our ability to like see what's real in our lives and what's fake, and like what our traumas are, what our bruises are. The thing is that this is an Ari Aster movie though, so as this guy says, like it ends up in like a John Wick place. It goes crazy.
Yeah,
and
gotta say, Aster perfectly captures how incomprehensible and contradictory American politics are, and no one really knows what they believe in here. A lot of it is stuff from people like Chapo, Truanon, or Hasan have talked about for years, but Aster brings it all together in such a slow burn freak show that's very funny, depressing, and cynical in a way that captures the dread we all feel, especially during 2020. That's why I want to watch it. A lot of people whose opinion I like have liked the movie. You know? Sounds like Aster's got everyone hooked like political popcorn with a side of existential crisis. Who needs Hollywood when reality is this wild? That's definitely a bot.
That's a swipe match me. Yeah, that's a bot.
God, I fucking hate the internet so much. I hate AI so much. I want to do Butlerian Jihad. I want to do Butlerian Jihad so bad. I hate it. That's not a bot, that's my bitch. Yo.
Come get her, dude.
I gave her my crypto wallet, dude. Chill. She loves me. Get PTA on stream? Yeah, dude. Let me just ring up Paul Thomas Anderson real quick. Hold up. BRB chatter. Hey, Paul. What's good, King? Want to come on the stream? Nah, just kidding. Psych. Fuck you. Yeah, there you go.
I'm so excited for that movie, man. I'm so excited.
Yeah.
I made Hasan watch both the trailers with me.
Yeah, I mean, I have I've seen the first one that was really good. I like the first trailer more, but
I told Hasan this. I signed up for IMAX to send me the emails so that I can get seats as soon as they drop. And now I'm just getting a zillion emails from IMAX, but I consider it worth it because I need to be in the best possible seat for that movie when it comes out.
PTA cuts his own trailers. That's why they're so good. The second one wasn't as good. To see what? The new Paul Thomas Anderson movie coming out. What is it?
One Battle After Another.
I like the name of it too. It's like strange naming convention for a movie.
Also, it's an adaptation of a Thomas Pynchon novel that I love called Vineland. And I encourage everybody to read it, as difficult as it
Someone
is.
called it out, right as we were saying. There's some real cinephiles in here and real litterphiles.
Bibliophiles.
Bibliophiles.
Book sucked ass, movie will too. Wrong. Vineland is a special book. It's a special book that also talks about the time we live in too. And also, like Eddington has a lot to say about the ways in which media makes people into different kinds of people.
All right, well, on that note, I think I've done enough today. 7 hours, a half day, basically. I'm tired. I'm gonna end it here. The Menu turned me into a cinephile. Was it that good? I didn't even watch it. Was The Menu good?
I've not seen it.
You want to watch it tonight? Sure. I've been thinking about watching The Apprentice.
Oh, I've been meaning to see that. I said I had the option on the plane.
We can watch The Apprentice as well. See Roy Cohn. What is this? You said 3 hours yesterday was a half day. What is a real half day? 7 hours is a real half day. Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow, okay? Back to some real news tomorrow. Bye-bye.